Okay, let's see if I can. Perhaps I can message those who say they may have planned to go. You know, um, Sapir-Whorf and culture. And here we have a discussion of how language shapes thought, and by so doing, ultimately, culture too. Um, so, we are to bring the panelists um, who guess have expressed some kind of interest in joining too here. Um, in effect, the kind of convention involved. The it's, kind of convention to um, oh, okay, let's see if I can bring everyone and such. It's also worship duties. A little bit of an interesting question here, but mm. Well, I think a couple of prospective panelists might have cared to get involved with the or well, David, I think is maybe the only one. Um, David, I think the hangout on Sapir-Whorf and culture is starting. So, well, it's actually already started. I'll get you the link, and well, I guess others are interested too. I can bring them over. Go ahead. Oh, that's fine. Um, David had expressed interest earlier, so I gave him the link and such, right? So, and it's also trying to keep a little bit of a lid on the link so that I guess the topic can actually get addressed and all that. But it's difficult to steer when there are, I guess, people aren't chosen for their interest in the subject. So, Yes, it's already on air, in fact. So imagine. Oh, and welcome, Ray. So in the meantime, all right. Hey, David. Very good to see you on. I think there was a matter of the Sapir-Whorf affairs. Perhaps having such. Uh,
Hmm.
okay, so let's see. Language terminology. Whorf. Whorf. Let's see. Hypothesis that language shapes what and okay. I may actually. So, David,
Yeah,
you have well, free-formed thoughts on the subject, or are you well, pretty much learning as you go and so on?
I don't have any direct knowledge or um, experience. Uh, I'm I'm just reading a little bit. So yeah, I know about it. Yes, and I am. I mean, occasionally uh, the discussion about Chomsky comes. Universal grammar. So I don't know that. I don't know too much about this, but I'm a bit familiar with it, of course, because it's kind of the perspective that laid ground for, I don't know, post-structuralism, I guess.
Yeah, and I
Mm.
think it's
Yeah,
it's influence in all of it.
yeah,
What is it? The private language, feel in the box, and all that.
yeah.
Hmm. You say it bears a relation to post-structuralism. Um, in what way do you understand that to have occurred?
Well, it seems like they argue, um, they argued um, for the semantics um, is a bit, how do you say, uh, it's fragmented in a sense. Uh, and if you look at the kind of, I mean, it's close to discourse theory in that sense.
Um, I'm a little bit lost regarding discourse theory, or the overall discourse theory. Um,
Sorry,
you say what's well? It says something's close to discourse theory, but I'm uh, maybe a little bit unsure of the connection. Go ahead.
hmm, yeah.
And welcome, Rodney, by the way. Very good to have you on. We're just getting started, and David was exploring the relationship of Sapir-Whorf. I want this to you said post-structuralism and discourse theory.
Yeah.
Hi. Yeah, good stuff. Yeah, I've always kind of believed that, on the kind of simplistically, we tend to think in language. So if we think with language, we're making structured sentences in our minds as our thought process, then it seemed to be that it would necessarily follow that it's constrained by the language that we're speaking in our minds. But yeah, kind of fairly shallow look at it, I suppose.
You say that it operates as something of a constraint. However, um, would it be something that also may direct people toward various kinds of conclusions and such? Or go ahead.
Yeah, definitely. I think that it could constrain certain forms of thought, but it would also help um, direct, like you say, the thought process into other types of thinking. So a language that's very colourful, a lot of flourishes, a lot of detail, a lot of kind of empathy, a lot of emotional loaded language that would tend to not not necessarily constrain the thought to a kind of emotive perspective, but direct it in that way and increase the probability that you're adding that to the thinking process. Whereas a language that's more kind of kind of cold, removed, mechanistic, and more calculating, more fixed rules of grammar, and this kind of thing would be kind of, on the one hand, constrain us into a more rigid kind of structural sort of thinking processes, but also that's often a benefit. If you want to kind of just look at the mechanics of something, then that would be very helpful in that respect. And you often hear, I know it's a bit anecdotal, but you often hear people that have become fluent in another language. They say that they become fluent to such an extent that they start thinking in this other language, and when they do, they tend to notice, it's anecdotal obviously, but they tend to notice that their thought process is kind of more geared towards a certain modes due to the other language, depending on what the language is and how that would guide it. So yeah, I mean, I've from the kind of anecdotal stuff that I've heard, I mean, I've never learnt a language in any real depth, another language. So, not from a personal perspective, but from what I've heard and from what I know of cultures, different peoples tend to have a kind of a general. I know it's kind of, it's a bit it's a kind of the stereotypical kind of fallacy, the overgeneralization and stuff. But there definitely is a more, for instance, matter-of-fact attitude from Germans. Often I've found very matter-of-fact, very to the point. They've got an efficiency of thinking, and they tend to have less time generally than other people to kind of beat around the bush with details and kind of sideline stuff and bring other stuff in. They're very on very focused, efficient kind of thinking, and I don't know if that comes from their language or what, but I would assume it would be affected and have a very high correspondence with that, but I don't know.
in some respects, there may be an empirical sort of question, which one might see whether various kinds of distinguished structures in language are seen to correspond with I don't know, various kinds of societal, cultural, tone characteristics. And I think the contention from Joe, who's involved with anthropology and such, is that basically to contest the significance of, well, the kinds of things to those effects. And, well, it make the, I guess, say ethical questions regarding various uses of language or terminology or using in touch to on a different kind of basis from say, um, well, that's the drive driving behavior and such in a way. Um, let's
Your mic's kind of getting a bit. It's not breaking up, but it's getting very grainy.
oh, sorry.
There you go, sorted.
Yeah, it's just it's system load, so. One thing would be, see, well, grammatical gender might be something one might could expect to have an impact on. Oh, I guess the attitudes toward the sexes and the cultures utilize those languages and such. And oh, although one sees culture into the American context, I think very much the opposite attitude seen proper, along with other featuring medical vendors in um, Scandinavia and everywhere else. Uh, it's a very different attitude to Texas and there are cases that expected there's more than the language involved. And as far as an unequivocal
Your mic's kind of dropping out again.
as far as like an unequivocal denial of the a kind of idea that the language is shaping culture in this way, I don't think that's necessarily possible either, given that the experiments are not really something that can necessarily be controlled. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, that's right. It's very difficult to tease apart the which is affecting what, right? You know, because you've got a certain culture that may have been impressed upon people by many different ways, and you know that will affect, or it might affect. We don't know how much that's affecting the language, or it's the other way around, and so that does make this kind of thing very difficult. There's been a few key areas in where they've managed to, it's enabled them to know one way or the other. Like there was one culture they found which it didn't have words for a certain way of thinking. It didn't have words. I think it was some kind of temporal thing. They didn't have words for a kind of a temporal aspect, temporal mode. So they wanted to try and ascertain whether these people could actually understand ideas about that mode. I think it was I can't remember the details of it now, but it was a famous one that I think Whorf found out about this culture, and it's kind of ongoing. But the evidence was Chomsky got in on it, and he said that they didn't actually have a word for this, but it was kind of compounded. Okay. No, it was compounds. It was using compounded statements. And so because they couldn't do that, the idea was that they couldn't think in abstract, complex abstract ways. But apparently then it later come out that actually maybe they do have compounded statements, but it's just a very different way to what other people, than to what anybody had seen before, so it's hard to spot. But originally that was put forward as one of these key cases that, okay, language does really constrain and you know, it does produce the foundation of thought, as opposed to thought being kind of focused through the language. So, but that, I'm not sure if that was solved, but apparently that was, last time I looked at it, was still in a lot of confusion.
Yeah, you mean you're talking about Daniel Everett, right?
That's right, yeah.
Yeah, and he's it's called the Pira tribe, or something.
That's exactly it. That's right.
Yeah, yeah, but I know because I saw this. I read about it. I saw a documentary, and I actually talked about this just a couple of days ago at the, one of these hangouts. So discussion about Chomsky and universal grammar. So yeah. I mean, he basically he wasn't there as a linguist. He was there in the 70s as a Christian missionary, and with this tribe. This tribe was kind of isolated from the rest of the world in that kind of example. So yeah, and then he started, studying language and linguistics, just because he found this, because he realized that there was something different about their language. So he actually left his Christian faith along the way, but that's another story, I guess. But yeah, I think it was the part about recursiveness, right? And they didn't have how to say, they didn't have numbers in that sense. They didn't have this. Yeah, but I think I don't know where they are right now, because I know that some have tried to find this recursiveness within the language. So I'm not sure where the debate is today, actually, because.
Oh, that's interesting. Yeah.
Because it was a pretty strong case against universal grammar at its, time, because they didn't really have that kind of recursive structure in that sense.
That's right, yeah.
But I think they're trying to study all these recordings again and try to. So, but I don't know. It remains to be seen where they are right now in that debate.
The fact that singular, thing's been going on for this long, though, would make me be very sort of on the side of, if they do have a recursive structures, enable them to form these complex hierarchical thought entities, then is quite deeply buried, and it's not used as often as other peoples. So that's, either way, it does seem that they're very, kind of, it's a very simplistic version of it, because if they're still not sure whether it even exists or not, then if it is there, it's buried pretty deep.
Yeah, I think it looks like the Hopi and Inuit were examples of I think Whorf going on about I guess some kinds of more fine-grained distinctions, or using different I don't know, words, morphemes, or some such to represent the more particular categories of snow in the Inuit case. And I think
Hmm.
there was something of a grammatical idea regarding time
Hmm.
that was
Well, yeah, that was
supposed to
more
be,
simplistic
yeah.
though, wasn't it, than what the generic the kind of general past, present, future. It was it more
What's that?
simplistic? The was it the Hopi tribe had a much more simplistic version of time, so they couldn't comprehend things when you talked about something in the future or in the past. It was kind of like an ever present now, or
Hmm.
it wasn't more complicated than what most of us do. It was more simplistic.
Hmm.
Can you remember which way round it was, or was it more complex than our conception of time, or
Well, are you asking me
Go ahead.
or Nadia?
yeah,
Because
anyone might know?
yeah, because it's interesting because yeah, in the case of this Amazon Piranha or Pira people, it was the more simplistic one in the sense that they lived very much in the present and didn't really have that kind of chronological yeah thinking. They were very much in the present.
Yeah, because that would suggest that as cultures have interacted with each other, that the more complex ideas that one culture could form and talk about were that seeded the cultures that couldn't, and they picked them up in their own ways maybe, but it enabled them then to communicate and maybe also start to think in these more complex ways, you know. So it's kind of definitely a developmental process which is going on where different cultures are kind of pulling each other up by the bootstraps sort of thing, and implanting these new ways of thinking to each other, as opposed to people being kind of more set in their ways and more that they're being more inertia towards thinking in different ways, because often we say, oh, one thing's not better or worse, it's just different. But in this situation, we're saying, look, these things are better. It is better to have more abilities of comprehending things in more complex ways, right?
Mm. Yeah.
It's definitely developmental. It's definitely something everyone agrees that there's an arrow to it, and we're all moving towards being able to express ideas in more complicated ways, so that we can express more ideas in more subtle ways, maybe to get across certain specific points or ideas and perspectives about these things that maybe before we couldn't, you know?
Mm.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a Wikipedia article on the Hopi time controversy that about some matter of substantial discussion regarding the, I guess, contentions of Whorf, and I think there are some. There actually are some unusual linguistic features being mentioned. If this is, I guess, ends up being correct, and it looks like various kinds of uh, verbs are used to deal with time, and the you end up with something on the order of noun phrases to carry out references to time as abstract objects.
Mm.
Hmm. And I think there was a that you mentioned the idea of like abstraction entirely. Uh, so I think that what is it? Abstraction may have been expressed with clauses or noun phrases or something like that.
Mm.
Um, the Huadl language, I think, before this. Um, what's it?
See, that's quite interesting because that would seem to imply then that we kind of have this this thought process which enables us to think about time in these different frameworks. However, the Hopi language is more constrained on being able to express them thoughts. So the thought process is there, but they're having this more clunky method of being able to express it by using abstract objects as opposed to, you know, directly expressing the idea.
But yeah, but that kind of seems to imply that the thought process comes first and then language, and but or does it? Because I because there's a lot of a lot of, you know, evidence that points to the need for language input when we are born for us to even develop basic cognitive, you know, thinking. As in, you know, what happens with people that don't get any form of socialization at all, like nothing, no communication, that is no language in the broader sense, then they get very, you know, mentally restricted. It's
Okay.
it's yeah, basically, you know, mentally handicapped. And that's why it's so important that when people are born, you have to do this quick check, so you can so you know if the baby is deaf, because if it doesn't get sign language, then yeah, they would be, you know, mentally handicapped.
Yeah. It looks like some other instances of the kind of phenomenon that Worf was describing with the Hopi language seem to have been dug up. It looks like the use of what is it? Adverbial. What is it? Combination of adverbs and grammatical aspects. So it's aspect as opposed to tense to carry out the various kinds of discussions of time are extant elsewhere, although well, of course, each language is unique, and I think Hopi's suggest they are rather broadly widely separated groups from the Native American or Hopi languages. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, so that would seem to, if only weakly, but it would seem to substantiate this Chomsky kind of idea that that the kind of thinking apparatus is there innately, and we kind of yearn for an adequate language to be able to bolt onto that so that we can express it. So it would detract away from the idea that the language constrains us in a strong way, but with our ability to form the thought processes. However, as we grow up and we're using a certain language and then we're verbalizing our thought processes, then would that then say that it's kind of like six of one, half a dozen of the other, isn't it? You know, the thought process itself isn't a kind of emergent property of the language so much as the thought process is there. The language is then used to express it. If the language is bereft of ways to express certain types of thought, then them types of thought become less used, and eventually kind of filter out maybe over time. So, you know, it's kind of agrees with both sides to an extent as the person develops through life. Language would
Well,
constrain their thought, but it doesn't initially because the thought kind of is there, you know.
well, I'd also like to welcome Stevie, and we have a couple different directions to float things. One of the first ones is the mental, cognitive, and such kinds of processes are not necessarily all or all verbal. For instance, the kinds of thought processes one would undertake to, well, say, I guess, engage in various kinds of spatial kinds of reasoning, like what something would look like if it were rotated some you know, some direction and some angle, like, you know, a full turn or a quarter turn or whatever, are uh, things that we would attribute to thought, but are not. Although you can describe doing so in words, are themselves not constituted by words, right? And or otherwise, linguistics, potential structure, and all that. And secondarily, as I mean, as far as well, what kinds of things we do know regarding physical processes that give rise to these sorts of things? I mean, there is a concentration of, I guess you might say, brain activity in some areas, and well, other areas that are not necessarily linguistic are demonstrably in use, and there's interplay, but not, say, exclusive, you know, root causal dominance and such, right? And even to the extent that there's a general idea of, you know, words influencing people. I mean, in isolation, without some kind of social context in which communication would be attempted, there's really not going to be a linguistic framework surrounding it, and in that respect, I think the nonverbal aspects of cognition and possibly also communication and such make it a matter of interplay in the broader intersubjective in the broader intersubjective you know, cultural and social context. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think that I don't think anybody would kind of deny that there's a whole realm of thought which is non-verbal. It's not linguistic. Like you say, there's geometric stuff and emotional thought. You know, so we can put aside a lot of thought. Well, we can divide thought essentially into two basic categories: the linguistic category, which requires verbalization, inner verbalization, and that which doesn't and necessarily wouldn't. You know, it's not part of it. You know, you don't think in linguistic terms when you're thinking about certain types of things. And to put it into linguistic terms, that's kind of like, you know, an added thing that you have to do on top if and when it would need to be described to another person. So, you know, separating those two things out, that the camp that isn't linguistic, or the side of that which isn't linguistic, is I presume would be largely universal across cultures. You know, so there's that. You know, that no matter how much we're going to ever ascertain that you know our constructed languages are constraining, affecting, directing our thought processes, that there's a whole segment of our thought processes which are necessarily out of that domain. But the part that is in that domain, maybe we should try and home in a little bit more on what that actually is, because once you separate out even the emotional kind of thought processes, and then the geometric, the spatial, you know, what are you really left with? You're left with kind of fairly complex sets of reasoning about, you know, if you say language is a kind of formalization, you're doing language formulas in your mind to you know, using the rules of grammar to come up with fairly complex ideas about different things, right? So, you know, that would be kind of more like a I don't know, the kind of higher reasoning type stuff, which, you know, necessarily isn't mathematical, for instance, because that is another language, and we can think mathematically as well. And so there are all these other languages which are not necessarily universal, but outside of the linguistic domain at least. And then what's left in the linguistic domain, the argument is our way of thinking about those things directed or constrained in some way by the language that we're using, or is it just that we're using that language to try and best get across what we're thinking? I mean, once you define it that way, it's kind of defined into being that language does constrain that kind of thought, because that's how you think in that way. Once you're in that domain, that linguistic type of thought, then the rules that you're using, the grammatical rules and the tokens, the words, they follow the rules of the language which you're thinking in, right? So, you know, almost by definition, it's trivially true that language is, you know, the major component of the way in which people think whilst they're thinking linguistically. So yeah, I think that's why worth bearing in mind that there are then not all types of thought are linguistic, and some people we know, I think there's been lots of studies about this, but so there's linguistic thinkers that they do the majority of their inner kind of wanderings with a kind of verbalization, right, an inner verbalization. And there's other people that just don't have words in their heads, right? They do very little of their thought processing like that, and they're mostly thinking in sort of colours and shapes and patterns and stuff like this. And I think that's been fairly well established.
Mas os anos contextos, aliás, 1.200 ingressos a R$ 20, mais 200 cortesias de início livre. Dá 1.400 pessoas. Essas 200 pessoas, cada um acho que acha 3 pessoas. Limita a 600, fora o resto também.
I think he's trying to communicate with us, but there may be some audio difficulties. Stevie, if that was you, I think your microphone is unfortunately having difficulty.
So what?
Okay.
I'm sorry, I don't understand.
Oh, that wasn't you? Okay, I don't know who was picking up the noise then. I'm sorry, I was attempting to do some research on the fly. Now, yeah, as you mentioned with the kinds of what is it? Possibly visual spatial and I don't know, maybe other kinesthetic and such kinds of thought, as opposed to auditory.
Yeah.
Well, you mentioned some people don't necessarily have maintain what is it, inner dialogue, right?
Yeah, I think that's been well established. I mean, especially with the autistic spectrum studies that they've done, that a lot of people just don't use the inner dialogue that much. It's very much a peripheral thing, and they're mostly thinking shapes and patterns.
Well, I wouldn't say I think of shape and patterns, but I knew I could not have been alone in not having an inner dialogue or inner monologue or whatever.
No, I don't mean you.
All right.
But with the autistic spectrum stuff, some people think overly with the inner dialogue. Some people think overly. The autistic spectrum stuff tends to be a kind of focusing. So they're very more about one thing at the expense of other things. And some of these people are very mathematical. So inside their mind is just mathematical stuff going on all the time, or geometric stuff, or patterns. It's all patterns, or maybe sounds, or whatever. But just because somebody's autistic, it doesn't mean that they're not overly focused with verbalism. They might be purely doing the inner dialogue stuff at the expense of, and find it very difficult to think geometrically or in terms of patterns. So it's a spectrum, isn't it? So.
My own introspection into my own kinds of thought processes suggest things that are not readily classifiable as either linguistic or visuospatial. But yeah.
Oh, so sorry to interrupt you there, but so is there a way in which you could classify them? Just.
I don't know, neutral or third underlying or whatever kind of thing.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Most people are like that. They will do a kind of 50-50 sort of thing. A 30-30-30. There'd be, I think me, for instance, I'm quite sort of fairly well balanced between patterns, verbalization, geometrics, and emotional. But some people are focused more on one than in the other. Most people are. Most people tend to focus on one than the other. But autistic spectrum people tend to focus very heavily in one. At the almost, they almost bring the others to zero, right? That they find it almost impossible to think in other ways. Like if they're very geometric and pattern based, they find it almost impossible to form an inner dialogue. But yeah, most people are, find it fairly easy and often switch between the different modes of thought, without much thought, right?
Understood.
They have a dialogue, and as they're doing it, there'll be pictures and patterns as well that they'll be integrating with that, and that's the norm, right? That's the norm.
Well, really, I think is that well, it's about words. Hello?
Sorry, your mic broke up a bit there. You said something. You're more more something than words. I think I got.
Oh, sorry.
So I think your mic cut out again there. You said, "Oh, sorry," and then the mic went dead. I don't know if.
Oh, sorry.
You're perfect.
When reading, I do not sound out words.
Oh right, yeah, cool. Yeah, I can do that, but I mostly sound out words when I read. But yeah, I know that's a thing. Some people don't. I think it's rare that people don't. I can read without sounding out words, but I do kind of find it easier to lose where I am when I do that. But yeah, so you just don't sound out words when you read. That's really good. It enables you to read a lot faster.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I mean, we're all different, right? And we all, you know, I suppose this is very key in a lot of respects, because you're going to get it depends on the nature of the person, right? So if they're very linguistic, if everything's a verbal dialogue to them, then the influence of the language construct in which they've been born into, right? You know, their native language is going to have a much bigger effect on the way they think. Whereas somebody that tends to not rely so much on the linguistic aspects on inner dialogue, right? They're not going to be as affected so much by the language structure that is native to them. So I think that is once you try and factor all these different things in, I think the studies become so overwhelmingly complicated that it becomes next to impossible to actually tease apart the variables, and that's a lot of the problem with this kind of research.
Yeah, and well, the cases of how that external linguistic influence, I guess, ends up being exerted, and what kinds of effects it has, and how powerful it is. I mean, I think we have something of a idea that even to the extent that the, you know, that language is shaping the thought process, that the influences exerted by such are not necessarily derived from the external source, like the, as you mentioned, whether they're a visual, spatial, or verbal, or other sort of thinker and all that. Now, well, where do we take that? As far as, well, maybe some kind of application to, I suppose, some kind of, well, what we should end up doing, or how to plan what we do and all that. That's another kind of question. I'm not sure if are all necessarily prepared to answer. Where this came about from originally was, well, considerations of political correctness, right? And if misogyny embedded within particularly profane language.
Yeah, I think that it's been pretty much an established fact that classical conditioning works. It is definitely something that happens. And when we're using, even if somebody doesn't, like you say, if somebody doesn't use a lot of inner verbalism, then it doesn't necessarily detach them in such a strong way, because every time they've come across certain domains of ideas and perceptions, emotions, even, that they are overlaid with certain language constructs which are loaded with other meaning, right? Like you say, you know, if there's a heavy male dominance prevalent in the language, then, you know, it doesn't matter that you don't do a lot of inner verbalization. By proxy, the language is produce these connectives from various items of thought anyway to these other feelings and perspectives about such an object, due to the indirect route, if it is indirect with these people, because they're not verbalizing their thought, then it's still an indirect connection that will associate what the language directly associates. So, you know, you've still got that, but to a lesser extent maybe, but, you know, it's going to still be there. And I don't think you can deny that, you know, we know classical conditioning is a thing that happens, and that, you know, it's just the way our brains work. Essentially, they're very plastic, and they make it their association machines to a large extent. And that would mean that, you know, the language, whilst may not constrain or direct, that doesn't imply that it constrains or directs our fundamental thought processes. It definitely it definitely colours them. And so when we're using language which is overlaid with emotion, and that is the way our language is built up, that's the way our language works, that's the kind of root words we use, it's the kind of constructs we use in language, then the culture as a consequence, I think, is going to be a lot heavier lean towards emotional interactions, as opposed to a language which is pretty much devoid of emotional content, and that's kind of largely an add-on for to communicate certain things to other cultures. Then that's going to also definitely funnel the majority, or funnel everybody that uses that language natively. It's going to funnel them to various extents, but definitely funnel them all into being less emotive, less emotional, less empathy maybe, and this kind of thing. So yeah, I don't think that's really. I don't think you can really argue legitimately against language constructs having at least some effect. Right? It is how much of an effect they have, and how deep that effect really goes in the mind, because we know socially it's very strong. If you can only talk about things in way X, and way X is heavily male dominance, then your social constructs, you can't express but that in your interactions, and therefore your social constructs are going to be dominated by that. I'm not saying you're not going to have pockets of resistance against that kind of trend. Yeah, but it doesn't matter. There's you can put that down to all sorts of things. The fact of the matter is that you end up in a culture which is male dominated, because all the words which mean good and strong and powerful have got male roots, right? So you got the classical conditioning thing going on, and even if you don't really think like that because you've kind of noticed it, or it's just not the way your mind works, the way you communicate it is going to project that into society, and you end up with them sort of constructs. And that's what we see. That's what we see today in a lot of Western cultures, I think, and others. I think it's right across the board. I don't think there's many kind of sexually equalized modern languages. I think there's probably a few, but they're definitely in the minority.
Well, a language had, because explicitly to carry out a test of the Sapir-Whorf hypothesis with respect to misogyny, and it's called Laaden, and devised by Suzette Hayden Elgin, and that hasn't really been adopted broadly enough to really make much of a statement about. But on the other hand, it has a number of features that are perhaps interesting, although I think the extent research at the time it was devised, 1982, into gendered differences in linguistic expression were perhaps not as thorough as they might be today. Deborah Tannen and maybe others in particular have carried out some investigations into, I guess, various speech patterns, and also, beyond speech patterns, the patterns of content and even ideation and such that are perhaps in some respects contrary to what languages explicitly facilitate. And, well, the idea there is that although Elgin made some earnest effort to devise, I guess, a language that would more readily enable feminine modes of linguistic and verbal expression, it's perhaps not the last word on the subject. Go ahead.
Yeah, that is interesting. I mean, if people are kind of contradictory to the language framework, that would suggest that it's a lot weaker of a force than maybe a lot of people believe. I mean, maybe I believe, right? So. Yeah. I mean, it's hard to say though. I mean, like you say, if this was kind of done quite a few years back, and it's a complicated experiment to carry out anyway. And there has been attempts. There still are people that are kind of continually attempts to devise languages such that it's a lot easier to express efficiently what you're trying to say without the added inferences to ideas that you are not trying to express, right? Because they've just been embedded in a language. But to do that, I mean, languages, they need a certain level of efficiency and expressibility, which kind of forces that kind of overlaid meaning onto them, right? There's only so many phonemes that the human voice can even pronounce, and unless people have got to learn these languages by the time they're young, as early as possible, ideally. So yeah, I've heard of that language before. That I think that was that's the biggest one as far as I know that's attempted. It's the biggest project, yeah, I'm not sure how. So you're saying that people that learn this language tend to then express it in such a way that their previous language's biases come through. Is that what you were saying?
No, actually, I don't know of any kinds of results regarding I don't know how expressions in the language come through, or how I don't know. I guess expressing oneself in that language might shape or reform one's, I guess, tendencies and well, misogyny or anything else. I think well, the work of Deborah Tannen might be worthwhile to investigate as well, because the kinds of differences that are seen to be between the sexes are, in a number of respects, difficult to grammatically encode. Go ahead.
Yeah, I've come across this before. I know what you mean. It's almost like men and women speak different languages because the way in which they're using different constructs to convey information. This is going to sound sexist, but a woman understands one thing, whereas the man intended to say something entirely different, and vice versa, right? So I think it tended to, as far as I can remember, it tended to boil down to the kind of left-right brain traditional split, right? So you get this idea that men tend to be more mechanistic in their thought, and women tend to be more kind of colourful and emotive. And so that when a man describes something in what he believes is a kind of straightforward and mechanistic way, a woman will read into it. Well, not necessarily. Well, she is reading into it because it wasn't intended, but she isn't reading into it such that it is there in the language. She reads the emotional overlaid content in the language, even though it wasn't intended in the meaning of what the man said, and vice versa, right? So a woman is going to say something which is heavily encoded with emotional overtones to get to get across a particular message, and the man will miss 90% of that, And I know this is being very sexist, but it missed 90% of that. And here a very mechanistic, matter of fact message, right? Whereas the woman's trying to get across a much more emotive and sensitive ideal, right? So it kind of becomes a communication issue, a breakdown in communication. And that's two people. That you know, the important thing is that is two people speaking the same language. And like you say, the big divide was between the sexes. So I mean, so this is based on physiology, right? You know, brain chemicals and whatnot, which is coloured the language in different ways because of the physiology, essentially, the biochemical makeup of the individuals, right? So, yeah, there's that. There's that as well. And you know, talking about the same language, the same culture. You know, there's any different cultures either, right? This is two Americans, two English people, two whatever, you know, same culture, just different sexes, same language, just different sexes, and there's this massive divide in communication. So that is a big issue when looking at these kinds of ideas, I think.
Yeah. Well, let's see. I think what is it? The Handbook of Discourse Analysis and such is possibly worthwhile as something to examine. And see, I am going to dig a little bit into that just right at the moment. I gave links to it, or links to a couple of works to which she's contributed. Although, as I understand it, there are other authors who deal with these affairs as well. There's was it Kessler and McKenna? I think was a relatively valuable resource and such in my I don't know readings on the subject of gendered linguistic expression. Tannen seems to have dedicated her almost entire career to, in effect, these kinds of linguistic descriptions. And well, let's see if we can. I don't know if you can are able to look just on the fly, but I'm trying to get a look right now.
So it's a general idea that the semantic content of a speech act is much greater than than what is ever intended, right? So the intention in a given speech act is most often one fairly concise set of ideas, right? But the semantics that can be inferred from that speech act is huge. So to get two people to actually get the same semantic message across is very difficult in the first place. Short of two best friends that have lived together forever since they were born, right? You know, and even then it's difficult. Unless you're talking in a formal language. Spoken natural languages are rife with this problem with the semantic and the sequence of words and the intention. The intention trying to be conveyed with the sequence of words is always humongously smaller than what that speech act can possibly convey semantically, right? So, I mean, that's the general idea, isn't it? So,
Absolutely.
I mean, this is why we have jargon, right? You know, this is why we have formal languages and stuff, because we need to cut away to get any kind of useful or binding communication across. We need to really define every single term that we use in such a way that it cannot, that one term in natural language can mean so many different things, or one speech act, or even one, you know, small utterance can have all these different meanings, and we need to say, look, when we use this in such and such a context, we only are ever going to be referring to X, right? That's the semantic content we want you to extract from that. Unless we use some other modifier or some other construct, and then we will point out these other possibilities being the case instead. But so I mean, that is the just the thing with natural languages, right? There's no, you know, you can't. I mean, there's formal languages, but I don't think we have one which is able to solve these problems. We can't solve these problems. We have special domains like the legal domain, and they've got a massive dictionary all of their own, and you know, the scientific domain, they've got their own dictionaries as well, and you know, it's short of saying, look, you know, when we're talking in such and such a domain, we're using this dictionary. When we're talking in this domain, we're using this dictionary. But for natural languages, they encompass all domains, right? You know, you've got common everyday speech, which covers, it weaves in and out of all sorts of different specialist subjects and realms, and there is just no known way. It's one of them. It's one of them problems which there is so far not. It's unsolved. We don't know how to do that. It's a computer science problem as well. It's a natural language computer science problem where you know, this massive array of meaning needs to be filtered down by context and by what you know previously about the person, and all these other, by the date, by the news, by the weather, you know, you need all this other background information just to hope to try and ascertain their meaning in the first place, let alone if you're actually trying to talk concretely about a specific subject. And in that case, the only thing we've come up with so far is to have separate dictionaries for these different subjects. So with natural language, it's just one of them things that we have to wrestle with, I think, and it is a problem. And it does, going back to the Sapir-Whorf hypothesis, it kind of leaves it a lot more complicated and open-ended as to how language constrains things in X and Y ways, given this massive array of meaning that can be derived from any of these speech acts anyway. I mean, it's like if you go back in the past, that you'd say, oh, I'm feeling gay today, and that just means you're feeling happy. It was a good word, you know, and then it meant somebody that was homosexual, and then homosexuality back then was considered a bad thing. It was frowned upon in society. So then, so now today, if you say something's gay, you don't mean, I'm not talking about a person, I'm talking about a film, or, well, not so much a film even, because that would imply that it's got homosexual content. But if you're talking about a kind of just some other object that doesn't have any kind of gender or sexual overtones, when you say that is gay, you mean that there's something wrong with it. You mean that it's bad in some way, right? So a word that was always classically conditioned to be a good, a happy, something that's a positive effector of the sentence, now gets changed. It wasn't constrained by language. It was constrained by preconceptions about what it was applied to at the time, and then it was rewritten in the minds of the population to be the opposite of what it was, right? So now you apply that to something to give it a negative connotation instead of a positive one. So, and that is very complicated, right? If you're talking in everyday language and somebody uses the word gay, you need a lot of background information to try and understand, to ascertain what it is they're talking about and what it is they're meaning about that. Because people often use it today to mean a positive effect. Oh, it's gay. It's, you know, it's happy. It's kind of free world. You know, that kind of thing. That's still used, but it's more often used. Well, in certain circles, it's more often used as a negative connotation. And then again, it's mostly used to refer to homosexuality. So it's such an overloaded word, and in different contexts at different times, even in the same part of a single sentence, at different parts of a single sentence, it can be used in a multitude of ways. And that's not even going into this overloaded idea whereby which you would use a singular word to convey two different meanings simultaneously. So I may be saying that something is X, whatever X word may refer to, and there's 5 different meanings for that, right? And I'm purposely trying to convey two, not one, two completely different meanings to compress my language, right? So I want to concisely get across 2 different ideas about Y. So I use the word X, which means 5 different things. But in this context, it can only legitimately mean 2 things. Now, which of them 2 things do I mean? Do I mean one? Do I mean the other? Or do I mean both?
Mm.
And these are all very subtle, kind of dynamic expressions and ways of communicating that people use every day without giving it much thought, right? They use this naturally as part of natural language, and it becomes very context sensitive. It's very temporal, and it relies on a massive amount of background information, not just about external factors, but also about the person speaking. You might need to know their history, right, or their political views, or their basic personality to understand what they mean when they use a certain sequence of words in a certain way at a certain time, right? So
Yeah. The well, the way and the time and all those are actually very interesting aspects of how it's colored. I mean, strictly speaking, assigning a word or phrase that refers to something to that thing to which it refers is not is greater than the that resolution of the reference to its referent in the respect of that how that manner communicates something regarding speaker's attitude or otherwise the kind of judgment about it. Go ahead.
Yeah, just going quickly. The problem with that is it's on the one hand it's completely true and easily understandable, but on the other hand it's totally impossible, right? So there's something about language and the way we use it which seems to border on the non-computable, and that's where we run into problems with trying to make these mechanistic analysis of the use of language, because that relies on it being largely computable.
I don't know that. Well, I'm not sure non-computable truly conveys it, because in a number of respects, our own our own computations of it demonstrate its computability, right? I think I think what it does reflect is a. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to quickly just say that assumes that we are doing these internal computations to, you know, do it, right? We don't. That's not really established, unless you mean when we actually do computations, like with pen and paper, to establish certain facts, then yeah, that assumes, yeah, then it seems like that is happening. That we can do that to the extent that we're able to do it. There's all these mysteries and unsolved problems in languages, so we don't know that we can fully do it, but to the part in which we are doing it, yeah, there's definitely a lot of it which can be categorized and computed with. But there's still a lot
I'm
of
not so
issues.
sure. Well, I'm not entirely sure because, well, at least with some of the nonverbal aspects, the kind of qualification undergone by the reference are things that themselves can be classified. For instance, I guess various kinds of what is it? Tonal, phonetic encodings and such are actually used by what is it?
Yeah, no, that's a fair comment. Yeah.
Speech language, speech pathology researchers, as well as actually potentially shared in some respects with linguists themselves, because their languages actually share those as ways of specifying, I guess, morphemes or similar. So that kind of those kinds of qualifications are some well almost an easy one, but then the kind of qualifications one would go about by saying use of a euphemism as a manner of referring to something as opposed to an informal kind of reference are um, also able to be carried in effect alongside a dictionary in terms of just what's you might call a kind of connotation. Uh, yeah, clearly the contextual addenda are maybe not things that are so conveniently expressible that still ultimately a process of combining available information, what are in effect regular ways, observable by, of course, regularity is observable by, I guess, well, perhaps at the very least consensus regarding the contextual implications being regarded as clear, so that the question of computability is doesn't or sorry the potential for computability seems rather quite high. Go ahead.
Well, yeah, I probably didn't word that very well, but okay. So there are certain ideas and concepts that we try and communicate in language, which to formalize them properly so that they are fully computable would require a higher order logic, which itself has capital C computability problems, right? But yeah, that's not to say that we can't break things down and make special cases and do pretty much what we do. So yeah, so on the surface, a shallow look at it would imply non-computability, but only in a very weak sense. So on the other hand, if you're happy to have all these aspects which break Turing computability, right, then we can manipulate language constructs to such an extent that it would seem, because we haven't done it yet, it would seem to be the case that we can do it to the extent that we need to do it to enable us to communicate in the way that humans communicate. So yeah, you're right. I agree.
Yeah. Um, Well, I think maybe a stronger argument against computability might be from arguments that well, that communication is in some various respects not even genuinely possible. I mean,
You're
go ahead.
freezing.
Oh, sorry.
Hello? Oh, you're back. You froze for a bit, but yeah, you're back now.
Oh, sorry. A stronger kind of argument might be regarding non-computability would be something on the order of that communication is not genuinely possible. One extremely crude approximation of the kind of attack that would take would be that a regression to semantic primitives would lead one to a set of basal conception semantic primes that are communicable only, I guess, in some illocutionary way, which then appeals to, well, again, this is where it gets crude, but it's a device, I guess, I guess people often use, and I dispute, qualia, right? So qualia being appealed to as the basis for these semantic primes, well, immediately by, I mean, definitionally or incommunicable, right? Ineffable. So if the qualia underlying the bases here, the semantic primes, would be in fact communicable, then qualia doesn't exist. If the or at least is qualia are not in fact ineffable, or if qualia are ineffable, then the communication of those semantic primes is in fact impossible, right? So that's a really crude approximation to non-computability. Then once the one is incapable of assigning meaning on that basis, you are, well, pretty much have nothing to compute in the first place, and computability is ruled out. Go ahead.
Yeah, yeah, I shouldn't use the word computability at all, because it's kind of like another subject. I was just trying to get this idea that, that there are aspects of language which make it very hard to formally analyze it. Essentially, it makes it hard to run and set up experiments with independent variables that we're interested in. So yeah, it's not a big deal. We've had problems like this in lots of fields, and we've generally overcome most of them. There are ways to get around these things. They might be complicated, but we've definitely made headway. So it's kind of like it's definitely something that we should bear in mind, but it's definitely also a subject it's a kind of a little bit out of the scope of the discussion, I think.
Yeah.
It might be a problem that comes up in the future if we kind of map out a kind of hard ceiling, but at the moment we can do experiments, we can do research in this stuff, and there is a lot out there. There's a lot that's been done. We can look at the experiments and research that's been set up, and then we can say, okay, look, this has got a problem, or it hasn't, and we can accept this to such and such an extent. So yeah, it's definitely something to bear in mind, but it's not something to worry about too much at this stage, I think. And there's been so much headway made with natural language processing that it definitely sways us to the camp that we can make a lot more progress, to the extent that would. It's just kind of a quick comment I wanted to make, to say that there could be, and there are complications, there are difficulties with teasing out the variables and doing this kind of research. And we've gone into a few. You've got the physiology stuff, you've got background information, subsections of culture. You know, it's almost a different language if you go to different subsections of culture. They, you know, even the generation gap, right? You know, old people, young people, it's a different language, right? So, yeah, all these issues crop up even in one culture, and so things are necessarily due to the way in which natural language seems to work, as far as we can understand it. It does make this kind of thing complicated to tease out. So it's an interesting hypothesis that language kind of is a very strong effector of thought processes, or vice versa. And you know, there's good reason there's good arguments on both sides of the camp. I still think I would veer towards the language being a kind of a framework in which most of our thinking takes place. Considering most of us do a lot of our thinking in a dialogue. So yeah, you know, I definitely think that is. I wouldn't say more substantiated at this point in time, but is from a kind of common sense view, from looking at the different pieces of evidence that you can come across, it does seem quite strong, you know, quite strong. But that's not to say there's not all these reasons to believe that it does in fact work. If not all the time the other way, definitely in specific instances and maybe in certain developmental phases, it definitely switches between these two which one's having the greater or lesser effect, right? So, you know, I definitely think there's a lot to be said on both sides of the argument. And, you know, it's definitely very interesting, because if it is the case that our language is very much constrained in the way in which we think about the world around us, then that would give us an imperative to really take a hard look at our language and what that's doing to our society, and maybe make some fast, not quick fixes, but fast and deep and strong changes, which are stable changes, right? You know, so yeah, but then you get the whole decision theory aspect of it. Well, we can't be too sure at the moment. There's evidence both ways. Maybe we should play the safe game and try and steer our language, because language is an evolving thing anyway. I mean, language changes, new words come, old words go. And, you know, every year the dictionaries are being updated by what once was yesterday slang is now formal speech. So, you know, bearing these things in mind, I think I would definitely suggest that we bear them things in mind when we're updating our dictionaries and whatnot, to, you know, make sure our language is, you know, based on what most of us consider good: equality, fair play, objective understanding, easy communication with less overlaid, loaded. We've got a lot of loaded language as part of our language, right? I think that should be ironed out as much as possible. And equality and fair play should be prime factors when putting new words in, you know. So
yeah. Well, structures of discourse that are seen to differ, and I can probably throw more of Tannen's and some other people's work at you. Don't seem to be things that would necessarily be so readily addressed or enabled and such through the construction of, I guess, the construction of a language. So some of the, well, maybe some are kind of minor, but maybe not terribly significant. I don't know. It's kind of tough. It's really tough to say. Sorry, go
Yeah.
ahead.
I mean, like, I think most of the heavy hitters in this debate, most of the heavy offenders, right, are very ingrained in the kind of syntactical structural elements and cultural usage of language. So it's not, as always, it's not something that can just be like change a word here and there in a dictionary and it goes away. It's something which is prevalent across grammatical constructs and maybe genderized words, and it's very deeply ingrained in multiple parts of language and culture. So it's maybe more of a long-term, ongoing thing that we need to keep an eye on and gently change, right?
Well, here's I guess for someone possibly engaging in a attempt at constructing I don't know, a language that attempts to accommodate genders on the order of Suzette Hayden Elgin's. I mean, in order to serve that end, tonality be reserved for, some kind of emotional expression, or of, additionally tagging or marking the word being said with some kind of, conception of status, or one's kind of relationship with it, or should be should those things be somehow as formalized with I don't know, a grammatical structure or set of particles, or declension system that would indicate the kind of social relationship you may have with it, or attitude toward it, and that's
yeah. I mean that is just such a complicated set of. I mean, it's very difficult to even what to say about that, and the reason is because these things aren't islands. If you want to change something based on rank, then that's got all these overtones about class division, social structure. This is all going to be embedded into that. If you want to change it to do with emotional aspects, then you've got to bear in mind that already the emotional language and the use of emotional language and non-use of it is already associated with gender differences. So it's weaved into so much more that I think that to apply any one of these ideas, you'd need to universally apply it, right? You couldn't just say, okay, we're gonna change that aspect there, when this aspect is already weaved into so much other usages of expression and tagging, right? If you can't take it alone. I think it would need to be a holistic endeavor to and you'd need to do it all at once, because as soon as you start saying, okay, we're just use this format here, then everywhere else that's already been associated with is going to also be affected, and it's going to bring in all the loaded meaning from that and filter it into that, as opposed to where it was filtered before. It may look better than where it was filtered into. However, it's going to it might create more problems than it fixes, and it definitely create some problems. It might fix more problems than it creates, which may be a net, success. But without looking at language as a whole, when you do this, and culture, because language, culture, society, they all bounce around each other in such an integrated way that I think you've got to bear these other parts of it in mind when you make these changes.
Yeah, it's not so clearly answered, even within the scope of the individual mere language mechanics. It well, where it's just, I guess, where I was trying to give it as a counterexample to the straw man I was putting up. The yeah, I think wasn't going to actually end up coming out very clear or well. So yeah, there's even a sort of question of what is it? I guess kind of what is it? An attempt at neutral consensus or something, as opposed to was equal time kind of enablement of the multiple modes and such, right? Those different kinds of strategies are not even necessarily very easily decidable as far as which one serves the, I don't know, say goal of try to deal with misogyny the best or something. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, this is the problem, isn't it? When looking at this kind of thing, that you try and separate one kind of thing out and look at that, but you can't, right? Because it's so interconnected with all these other bits and pieces. And even, like you say, even trying to separate it out, how do you even do that? It's not so easily decidable. Where are the borders of this thing? Language is very grey, and a lot of areas of it bleed into others, and there's often not clearly defined lines between even one word. One word used as a noun to describe one specific thing can often be a kind of pause, and a need for clarification can arise. So and that's kind of like the simplest aspect of the simplest aspect of one of the tokens that we use to convey meaning in language is very complicated. So yeah, when you get more complicated than that, yeah, it's difficult. But does that mean we shouldn't do it? Does that mean we shouldn't change aspects here and there and try and alter? No, I don't think it does. I think we should still do these things. We should just be very careful when we do them. I need good reason.
I think the reforms of language so radical as to say, I don't know, change grammatical structure, or even what is it, Martin Luther's Latinization of German and such around the. It was Martin Luther, wasn't it? Yeah. So those things are going to be extremely difficult to propagate. I don't think that even to the extent where conscious agency may have been involved, I don't think its success was a product of that conscious agency, intention, design, and all that. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, people have done amazing things in the field of linguistics, and there has been a lot of successes. I think I would, agree with that. But whether they had the intent, whether it was the intended success, or maybe an unintended one, or such that it was a success in such a way that it constrained something in some other way, which was, on the whole, not seemingly worth it in the end. I don't know. I mean, you got to remember that the way in which natural languages have developed in the first place, that we've kind of been doing this like parallel processing on a massive scale, where people interact and they use words in different ways, and there's kind of a consensus meaning that then spreads out, and things become established in language because a lot of people have agreed that they make sense, right? So there's a problem with that. There's a cultural problem with that. There's a kind of majority makes right problem with that as well. But on the whole, I think over the thousands of years which modern natural languages have developed, on the whole, we've got a fairly, I wouldn't say so much efficient, but a working system, a fairly well working system that we use to communicate with. And like we said earlier, in instances where we really need to be more precise, or we need to iron out certain preconceived notions, all we do, right, is we have jargon, right? We use jargon. We have our own dictionaries in them domains, so that they're not as widely applicable. Right? You can't use this format to speak generally about things, sort of day to day, but that's not what it's intended for anyway. So I think we have a bit of a hodgepodge system of communication at the moment, but for the most part, it works sufficiently well to enable us to generally function, at least in a well enough way to be useful, productive, and to spread valuable information quickly. So yeah,
I am trying to bring people into this. Put the link out broadly, because other people who committed to showing up actually showed up, apart from you, and possibly was it David, Sweden, Stippy. And I'm also trying to bring people over from the other hangout I have running, which will basically fill the hangout. So that's only got 14 minutes left, and I'll probably try and steer them here even earlier.
Cool.
Like right now. Yeah.
Yep.
I think Debertan's was it gender and conversational interactions suggests a number of kinds of strategies or I'll point to the story or similar in there that might not be so trivially conveyed by some kind of structure typically attributed to language. I mean, you're going to have a grammar that goes about is it some kind of I guess sort of chains of inference and bodies of supporting evidence and similar on the order of that, as opposed to a kind of tour to convey one's experience in going about delivering episodic kinds of impressions and experiences in that order. That those kinds of distinctions are not so readily structured in linguistic grammar. I mean, they're even almost officially so because they're at levels of hierarchy far larger than the sentence, right?
Yeah, I mean, it becomes, as soon as you start thinking about these things in any meaningful way, it becomes very complicated. And yeah, I mean, if we had a linguist, a sort of professional linguist here, he'd probably kind of shut down a lot of what we're saying, based on the fact that our language is not precise enough to express what we're meaning, or the intended meaning can be such that it's not conveying the correct information as we intend to mean as we intend to mean it. So it's very complicated, and yeah, I don't know. On the one hand, there's this camp, isn't there, that says that people are going to speak how they speak anyway, and you can't really change that. It's very difficult to impress upon a culture that, you know, we're going to use words in such and such a way from now on, follow suit. Yeah, I mean, you can try, but it's difficult, and it's how much traction you get is probably not, not going to be as much as you hope for. And yeah, so just letting people, put the foundation of education down, and then letting people play with language as they do through life and generate new words as the new generations do, and new ways of expressing things. And often it can seem to be regressive, but who are we to judge how that's going to generally peter out, right? What it's going to mean in the long run. I mean, you go back to Old English, and they had a very peculiar way of speaking, which seems peculiar to us now. And are we more precise? Are we getting across information more efficiently? Probably. I would say probably, but it's hard to judge. But they, no doubt, as people do today, often look at the newer generations as being an aggressive function to language. So there's that, and there's on the other side, trying to actively lead or guide language through over time, to maybe make it more gender equalized or less hierarchically biased, or whatever your motives may be, is viable as well. Yeah, but it's hard to keep up with. You can't keep up with all fields, right? But the younger generation tends to have a kind of half decent overview of the themes that have developed, right? Because being a younger mind, as they come into society, the more impressionable, that's impressing upon them in such a way so that they can integrate these ideas and then naturally morph language to accommodate them, right? So I don't know. I mean, Stephen Fry's all into this, let the young ones do what they're doing. They're going to do it anyway. You can't stop them, and it's going to become the language that we speak in 50 years anyway. So, let's just let it happen. It's all good. Yeah, maybe a bit of more focused attention is useful as well. But definitely a decent foundation of education. I think we all agree on across the board. So, I've got hope. I've got hope for the younger generations, as long as the school system doesn't fail us. I think that the young impressionable minds will make accommodations for the way in which they speak and convey information, so that our language does develop in a efficient manner. So, Hello, everybody.
And, welcome, DPR and OG. Very good to see you, and Ludic as well. Very good to see the three of you on.
And it's unusual for me to jump in halfway through a conversation which I haven't understood or whatever, and express my strong opinions about something. You're talking about Stephen Fry, and of course he's a national treasure. But there's one thing, and I think it seems to fall into what you were talking about. I don't know. If it doesn't, just tell me to shut up. But there was one clip that I have seen of him, in which he gets really frustrated about apostrophes and says, they're so unimportant and people get so hung up about them and whatever. I don't know whether it was on QI or another program, but I actually, that irritated me, for a man of letters as he is, and someone who talks as well as he does, and his vocabulary is as extensive as it is, for him to just say apostrophes are unnecessary.
Yeah, it's a little bit of demagoguery. Demagoguery.
I was really pissed off with him about that.
Yeah, I understand. Yeah.
I ruled out, I took out from my bucket list, meeting Stephen Fry would be an interesting thing. I picked that out and I tore it up and I threw it in the bin. How can you not have respect for an apostrophe and the importance of where the apostrophe goes? It's like saying it doesn't matter whether you say the word or spell the word there, T-H-E-R-E, or there, T-H-E-I-R. It doesn't matter. Well, of course it fucking matters. Stephen Fry, shame on you.
Sometimes it doesn't matter.
I know what you mean. I kind of agree with him on his general idea of where he's going with all that, but I think he's far too extreme. You know, if you're using written language, apostrophes matter. They totally change the meaning, just like commas do, right? And full stops. You can't get rid of them. But I think that he would go as far as to say it doesn't matter how you spell there either. You know, he seems to be far too extreme with that, and I understand where he's going with it, and you know, to an extent, I do actually agree with him. But I think he goes far too far. You know.
Well,
You say, hang on. You say you agree.
When it comes to context,
to a point. Well, what point? Because if it is, I'm sorry, the not understanding the difference between there and there. If it's in writing, obviously, if it's
but we don't have to stop to explain those when we're talking, DPR. Wouldn't it be nice? On the other hand, if we had a system of language that accounted for that same nuance, that we have to suffer ourselves to practice. I'm all for it, but the apostrophe. I don't have to say, oh, that's what's an apostrophe every time I say.
No, because that's a subtle difference. That is a subtle difference because when we're talking, we automatically assume, correctly on the whole, that we understand whether I'm talking about their commitments to a cause or there is a situation. We know automatically which version of there we're talking about. But when it's in writing and you're reading something, and let's hope that we all keep on reading, then it does become important. And apostrophes are important.
The writer is your guide there. Yes, yes, you're right. Positively.
Thank you. I mean,
I don't use apostrophes when I type the word there.
Like they are? Would you use one there?
When you're typing the word there.
What's that?
Well, you might do if you're saying there is.
Yeah. How about
I might rely on the context of the word.
If you're
typing,
what if you're writing?
I'm typing it over to the side.
That's what I'm saying.
They are. I'm talking about the contraction.
Yes.
At this moment. T-H-E-Y. They are.
Yeah, apostrophes. I rarely use apostrophes when I type. When I'm just trying to communicate in the side chat or something. If I was going to write something more formal, I might use. I would use apostrophes. But
well, if you didn't use apostrophes in the appropriate place, then although you are probably a wonderful human being, I won't read anything you ever write.
I'm
sorry.
Let me try this inside.
I'm being deliberately.
Let me
go on. Write something in the side chat. So
do you even accept the validity of the word "ain't"?
I recognize it as a word that I understand, and I would also recognize it in written format, although I would expect an apostrophe to be put into the word.
Oh yeah.
Ain't? There's
I
don't
N
believe
between
there's
the N and the T.
on the word ain't.
Between the N and
I
the
don't
T.
think there is.
There...
And
Oh.
look,
N and T.
I mean, feel free to look it up. I have. I don't recall there being an apostrophe required in the word ain't, but I do appreciate when it's used correctly, because it does mean something specifically.
Okay,
if I were to say that DPR, if I were to say that DPR, he ain't a woman, that would be incorrect. But if I were to say, that would be correct, because it's a contraction of am not.
Okay, well, what does this kind of aspect of language, well, end up conveying, or and how would it influence, the utterers and the hearers thereof? Go ahead.
It has to do with literary criticism, Nadia.
Oh, yeah. Well,
can I just say a quick
ahead.
tuppence worth, if I may? And tuppence worth. There may be an apostrophe in tuppence worth. I don't know. Someone will correct me. But can I just say I've had a quite stressful week, and I just want to express my fun in having sort of like a conversation on this level, which isn't all to do with religion or philosophy or whatever. I'm really enjoying it. I'm not sure how long I'll be able to stay for, but it's fun. Anyway,
absolutely. So, we need to warm up our tongues.
Tuppence worth. Come on.
Tuppence. Is that
the English language? Not let's make this quite clear. The English language, as opposed to the bastardization that the United States has made of the English language. The English language, I think, is a beautiful thing, and then of course it develops and has changed. It's changed. If you try to read a book written 500 years ago, you simply wouldn't be able to do it. Not because you're American, but just because the English language has changed so much. How much more can I insult my American audience? But the development of language, obviously.
That's about all you can boast about there over there in Great Britain. We'll let you go on that.
It's like evolution. It changes over time. I think there's actually a really good analogy between the development of language and the analogy with evolution. But anyway, we're not going to get into that at this stage, I hope. But I think it's a great thing. New words are always sort of like entered into the Oxford English Dictionary. Selfie was introduced last year. I mean, so the development and progression of language, I think, is a wonderful thing. But I still think punctuation is important.
I don't even have capitalization.
End of rant.
Yeah, but if you were turning in a paper or something like that, I'm sure, JJ, in that case, you'd observe the correct grammatical laws and all that, right? You punctuate.
I'm sorry, what?
If you were turning in a paper, or something, or writing a letter to the editor or whatever, you'd probably use punctuation, I would think.
And again, something more formal, yeah, I would. I use, what do you call it? What's the damn word?
Cuneiform.
More informally. What's informally?
Slang, vernacular.
No. Anyway, no. I use punctuation as I see fit. Sometimes I don't even use periods.
Oh.
When I'm just typing.
At whim.
Communicating, texting. Let's call it texting.
At your whim.
Oh,
yeah, I don't necessarily capitalize anything.
Yeah, now you've got me on something that I find really frustrating. The sort of like shorthand that is used. in texts or whatever.
Oh, I love it. You don't like
sort
that?
of like the LOL, the LMOA or whatever.
WTF?
And it's just like, no.
I don't know why. It just seems to me I catch it so fast that it's useful for me.
Well, it has to be done in shorthand, obviously, because you've only got so many characters to use and whatever. But it just sort of like
DPR, you and I could play a game where I could type just a series of letters. I'll bet I could do it 7 letters that were in a row, and you could guess what the heck sentence.
Go on.
I was saying there's so many tropes. I'm gonna give you a try.
Let's play this game.
Let me think here.
Okay.
Let me give you a starter.
Started.
Oh, JJ's already done one. Roll on floor laughing my ass off. I think is that what it is?
Oh, I forgot. Yes, I forgot the F though.
You're well beyond New York City.
No?
You're well beyond New York City. So it's there. You're more advanced. Forget my NYC. That's New York City. I thought you were at the beginning stages here, DPR. So I typed NYC to get the ball rolling. But you see what I mean? There are a lot of things that I can type that are not used.
Hang on. Yours has only just come up. NYC. Now, okay. Now you've told me. I know what it is. But if you hadn't told me, I would have struggled with that one.
However, I can relate DPR. It also could be Nadia's initials, but I can relate to you, DPR, because I had no idea what this was until yesterday. I finally looked it up.
Don't tell me. Don't tell me. No.
I had no idea what that meant.
Let me.
Yeah, don't
someone's
tell
already put it in.
Shaking my head.
Oh,
is that what it is?
Felt the need to.
No, that's what it is. It's shaking my head.
I guessed that out of the blue. I had never seen that before.
I would never ever have got that. I would have.
Oh, the one that.
I would have got somewhere.
Here's this one.
The way my mind would work would be something. Because I'm obviously a deviant and a paedophile. It would be something like sadomasochistic hedonism or something. I don't know.
Yeah, the one that got me was what is it? SRS. Well, because it's an acronym for something else I would discuss relatively routinely, but also because I don't tend to sound out words when I'm reading.
Does anybody know?
Hang on.
Does anybody know where the comment came from? Does anybody know? I bet nobody knows where it came from.
Can you just tell me what the one that
where did the comma originate from?
Where did the comma
originate?
Yeah. I bet nobody knows.
Animal tail.
I don't know. In fact, here you go. I mean, IDK.
The comma originated because the priests that were they were supposed to learn Latin, and they didn't learn Latin, so they memorized the script for Mass, and so they actually had to put a mark there in order to let the priests know where to pause at, and that's where it came from.
Oh, I didn't know that. I should have known that.
And
see those other ones out there at DPR?
I was going to say an embarrassing admission. There were occasions, and are occasions, where I look at the personal columns in my local newspaper, and when I first saw, and I want to say that I'm slightly dyslexic. So I sort of confuse things, but I saw the letters in the personal columns. What was it? GSOH, and I read that as being gas-centered something, heating system or something. But basically, I've got at my home, I've got gas rather than electric central heating. And of course, everyone knows what GSOH really is, but
I don't.
I would just have to guess. I would have to guess.
okay. GS.
Don't.
Let me check. I've got it right.
I don't know.
You know, for a supposedly intelligent person, I can be incredibly dumb at times. It is GSOH. GSOH.
In a personals column, I would guess gay single something something. I mean, that's as far as I could guess even.
Yeah. Oh, I'm not, maybe I'm not as dumb as I look, but GSOH.
What is it?
GSOH. No one in the chat is good sense of humor.
Wow.
And I was thinking all these people that were telling me that they've got a good sense of humor were telling me that they had gas central heating. Why would you put that? Why would you put that in a personal ad?
I don't know.
Now, established acronyms like those are one thing, but what's really a blast is to compose a list of things that are we repeat so often that you can just put the letters down, and these are not established shortcuts, but you can figure out by the letters what is being referred to. And I'm mentioning this because I had one time in a counseling session, the counselor pulled that out on me, and there was like 20 of them. And I was going, oh, hey, this, and they were they were clicking. And I don't know if I remember seeing that as some kind of a game or whatever. But I'm not talking about ones that people are already using when they text, type, enter personal ads, rent, buy, sell, all those little acronyms. But that's probably where I developed a little bit of a knack for it. I was trying to guess what the fuck people were talking about.
Okay, do you know what in personal ads? Do you know what GFE stands for?
Well, there's no, I don't. GFE.
GFE. No one's going to admit to it.
In what context did you see this? Say it again.
Personal ads in I don't know, your local paper that offering services, so to speak.
Well, good.
Nope.
Oh.
Great.
The G stands for girl.
What is it again? The letters again?
GFO.
Girl. Is it?
No, sorry, I've got it wrong. GFE.
Oh. Girlfriend.
GFE.
Girlfriend eligible?
Girlfriend experience.
Experience.
Someone.
What the hell is that?
Why would come out and pretend that they're your girlfriend? So rather than sort of like offering sexual services, this is one of the things they'll offer. So if you're a sad fuck that wants to impress your friends that, hey, I've got a great girlfriend, GFE, girlfriend experience, they'll come out and pretend to be your girlfriend.
Oh.
They offer the girlfriend experience. That's great.
Whether they offer extras, I don't know. I have never ever utilized the services.
It's a whole
of a GFE. And I'm sorry, you see, this is people sort of like laugh when I say I'm dyslexic. No, I am. GFO. No, it's GFE. There we go. Should we talk about something more?
I thought we were
meaningful?
talking about the Sapir-Whorf hypothesis in this hangout.
Yeah, we were trying to, and basically how language shapes thought and ultimately culture deriving from that. And of course, where this ends up being of consequences and debates over political correctness, right? Go ahead.
I don't know what it is still.
The idea that language shapes thought.
It certainly does in my particular experience, Nadia. That is, I don't discover, how would I say that?
Doesn't language have to?
What do you mean by that? I'm not quite sure. That language shapes thought. Shapes.
I have to say that I'm struggling with that as well.
I mean, it does, right? Is the question, how does language shape thought?
Well,
no,
yeah.
My suggestion is it's kind of the other way around.
Yeah. Thought seeks.
No, of course it's the other way around. I mean, that's pretty much even consciously engaged in, right?
Language also shapes thought. It's called neuro-linguistic programming.
Yeah, that's
okay. Well,
yeah, I agree with that. But don't we also seek terms to describe artifacts, experiences, and such things, and then land upon them or discover them? I think it's kind of a thing. There's some balance in all of that.
Okay, does OG sound like crap to anyone else but me?
Yes.
Yeah, sound good to me there. Sorry.
Yeah, in fact, OG, it seems to me you're not even using. I wonder if you're even using your headset mic.
You're right. Okay, sorry guys.
You sound. Oh yeah, now I can't hear you at all. You either have to reload or there might be a short in your headset.
Just a minute.
Oh, that's better. You fixed it. Whatever you did.
It was actually, I hadn't changed my Hangout settings.
Okay.
I don't ask me to explain it. I can't. But
it seems to me that language and thought then have some kind of symbiotic relationship.
Right. Give and take on that, yeah.
That one influences the other.
But there's I believe in it. I think it's Hegel that talked. Used a lot of what was Socratic method, and help me out with this, Nadia, because you did once before. When he talked who mentioned how like the neural plasticity or the neural, what was the word that, who was this? Puffy was mentioning that we can use words to change our thought processes. And absolutely, I identify with that. That we can, oh, sorry. Was it Hegel that would talk, Nadia, about having the presenting argument would be a thesis, the counter argument would be of course, the antithesis, and then what would the fruit of this conversation would be the synthesis.
Let me know.
Okay. Go ahead.
Hegel was a charlatan, and he didn't come up with that. But go ahead.
Oh, I'm mixed up. It was somebody in that. Yeah, give me a second here.
So the whole point with the Sapir-Whorf hypothesis is that language has embedded in it ways at looking at the world. So the classic example they often give has to do with snow, and they point to, I think I call them Eskimos, Inuits, that sort of dynamic. In the English language, like for all of those that aren't Eskimos, we have 2 words, maybe 3, 4, tops 5 for snow. We have snow, we have sleet, we have hail, maybe, and I don't know if you guys can think of a couple others. But it shows the importance, or it indicates the importance that snow plays on our lives. When we go to Eskimos, they have 20 plus words for snow. And in having those words and having those distinctions, it tells you or someone growing up in that culture how important snow is and how it dictates a certain type of snow, the type of shelter that you're going to have, or the type of storm that's headed down the way. So that's just a simple example of it. But then the question is, how much does our language, and we're not even talking about languages that have male and female articles. That's not the word for it. But anyway, we're talking about language and how we use it and how that shapes the way we see the world. And I think that it's a very valid point in that we have certain words, and the fact that we don't have certain words to make a distinction could show that that distinction isn't important to our culture, and thus you miss a portion of that understanding. But it goes deeper than that. I mean, some languages are very formal, like French, when they have vous and what's it called? The second part, we got rid of our formalness of our language, and we don't have the second person formal or the first person formal like French does. And that goes to indicate in other languages as well, is especially here in the United States, we have less potentially of a formal culture. And we call people by their first names as opposed to sir, madame, and showing that respect. And so those are the kind of the questions that I thought we could play with or talk about. Does our culture have embedded in its language, because we don't have certain things potentially, sexism? Do we have embedded in our language racism? Do we have embedded in our languages challenges that allow us to maybe excel in one department and be socially inept in another, or inept, not necessarily social, in another field? So sorry, I have a million questions about the hypothesis, and if no one wants to talk about it, that's fine. I'll shut up.
Yeah, Rodney and I have kind of been dying here because nobody was joining. Yeah. The link originally only went out to those who made some kind of direct response to the Google Plus event. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, so that's a separate hangout, Nadia?
Well, that was this one.
Oh.
What?
Yeah. Well, it was supposed to be kind of a one where people responded ahead of time, and then the panel was set up front. And since a few of those who responded actually appeared,
you just opened
basically,
it.
Yeah.
Can I thank you guys that were in here talking, Rodney and the others that allowed us just to come in and without regard to thank you for allowing us just to carry on the conversation without having been there from the start.
Yeah, and also, if I may, thank you very much for the conversation. It's bedtime for me. I'll catch up with you all soon. I'm more than happy to step away. So take care, everyone. I hope the conversation goes well. It's been a pleasure. It's been a pleasure and also quite fun for me.
All right. All right. Have a good night, TPR.
Yeah, I think that what Ermine brought up, or did I cut you off, Nadia? If I did, I'm sorry.
Oh, that's fine. Keep going.
Okay, Ermine, I don't know which of those three would be the most interesting. I think the biggest would be the feminism thing, because there's so much embedding of that even used in the use of pronouns and stuff that that it's so deeply entrenched that it goes way beyond embedding. Maybe something to try to pick at and articulate would be something more along the racial thing. But if we went with the sexist thing, I could think of a million examples of some are tropes, some are just like using calling a ship a her, things like that, where we identify things somewhat improperly.
Well, I would argue that language is not really that important. I mean, Ermine gave the example with sexism and racism, but I mean, do we really need to have? I mean, certainly language allows us to express these thoughts a lot quicker, right? I mean,
What was the third, Dionysus?
it allows us to communicate to the to, like, for example, a tribal member. Indian people suck, right? So, but even with that being said, I mean, the idea of racism and sexism, that comes from like an intuitive feeling. It doesn't come from just from language alone. So I don't want you to think that.
I agree with you. I exposed that in myself just the other day, where it wasn't the word, but it was the use of the word and the timing of the expression. It wasn't even the word. The word was completely benign, but it was the operant use of it, the way it came out, that I thought, oh my gosh, that could really be a mischaracter. It could have had a real racial tone to it. I can't even remember the example, but I hear you, Dionysius, but we need to look at where those examples fall off the pages. I think we're talking about written text. There was a third item that Ermine brought up as a topic, possibility. I can't remember what it was about. It was the embedding of, it was in either sexism, let's say, racism, and what was the third one, Ermine?
I was just throwing out ideas. I don't even remember what the third one was.
Oh, I can't either. Damn it.
Classism?
Sure.
Oh, yeah.
You can take anything.
Yeah.
Oh, the formal nature. That was what it was of our language. Like some languages are much more formal.
Oh, yeah.
And if that showcases anything.
Well, so it might be aspect of which there's relatively a distinction between the mechanics of the languages, sort of their grammatical and other kinds of structures, as opposed to their I guess usages of perhaps things like vocabulary too. And I suppose embedded within the aspect of usage, maybe I suppose conventionally held connotations. Go ahead. Also, welcome, Ocean.
Hi, Ocean.
Hey, Ocean.
Hey, fucker.
You're my Ocean.
All of you suck.
Yeah.
Not like your mom.
These nuts. Oh, I'm sorry.
I mean, you just kind of helped me out there by mentioning that, because I just realized one of the stumbling blocks that I've had with Espanol, and that was I learned mine in the seminary, and we spoke in the formal sense, that using that third person.
Right.
That's I didn't realize that till now, and I thought, wow, that's, instead of habla de tú, I hablar de usted. It's usted instead of tú and all that. Or nosotros, vosotros would, I guess, be the informal, but I would say ustedes, yeah, whatever. But I'm in the wrong person linguistically when I'm trying to talk to others. Like we're hearing, like people from Mexico and stuff, they speak in that less formal sense. Anyway, anecdotal, yes. I guess. Whatever. I just kind of had a big brain burp there. But as far as embedding, Rodney's put up some good examples there. JJ mentioned, what did we decide? Like maybe sexism, and that's a broad topic.
That's like easiest one, because if you try to stick something feminine in when you're just
Your mic cut out.
I
I don't know what happened. I'm not even familiar with what your error is right now. But your voice just cut out completely and was replaced with like a wind sound. I don't know how.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, now you're fine.
There you go.
Yeah, now it's working. I guess when you picked up the mic, something happened.
Maybe I touched here. Yeah, I touched it. Sorry. Okay, so you can hear
Okay.
now?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
All I was going to say is that sexism is the most easy one because the pronouns are normally masculine when you're just generically of something, and if you try to make it genderless or write something like she/she, it's very poor writing. It's very awkward. So that's just like the really obvious one to me.
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah, we have solutions in English then, even to get away from that.
We have.
I think you use they rather than he/she, or we use one to refer to a genderless person.
Right.
A
Yeah.
person without gender.
Very good. You're right.
Genderless.
Do you tend to use that type of format when you're writing? Kind of formally, JJ. Now that you mention it, I fall naturally into that when I'm trying to write something.
I try to be accurate, yes.
And there are times when it may actually be, feel a bit awkward when you're, deliberately trying to do it. But usually there's a way of keeping things pretty much gender neutral unless gender is necessary. Like one instead of he, she, or it.
Yeah, if I mean he, I'll use he.
Right.
Neither. You've got they or one or
Okay,
person.
here's the thing. Let's say I'm talking about a person goes to the store. The first thing he sees is blah blah blah. What what would you substitute there? That's
They.
genderless.
The first person they say, they see.
Is that correct though for subjective or actually objective?
I think that's correct. A person goes to the store. The first thing they see.
It's not technically correct in grammar, but it's informal. And if you're going to be referring to somebody without gender, no, it's not. It doesn't have.
Well, good thing DPR isn't here then.
Well, it doesn't have number agreement, but
otherwise,
that's the only thing.
Otherwise, you say the first thing one sees. Then
you can say one if you want, but if they is appropriate. It's not technically correct grammatically, but it is correct as far as respect is concerned.
Right.
So if you're a high school student and you're writing something for your English class, you might be frightened to do what is a socially appropriate and accepted thing to do on the paper to your teacher because it's grammatically incorrect. So it's a tricky thing. It's embedded. It's just an example of sexism embedded in the language.
The reason why it's socially appropriate, however, not technically grammatically correct, is that our language wasn't constructed with gender-neutral terms. A lot of other languages that do have gender-neutral terms, and there's other languages that are riddled with masculine and feminine so deep to the point of that even worse than English is. But they is considered the accepted gender-neutral, just as language has been evolving. So it may not technically be correct-ish. It's becoming correct, if that makes any sense.
Why is it not used to refer to a person of unspecified sex? It says a person. The only objection I would see is that they is typically used as a plural, right?
Right. It is typically used as a plural. It has only recently started being used as singular. What dictionary are you looking at?
None yet. This is just the top Google answer, right? If I go to dictionary.com, I mean, I like when it gives a little history of first usage.
I think in this case that they can be referred to one or more people, persons.
No, they is is plural.
Yeah. Check.
Oh, here we go.
I'm talking about
So Oxford English Dictionary now. That's got two definitions. It has two definitions, and also the first definition has sub-definitions. Definition 1 is used to refer to two or more people or things previously mentioned or are easily identified. Two men could get life sentences if they are convicted. Number 1 is to people. Sub-definition of that is people in general. As the rest they say is history. Or informal, a group of people of authority regarded collectively. They cut my water off. Now, recently there's been an addition. This is a singular use. Used to refer to a person of unspecified gender. Ask someone if they could help.
Right. I'm looking.
Now I've got a usage history. I'm going to go ahead and post this in the side chat.
Yeah, I was always taught that you had to say, ask someone if he or she can help.
Well, this apparently unspecified gender, as the he or she admits to the gender binary. So they is the more socially acceptable term.
Right.
Question, can I ask you from last night?
Pardon?
Can you
Bobby,
hear
what'd
me?
you say?
Yes.
You fade in and out sometimes, but I can't hear you. What'd you say?
I'm so sorry. Okay, so last night you got me curious about the actual dictionary meaning of polygamy, and I looked it up just quickly online, but everything I found referred to marriage. Was it a special source, or maybe like a more modern dictionary or something that defines it?
No. I'm not using a dictionary definition when I say it like that.
So it's like
I completely admit it.
No, in fact, I looked it up also.
What'd you say?
Yeah, I looked it up. I looked it up also.
Right, and I totally admit that I'm not using a dictionary correct definition.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right. Although I accepted your meaning, and then I had to then contrast that with what I came up with in the dictionary for monogamy, which I always assumed didn't involve marriage. But I guess it depends on what marriage is.
I'm not the only one who uses it this way, but you know,
right.
It's just I don't like the term polyamory. I don't like what it associates with. And that's simply to me.
It almost has a connotation of flirt, although it goes much deeper than that.
Right. I'm essentially using that word incorrectly because I think that's how it should be used. But I'm happy to admit that it's being used incorrectly.
That dictionary. You posted Oxford, okay.
Yeah. Damn, this thing is shocking me.
I'm looking at Merriam-Webster's B. First A definition and first B definition. And it does say the B definition is often used with an indefinite article, third person singular antecedent.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone knew where they stood.
It's got a collective sense to it. It's not a real recent thing. I mean, it's grammatically correct to use they, referring to the third person pronoun if that person or persons are unknown.
Yeah, and maybe it's more recent to use that term that way, that word that way, but even before that, I'm pretty sure that using the word one to refer to
the individual,
a person, an individual without gender, without using a gender-specific pronoun, common usage.
But our language and vocabulary, and some of it said, some more so than ours, here in the U.S. is pretty gender-laden. The use of pronouns and things to designate, like I mentioned, shit. We refer to as she's going down, Scotty, or whatever, right?
But are you guys making are you saying that basically because we even have he and she in the English language, that it makes the distinction important of masculinity and feminine, of gender distinction important? Because if we have a if like some people have said they want a gender neutral society, how can you have that when it's based in the language?
Well, I think
Yeah.
I use the term he when I mean he. Go ahead, Alex.
There needs to be a third word that's not for a thing, because it isn't appropriate, but there needs to be a third word that would refer to people that is genderless. That's what I think. And I really appreciate what you guys are teaching me about they and one, but I just thought of something. Actually, I came up against this for something I had to write for my business, and I got so frustrated because every few sentences I was saying one this, one that. It sounded so stupid. I mean, try it. It's tricky. It doesn't come out right.
Which I think is more formal, thought of as more formal, as our language has evolved, and they has replaced one in a more informal sense. But I still think to use the term one, the word one in this case, is more in formal writing.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, let me ask my question again. What is it that you guys are making up with, like, what is the point being made with the gender part in language?
That there is a gender-neutral term.
Well,
In
maybe
fact,
go
there's two
deeper
of
than
them.
that yet. I mean, because I remember now that a few years ago I did some management coursework and stuff, and it was emphasized when writing to use gender-neutral language, and that was in the early, outset of this. Happened to be, I had several writing courses that had to do with business writing and writing on target, yada yada yada. And like from the start, they wanted us to find ways to work around gender, unless, like JJ said, you needed to say she did, or he or she specifically. But I don't know why. Maybe it was an element of style or whatever, but it was certainly emphasized to some degree.
No, it's definitely something that you do more in business writing. I'll agree with that. And I'm wondering whether business is not spearheading the idea of genderless conversations. And it is, typically, it is a bit more formal.
In terms of reference to people, well, the curious aspect seems to be that, well, women seem to far more often give names.
Yeah, I hear Nadia, in fact.
Oh, go ahead.
I was just going to mention that I hear you use the word one in a gender-neutral sense often, I think.
Yeah. Oh, yes, I am noted for, I suppose, the stiltedness of my speech and writing, that being among the various sorts of bases of it. However, linguistic conventions geared toward anonymization, facilitating it further, are suggestive of a masculine bias in language, although perhaps not one that you could say has a I don't know. It would be more a matter of who it enables to express their thoughts and opinions and such, as opposed to rather what it it says about anyone in particular. Go ahead.
Rather than what it says about anyone in particular. How do you figure?
Well, you could envision a kind of ultimate effect of, say, a group less, a group for whom the language is less geared to express their thoughts, tendencies, and inclinations. The language, vocabulary, discourse, connotations, and common conventional usages and such could evolve in ways that could subject that group to perhaps some denigration, but on the other hand, it would still be something of a rather indirect effect, and it would still have the intermediary kinds of connotations and conventions and whatnot as their, I suppose, more proximal, I guess, manners of denigrating that group within the language. Go ahead.
Hmm.
I mean, the kinds of things that could end up being shaped by, I guess, the relative power of various groups on the evolution of the language itself could be substantially more extensive than, you know, the sets of connotations of various words. But on the other hand, I think it I mean, at the very least, that's situated as one of the more notable, immediate, prevalent ways in which it's, I guess, ends up being framed. Like all these kinds of notions of weakness and you know, subjection to whatever kind of I don't know, status as a victim or whatever it is, are things that well, I could at least say in English and Spanish. Yeah, heck, Spanish even goes out of its way to say something like, you know, la víctima, no matter what the gender of the actual antecedent, right? And those kinds of patterns of connotation are, you know, pretty obvious as far as how it goes. I mean, one of the obvious ones is like the receptive partner within sex is obviously has a rather negative connotation to it in the profane context, right? Good. Oh, and welcome back.
Yo.
Yes, we were just discussing the Sapir-Whorf hypothesis. That is that language goes about shaping thought in various numbers of ways, and that particular instance of it in perhaps ways in which well, structure, vocabulary, and so on of various languages may reinforce misogyny and sexism overall. Go ahead.
Well, I was watching from the outside, and I was laughing at the ideas that you guys kind of were trying to put forth, because it was kind of funny to me. Because I was trying to figure out, you know, pertaining to the vocabulary, you know, how do I how do I come up with the language of a gender-neutral person? And I was just laughing because there is no such thing. And that's exactly why your language is formulated that way. There's only male and female.
Well,
We know that's not the case because of hermaphrodites.
No, that doesn't make them gender neutral. That just makes them either male or female, which we, with our own finite knowledge, just don't. We can't figure out what they are.
You
We
also
can't.
have exo.
And well, that's Turner's. An unknown person would have fundamentally ambiguous gender, barring I don't know.
But you're talking about
evidence there.
you're talking
Sorry?
about deformities that occur into a person does not negate that there is only male and female. That's the only that's what you guys seem to not understand.
There's only male and female, except for the situations I will ignore.
Right.
No, I didn't ignore any of them. You haven't. You again. I didn't ignore any of them. You know that deformities occur. So when that occurs, how do we determine what they are with our finite knowledge? Well,
sorry, go ahead.
May I say something before this degenerates into the usual religious bickering matches that I've observed go on here, and I'll leave because I don't want any part of that. Disrespecting people's beliefs on both sides. It's disgusting, in my personal opinion. I just want to say to you, Mac, all of these issues aside of whether you are comfortable with acknowledging that there are people that identify as transgender and gender or not, just think about just grammar and English, because that's what we were discussing. If you're talking about a CEO of a company, and then as your paragraph progresses, you need to use a pronoun. It's he or she, and it becomes awkward if you have to say one or they over and over again. That is a situation where you come up against needing to use a word without a gender, where you don't want to exclude people and offend people. So even in your belief system, this makes some sense. So there's no need to turn it into a bickering match, in my opinion.
I'm not turning into a bickering match. I'm having a discussion, and the thing is though I'm staying true to what I believe and what I see in the world around me. There is no such thing as a person gender neutral. Go ahead, Nadia.
The linguistic conventions surrounding this, I understand as they're now architected, I think largely make it so that, or revolve around the cases of epistemic inaccessibility and, I suppose, inclusive generality. So, for instance, where someone says, one may go to the store or something. The one there is taken to be, while referring to a single individual, but could be instantiated to refer to individuals of either any whatever kind of sex. And of course, in the case of an unknown person, who went there with a interrogative or some kind of pronoun. In that case, it's fundamentally unknown. Even it's the premise of using the pronoun in the first place. It's how you're even asking the question of who it is, whether the person is of a male or female sex. Right. Go ahead.
Whenever someone identifies someone, as far as like writing down a person, you can do that in a story. A reader can say, okay, there's one person going into on this path to the store and doing all these things. They're going to ask, what is this person? Is it male or female? They're going to ask that question. Who is this person?
Are you demanding that there be like a second version of the word who, so that one version would be a who where you could only possibly refer to male persons, or and a second being a female version of who that could only refer to female persons?
No,
go ahead.
No, I'm saying that no matter how you account for something, when you try to stay, when you don't give the answer of who this person is, again, the question is always going to remain the same. Is it a person who's a man, or is it a person who's a woman? It's not going to be someone. That person's in between. No.
but you understand, I'm giving the example of the word who itself, WHO, that word. That word cannot have a definite gender, right? It could potentially resolve to either a man or a woman, right?
Yeah, it could potentially evolve into a man or a woman depending on the context.
Right. So in order to be able to ask the question, you need a thing that's general enough that can have a state of gender that's inclusive of anyone. So it would just in the linguistic as opposed to ontological considerations, you were trapped in a state of absolutely needing upfront these kinds of neutrality of gender, right? Go ahead.
No, there would still not be no neutrality in the gender. If a person asks me if I give a description, this person has black hair, long legs, thin arms, and I gave various descriptions that can apply to either a man or a woman. The person would ask, "Who is this person?" And the person would either be a male or a female if I had to give an answer. It would not be someone who's neutral. Wouldn't
Yes,
occur.
it's understood that your ontology or whatever is that yes, you think, or maybe it's even true that it has to be that way. On the other hand, in order to even speak in the language, you need that neutrality of linguistic gender status in order to even ask the question of who that is
No.
without qualifying up front. Something like and a question that would ultimately be like, which man is it, or which woman was it, and so on, right?
No.
Does anyone else understand what I'm saying and maybe think they could present it more effectively to Mac? Go ahead.
I think Mac's just stuck, so I'm keeping quiet.
Well, there's a difference between like the grammatical ideas about say declining things with respect to genders and any kind of ontological one, something that things actually are in the world, right? Like die Schere in German, right? That's a feminine noun in German.
Okay.
You wouldn't say scissors are female, would you?
I wouldn't say what.
All right, das Mädchen in German also. That's a girl. Well,
Okay.
not an adult girl, but a whatever girl, child, whatever you want to call it. That's attributed a neutral gender in the grammar, or neuter gender in the grammar.
Yeah, because depending on the
Spanish.
context, it go either way.
Well, no, it's the word itself demands the declension in that way. So also in Spanish, I gave earlier la víctima. Anyone, even though it could refer to a man, you say el hombre, the man, but the grammatical gender of male. Fue la víctima was the victim, but the grammatical gender of female, right? That runs contrary to the kinds of things you're saying about ontology. They don't necessarily have that kind of correspondence. And as far as things like the word who, right? Not who that word who is talking about, the word itself, right? When you put it in a sentence, you got a lot of times you have to stick an ending on the end of it to basically make sure it matches up with how you're using it. Like, okay, let's say wer in German, which means who. Now, in German, a lot of times well, things like der, die, and das, right? They'll change. Right? Die is for female. It'll be still die in accusative. They'll go to der in dative, and possibly der in generative too. Yeah, der in generative too. All right, der in the nominative for the masculine grammatical gender. Go to den for the accusative, dem for the dative, and des for the genitive, right? Now wer is treated kind of sort of masculine, but maybe not exactly entirely. And it acts more like the word the. Der, die, and das are the in German. So wer is how it's declined in the nominative. Becomes wen in the accusative, wem in the dative, and wessen in the genitive, right? So doesn't entirely line up with the masculine declension, but at the same time, you can see a little bit of the pattern, and in effect is saying that anyone you're asking a question about is male, right? Which is not entirely what you want to say. You see, who is that woman? Yeah, wer ist was it diese Frau? Well, you pretty much would want a if you could arrange it, a matching feminine declension for that, or otherwise a interrogative demonstrative pronoun that's in some ways independent of the question of which gender its referent is, or gender neutral in some way, right?
So
Go ahead.
even if my language, the particular language that I'm using, all of the words, if I ask the question, who is this female? If they're all in a masculinative case, that does not necessarily necessitate that it's going to be that all the words pertaining to in a masculine format are going to be pertain to a male.
Oh, the case would be of the context that the word is used in, and you would call it a grammatical gender as the attribute of the word itself, and the way it changes, according to the gender and number and such. In that context of the case, would be called the declension, right? Go ahead.
But
who
I'm
in English
saying
would
is
be
that,
gender neutral, wouldn't it?
I'm sorry?
Said who in English would be gender neutral, wouldn't it? So we don't even
Well,
specify.
Yes.
The gender declensions in English aren't really there. There's kind of a vestigial pronomial.
Yeah, like he and she.
I guess.
but
Yeah. Only for like the person. Is there any declension there?
Now, didn't there used to be such the case in English language? Like when you read Old English, wasn't that the case?
Oh yeah. I mean, and you go back further, it's just the same as is basically same came from German, right?
Right.
So, yeah, the Angles and the Saxons, Saxony is Germany.
Oh.
And welcome, Rev.
Yo.
Yeah. So, yeah, the question of like grammatical, linguistic gender and all that is a very different kind of question from, I guess I call it the ontological one, the case of genders and of things in the world, right? I don't know. I'm not sure if I got that through, Mac. Could you give me an idea of if you can understand very well? And
well,
sorry.
the problem here is to me is that it's like you're trying to put words together to come up to formulate a language to supply to address the agenda that's basically trying to be put forth here, that there's such thing as a gender neutrality. You're trying to put that in your language, and it's not going to work that way.
Well, it's already in German. It's just not used in necessarily the right places. Go ahead.
I mean, as far as say what?
Why wouldn't it work?
Because your language is not operated that way. The classification.
German already is.
No, it's
It could work that way though. It could work that way, and there wouldn't be any problem with it.
I think the important.
It would be a problem because you're already administering to an agenda that you're trying to perpetuate. You're not administering what you already know to be true.
I think the important question here is, what the hell is Mac talking about?
Oh, God.
Unless everybody else knows, I'm not sure. I can't tell.
Well, the embedding of sexism within language. I mean, for instance,
not sexism.
Well, I'm actually citing a different example from, I think, one I've even presented before, much less one that you've heard, which would be one that Suzette Hayden Elton to address by means of the evidence particle in La'adin, which is, in effect, is to facilitate the essentially reported speech and attribution thereof, right? Well, okay. Maybe attribution of, I don't know, trustworthiness and such thereof. Go ahead. Yeah, let me see what the language they use. Evidentiality, I think that's, is Enga got evidentiality?
Enga?
Yeah.
What's Enga?
Oh, broadly spoken language throughout Papua New Guinea.
Mm.
I'm kind of playing catch up here, guys. I'm sorry. What are we talking about? Sorry.
The Sapir-Whorf hypothesis. Go ahead, Nadia.
Oh. Yeah, you actually did a better job with your summary of the Sapir-Whorf than I did.
Just that language has embedded in itself ways at looking at the world.
Okay, got it. Thank you, Aramin. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
That language influences thought and decisions. I wonder, does it deny that, or does it state anywhere that thought doesn't influence language?
No, that's kind of a given.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thought so.
Yeah, that was obvious. I mean, given that language is a outcome of human behavior or whatever, that's necessarily be the case, right? So.
Yeah, I mean, I would find it odd if it did deny that.
Seriously, is there a theory of the symbiosis of thought and language? Because again, that really intuitively seems more to be the case.
Well, yes, every case where there is deemed to be any kind of causal power of the linguistic structure and such is seen to be a two-way street. The only kind of one-dimensional or unidirectional, I guess, ascriptions there are those who deny that language itself has any influence whatsoever. Go ahead.
Well, I guess I would say, what are words? They're verbal thought forms. So would they, influence culture and all that stuff? Yeah, of course they would. But that's all I got to add for now.
But it's interesting because I know right now we're talking about sexism, but I'll give you an example of one that I think is absolutely amazing. I don't know if anyone's ever been to Bali. I haven't, but one of my friends who had studied there for 9 months was telling me what was so interesting about the language and why she was able to pick it up so quickly is because the language has no tenses. So if I like go to store, right? Or I guess I don't know what the present tense of go is, or what the verb is rather. But and if you want to say that you are going to the store in 5 minutes, you say I go to the store 5 minutes, right? Like there's none of the tenses that distinguish whether something happened in the past or is happening in the future. And one of the things that she said that she loved about it, she's Buddhist as well, was she's never experienced living in the moment as much as she had with that experience, but part of it was based in the language, in that things like the past and the future were just not important, as important anyway as the now.
It's really interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, that actually, Worf's original devising of the hypothesis was I guess, the description of a relatively different set of, or I guess uncommon set of, or differing from English set of linguistic conventions surrounding the description of tense and time in the Hopi Native American language, right?
Yes, yeah.
So, yeah, I saw in the Wikipedia article about the controversy that there were some other languages that are tenseless in that respect, and yeah.
You want to say something, JJ? I think you unmuted.
Did I? No.
Oh, apologies. Okay.
I think there's another one. Somebody's in earlier corrected me on it, but there's a language that was recent. Sort of forgotten people, not forgotten, but like they've been segregated from any kind of modern society. And the language, it seemed to be the case that a language didn't have compounds, like recursive ways of like forming complex communication about complex objects and activities. So the idea is that they just couldn't form them thoughts. So it would seem that their thought processes were completely simplified, and only able to form simple kind of surface, matter of fact kind of ideas. Yeah, the guy that was in earlier corrected me on that to an extent, but apparently it's still a bit of an open question whether they can do that or not. So the idea with the hypothesis is that not necessarily, the kind of loading of words or the kind of multiple meanings and the way in which we use words in a particular generation or whatever, but the constructs that we can form with languages would either enable us to form more complicated constructs in our minds or less complicated constructs in our mind. Similar to the thing about time, right? If you have nothing in your language about tense, then even through classical conditioning, maybe you're going to have this kind of more immediate and sort of in the moment experience day to day, and your mind's going to be less prone to even sort of go forward and backwards in time, and which was often where our worries are. But so yeah, it's interesting, and there's
This is why I miss you, Rodney.
Yeah, where have you been?
Yeah.
Just doing other things, really. Just nowhere interesting. Just reading mostly.
Yeah, it's nice to have you back.
Yeah, he's always a pleasure, Ermine, right? Because I mean, the stuff he brings up, it's deep stuff. Love it.
Well, thanks for having me back. It's always it's nice coming into these chats and hearing different perspectives and stuff. Ideas get thrown about, and it's you often learn stuff. Lots of people, they've all got their own lives and they've all learned different things as we have, and it's interesting. We often learn stuff, so it's good being back. So cheers.
Awesome. Yeah, language though. Yeah, I mean, to just bring a theistic thing up, I always find it interesting. In the beginning, okay, God said, let there be light. Always It's a heavy verse for me because how do you speak? Well, how does God speak if he's totally intangible and all that stuff, you know? I don't know. Kind of interesting.
I think in Christianity, it's there's a lot of implications about the power of language. You know, in the beginning was the Word. You know, language is has a mysteriously fundamental is a mysteriously fundamental part of Christianity. But this is true for quite a few religious perspectives. I think Ocean was in here. Is he still here? Oh, no. Yeah, but I think his perspective it maybe even more so puts language to a very prominent position, and a lot of the paganistic perspectives literally believe that words are the power of creation almost.
Right, right.
So,
Yeah, and Rodney, yeah, you bring up that's a great point. Like in Jewish Kabbalah too, there's
yeah.
huge focus on language. Go ahead.
Well,
And in
no.
a sense, that's true, right? Words do have the power of creation.
Yes.
Yeah. Definitely, you know, you hear a kind of speech actor. You hear a language that you understand. You hear someone say something in a language you understand, and immediately in your mind has been created a whole scene of understanding what's been conveyed. So how that relates, I mean, obviously, you know, we then can construct things in physical reality. I mean, personally, I believe that it's similar to how God operates. I believe that God is a kind of like a disembodied mind, and his thoughts have this kind of, they are words in his mind that literally become physical reality if he wants them to, right? So,
Well, I
you know.
think it's very interesting that one of the titles of Christ is the Logos. You know, I think that's interesting.
Yeah, I like the way that ties into logic as well, because I mean the one example we have of having words actually create realities that everybody's aware of is in most logical constructs, computers, where we type words in the form of computer programs, and then whole worlds are generated that people immerse themselves in.
Very good.
Love it.
Yeah, the word logos, of course, is interesting in and of itself.
That kind of also ties back, doesn't it? Where, you know, like in a computer scenario, computer programming scenario, you've got a grammar and a syntax to the language, and that actually constrains how you program, how you can program things in that environment. So that kind of comes back to the topic whereby which the kind of syntax, the grammar, semantics of a language. I wouldn't say constrained is the wrong word, because although it constrains the way in which we can describe how things occur in our minds, it would need to be much more powerful to actually put proper constraints on. Similar to computers, you know, as long as it's Turing complete, it can describe anything that's computable. So are languages similar in that respect? Well, they're definitely Turing complete, but they're also more than that. They also convey stuff that is a little bit more hard to pin down. The overlapping of meaning, the way in which we use different terms, like the gender thing, the way different terms are used in different ages to, you know, certain terms are, on the one hand they're good, then 10 years later it's a negative term, and, you know, it's very overlaid, and that kind of compressive overlaying of meaning in languages is needed for us to be able to learn a language. Otherwise, there'd just be too many different words to learn, and it would be too much to be able to learn before we were, you know, in time as our minds develop. So that kind of necessarily, I believe it necessarily means that any language is going to have this effect if this hypothesis is true, it's going to necessarily imply that our minds are directed a certain way, whatever language we use, and it's just a matter of choosing in which way we want to direct our minds by, and then say changing our language or learning a different language, or changing sort of grammatical structures or whatever to accommodate what we want, as opposed to maybe just taking what we get, what we're born into, or allowing other people that manipulate language, as has been mentioned. Political forces even can manipulate language to use terms in ways in which then create a kind of a distasteful attitude in our minds towards, and yeah, exactly, like Nadia says, what they call it.
Most the modern practitioner of this with probably most credibility would be Frank Luntz, who's literally
Yes.
uses the sound. Sorry, say it again.
Yeah, Fox News, right, Nadia? Yeah, Luntz. Yeah, I think I know who you're talking about. Yeah.
I don't think he does make. Sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead. Sorry.
I think he does make press appearances, but he's noted for doing some rather strangely, almost underhanded kinds of things. Like, apparently there's a psychological kind of response to different kinds of sounds at the ends of words. So he's persuaded people rather broadly within his circles of activism on the right to use Democrat instead of democratic.
Yes, I know what you're speaking of. Yes.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah, no, continue. I apologize. No, I'm going to have to pay closer attention to that, Nadia. Thanks for pointing that out.
No, that's as far as I was going. Go ahead.
It's an example of neurolinguistic programming in the news, in advertising, and most of us, even very intelligent people, don't catch how it influences us and affects our thinking. It's a whole science. And when you start to learn about it, it's amazing. Then you see, oh, I was influenced by that. But until somebody teaches it to you, a lot of the time you won't realize it.
So much goes under the radar, and the problem with that is that it is affecting us. We're unconscious about it, so it's affecting us covertly, and nobody likes that. It reminds me of an experiment. It may have been Frank Luntz, because it sounds in the similar vein. What he did was he drew two pictures, and one of them, there were two blobs, just an outline of a blob, right? Just some enclosed shape. One of them was very smooth, curved edges, and the other one was all sharp, jagged edges. And he put two words down, and they were completely made-up words, but one of them had a kind of jaggedy sound, right, and one of them had a more smoother kind of sound to it. And he asked people which word referred to which object, and it was like 80-90% used the jaggedy sounding word to refer. I mean, what's a jaggedy sounding word? I mean, but anyway, yeah, that seems to be something that people are affected by. So just the way in which we pronounce words, and the kind of staccato or the smoothness, the slurs, all this seems to be affecting our psychological reaction to things. So even the same word, like Nadia said, pronounced in two different ways, will get a very different reaction. And this kind of goes beyond language on a deeper level, but it's definitely something that's I think worth bearing in mind in these discussions.
Can I show you guys a tool? I just actually linked it in this chat that I've started to use, and I guess marketers and big-time marketers use it a lot to influence people. But if you go to this thing called Tone Analyzer, and I'll give you a little bit of a backdrop. I don't know if you know who Watson is or what Watson is. It's the super IBM computer that beat, like, years ago, the Gary Kasparov or whatever. They've taken it to a whole nother level now, where computers are being able to interpret language and the meaning behind it. And so the reason I think this is interesting is you can drop a paragraph to, a sentence to a paragraph to maybe a page or two in there, and it will analyze the tone of the document. And the reason I use it in marketing is if I'm going to put up a post, like in social media or something like that, let me put my own text really quick, like, hello, how are you? What it does is it analyzes it in terms of emotional summary, anger, disgust, fear, joy, and sadness. And then the language style is analytical, confident, and tentative. And then they also have a social summary, which is openness, conscientious, extroversion, agreeableness, and emotional range. And one of the things that I've noted that if like my posts have a high degree of any one of the emotions, but primarily anger or disgust, those are the ones that actually get people to purchase. Isn't that weird?
Very interesting.
That's unusual.
Sadness is probably, that's not going to get you to buy necessarily, but what it will do is hit an emotional chord that you remember that memory. As with joy. But joy is not as strong as sadness. So if I'm doing something where I want you to buy right now, I need to put anger and disgust in there. And if I want something that's going to make you remember the brand, so when you're ready to buy it, you think of all the good things or the whatever about that, I'm going to put sadness and joy. And those
that's fascinating.
Yeah, and it's really bizarre, but I've just been testing post after post after post on different levels, and I haven't mastered fear yet, only because I have not learned to write in such a way that it drives fear. So that's just an opportunity for me to get better at writing. If I'm explaining something to someone on a post, like I totally fucked up on something, I won't mention about it, but what I did is put up high openness and conscientiousness. And it was crazy because it was like a $30,000 mistake that ended up turning up because of the post to costing a $90 mistake. And the mistake was not mine. I was just the one who reiterated the point. But the point being, if I would have used too much agreeableness or too much emotional range, then I could have literally pissed people off or done some other things that would have messed up the net effect. So I hope that if you guys are ever interested in influencing people, even on a post that you're writing, try dropping it into here and seeing what Watson has to say about what you're writing. And you may want to rewrite a sentence or two, but it's more interesting if you could actually, they have this thing that dictates what you wrote or transcribes it, what you said, and you get a sense of certain people, and people don't even know this about themselves, but they are coming off in a way that they probably don't want to come off. And it's just by changing some of the structure, like passive voice or to more active or vice versa, all the or different words that they use, that will help with clarity and most importantly, help with either getting someone to buy whatever it is you're selling or getting somebody to like the brand that is you a lot more. So now I'm done. But definitely bookmark it and like go to town with it if you care about that stuff. If you don't care about it, obviously don't. But yeah.
If I recall, these tens of grammar analyzers would scream bloody murder about my rather extensive use of the passive voice. Go ahead.
That could be the case, yeah.
May I ask you a challenging question about that incredible material you just shared? It's a hard question.
Let's see if I can answer it.
Okay. Ethically, how do you feel about it being part of your job to be asked to covertly influence people in that way?
Oh, I don't have an issue with it. And let me tell you why. Because I have been a marketer pretty much since I graduated college. That's in operations, some other things. But it was about 3 years ago that I made the conscientious effort to only market products and brands that were good for what I call the triple bottom line: people, planet, and profit, right? I don't want to work with nonprofits. That's just my thing. So I look for social and environmental entrepreneurship type companies. I look for companies that create products that actually put good stuff into your body. I work for companies that like are trying to get people, like sounds true now, is to get people more in tune with their faith and the spiritual. So I'll give that caveat. With that though, I didn't even have an issue with it in the past when I was marketing liquor and beer and bullshit financial and, you know, some of the products that I worked on. Twofold. One is I knew that I was just learning, but the other thing is at the end of the day, if I don't do my job right, the people who's need that product won't know about it. And then lastly, I think my job as a marketer is not to market stuff to people and get them to influence. What I'm usually trying to do is find the people who are already aligned with that product or service and get them to distinguish between us and a competitor in the market.
Mm-hmm.
So
Okay,
those are my three.
I have a quick question. When you said fear and disgust, is that kind of the same as writing in like a sense of urgency?
No. Well, here's what I do when I say fear. I just wrote a post. The full moon is on the 13th, and something like everything that you once knew is going to change. Something like that, right? Where there's this little bit of, well, what's going to change? And like the world as you know it is changing. Come join us on that change on the 13th. That is more of a fear. So I don't know how to like.
Because it kind of sounds like putting the reader in a state of like, oh, I got to do this unless, but it's kind of like a sense of urgency kind of thing.
Well, yeah, when you're getting them to buy, yeah, there's definitely some urgency there, and that's what you want. Like, you want the immediacy. And so maybe that's what fear does, is it makes it like, I need to check it out now. I didn't really think that far into it. That's a great question.
I mean, I want to speak carefully because I have respect for you and actually how you presented that and the fact that you're even sharing this with us and teaching us this. But to me, on some level, distilling this down and taking away all the sugar coating, the reality for me is that it is manipulating an individual covertly without their consent, because there is a power differential in the knowledge of psychology. And governments have been doing it for a long time. It's part of our culture. To me, it's a frightening, problematic part of our culture that has already led to terrible things and will lead to many more terrible things. On a small individual level, what one company is doing, that might not be the case, but I take it as a very grave, serious thing.
It's interesting because what's the difference between what a marketer does and what a good debater does?
When somebody comes to a debate, to listen to a debate, there is an element of consent. You're coming to engage in that and learn from it and make I guess, draw a conclusion from it. Advertising is everywhere in our world. It's on a billboard to your left while you're driving. It's the clickbait everywhere while you're trying to read your email and do your work. There's an element of consent that makes those two things different.
Okay. So not entirely my question, but I'll go down that path. The notion of consent. Perfect example, television ads, right? And you mentioned just a few. Are you not consenting to the ads by agreeing to watch TV? Are you not consenting to the ads on the internet by getting free internet or getting access to those pages? See, the challenge that I have is what advertising does is it makes things free that otherwise we'd have to pay for. So if you choose to not have that, you can, but then you can't get access to that information.
I hear you. It makes our world go round, and many positive things could not happen in our growing world without it. However, you're not giving your consent if you don't have knowledge that these covert things exist. For example, where I put my attention is it's very calculated and decided upon because I am aware of neurolinguistic programming. I am aware of things hidden in advertising. I'm aware of all of this. I think the average American is not. So because of that, you know, I'm not into debating. I think it's fine to agree to disagree. I just wanted to share, to be honest with you, that for me it's a very serious issue. We all have to function inside a world that's rather corrupt in the first place. You know, we all have to make our way in a system that kind of somebody else corrupted a long time ago. So I hear what you're saying, that advertising makes a lot of good things happen, and, you know, we can't snap our fingers and get rid of that overnight. But there's elements of deception and manipulation and doing things without consent underneath this all that to me is very unethical and ugly, and society needs to do better someday.
I think the solution to what you're posing there is really just telling people how they're being marketed to. Like maybe in high school or college, they can have like a class where, hey, this is how this is how companies, you know, market their products to you. So they, you know, you let them know. So that could be part of the solution.
It's a great idea, but some people are sharper than other people, and some people will really get it and others won't, and they will continue to be, they'll have influence exerted upon them without their consent and without knowing about it, which isn't really ethical.
Yeah, I guess you will have, I'm sorry, go
Here's
ahead.
my take on it, and I got to share this. I think every time you have a conversation with someone, they're trying to influence you. And some people are better influencers than others. I think the difference that people really balk at marketing is because it's influence to get you to buy something. That's the distinction.
Yeah, it's the monetary, you know, aspect of it, isn't it? But you know, that's not necessarily a bad thing. I think the issue is that, you know, you said that some information, you know, you wouldn't be able to get unless there was advertising. Then we had kind of things like Wikipedia where there was lots of information and no adverts, and now there's adverts occasionally. I think they're quite more than just occasionally now on Wikipedia, but you know, there is aspects of, there is sources of information which don't have adverts on them. You know, Google, for instance, you know, that's got adverts, but they're kind of outlined at the top, aren't they? So, you know, a lot of people might not notice that, but the first few results are generally adverts. But they tend to be kind of, you know, curtailed to be useful to the person. But another issue, I think, is that, you know, we're born into a capitalistic world. This is how the world works. And there's two types of attitudes to that generally. Either, hey, that's a brilliant thing, capitalism rocks, bring it on, I can get more free stuff or stuff cheaper because there's these adverts, love it, you know. And other people are like, well, I don't really like capitalism, and, you know I live in this kind of a world and I have to put up these adverts, but I'd rather not have to, and I want to kind of avoid that and go to sources where there's not embedded adverts. And I wish the world was, and I wish or work towards a world in which capitalism isn't a thing, right? So, I mean, it's a complicated issue, and I don't think there's. I mean, it's like you say, you know, the people are constantly trying to influence each other, and it's often covert and often subconsciously as well. So, you know, there's that as well. And this is something that people have a myriad of different opinions on. So, you know.
Hey, Hermine, do you, like working in marketing, do you find yourself less susceptible to marketing? Like,
No.
for example, no?
No, I'm just as susceptible as anyone else.
But don't you kind of notice when you're being marketed to?
Well, yeah, but noticing it and being susceptible to it, I think if it's good marketing, it happens on a subconscious level.
Yeah, I guess I can see that.
Yeah. The best marketing is word of mouth. right? It's the best thing that's ever been created. And it gets you to buy stuff that you otherwise might not. But what else is there? There's some.
Well, I mean, I used to work sales, and then now when I go to stores and I know I'm getting like a pitch or something, I kind of, I don't know, it makes me feel like I don't like it, but I know they're doing their job and everything, so I tend not to buy stuff, I guess, as much. I feel like I'm less susceptible to it, I guess. I don't know.
I think sales is different. It is a subset of marketing. Why do I think sales doesn't work on your subconscious, in my opinion, that like marketing and advertising does, that advertising does specifically. I think it's on your in the conscious realm. Yeah, hold fast and pray. I knew that was a fear statement. Sorry. That was exactly what I called out when I read it. And so I think that's the distinction. I think things that are consciously working on you, you can definitely fall, not fall prey to that. But it's how certain words are phrased, or sentences rather are phrased, what type of emotion, everything you're trying to hit. Because I could say the same exact thing that Rev did in this and rework the sentences, and you'll get a totally different meaning depending on the target audience. Sorry.
Oh, yeah, no, that makes sense.
And so when they say that language has embedded in it ways at looking at the world, God, I hope so, right? And it influences it, because otherwise I wouldn't have a job.
I think there's a bit of a grey area as well between like you say, word of mouth's the best thing, right? So that generally occurs because someone's really convinced that they've come across some product that is really good. It's really amazing. It's the best thing they've seen for ages in a certain area, and they just want to tell people about it because they feel genuinely enriched by the product and they want other people to be enriched by it. So, you know, there's that aspect, and there's also the aspect which isn't necessarily a financial stream for a person, but maybe their brother's opened up a business and they're not really interested in themselves, it's not their domain, they don't really care about it, but they're kind of saying, oh, look at this, it might be, you know, it's really good, whatever, you know, they might push it a bit. You know, it's kind of a bit of a grey area in a lot of respects.
And I think what the distinction is there is not that a person wants to go out and share it, is that they have no financial benefit. They get no benefit in sharing it, right? And that's what makes it, that's what gives the word value. When we as marketers do it, of course we have a benefit from it. We're going to make a profit. And so it's less valuable. And that's why you have to, the frequency for a marketing message or an advertising message has to be higher than for word of mouth that truly is not associated, like they have no benefit. And that's actually getting blurred in social media, because people will write reviews on stuff on what's it called? Amazon is a perfect site. And then you get the product and you're like, what the hell were all those 5-star reviews? Right? So the lines are starting to blur a little bit, where people, maybe they are getting paid, or maybe they are benefiting from it somehow. Otherwise, that would not have gotten a 5-star. Maybe would have gotten a 2.
I think this is, I would rather seriously question some of the ways it's undertaking its analysis. Just from putting in a few sentences of things I would write or say, and
what's the feedback?
Seeing some rather bizarre results. Well, it said I was confident, which is relatively bizarre.
Well, it didn't say you were confident. It said what you wrote was confident.
Okay.
I often get the impression that you come across very confidently, Nadia. I think you know a lot, and you know that you know what you're talking about, and that tends to come through. And although you might not be as a person very confident, what you portray, what you talk about is often very confidently expressed. You know?
Exactly. How many people around here say that they know God doesn't exist? I mean, that's you're confident, not
very
you're
confident statement.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Also, welcome, Pamela. Yeah, I mean, said it was like not analytical at all, or well, very marginally analytical, single-digit percent or something, 7%. I think 64% confident and 0% tentative. So, in such a manner as one would comport oneself in order to ingratiate oneself to an audience is how at all times all endeavors are undertaken by me. So, like, that sounds confident to you?
Absolutely. It's very assertive. It's straightforward. Yeah.
Yeah, you got to really hear people who write with some of those other things. Like if I'm trying to think who does this. Who's really good on the conscientious? You know who's really good on the conscientious is Saint Tommy.
Oh, okay.
It's so conscientious that you want to shoot yourself sometimes. But he's really high on that.
Yeah.
On the agreeableness or on the I'm trying to think of somebody on agreeableness who just or any one of these, like what examples, because I've read the descriptions of them and I can tell when I'm writing differently. I was with someone on the openness yesterday with the Holy Spackle. His name, was it Matthew? It was Matthew or Michael. I can't remember now.
Let's give Pamela the link. Hang on.
Is it the guy with the painting of, I think it's King Solomon, Ermine?
Yes.
Yeah, it's Matthew. You got it.
Very, very high on the openness.
It's Matthew with it's like a Roman numeral after it. It's got an X in it, I think. It's like Matthew the 13th or something like that. I know who you're talking about.
Yeah.
It's so funny. I'm trying to find agreeableness, but I'm looking in this community and I'm like, ain't nobody agreeable in this community.
Right.
I think when I first started and when many people first start, there's higher levels of agreeableness. I'll put it that way.
I got cranky.
Yeah, I did too. I got cranky.
It happens, I think, to all of us eventually,
So I don't know. It's interesting when you get like a paragraph. Like
that makes everybody cranky.
Right? It's like 3 or 4 sentences up to a couple of pages. And the analysis of it is really great. I don't put more than a couple paragraphs at a time when I'm analyzing it because I want to see each paragraph or each sentence and its interpretation, not the totality of what I'm doing. I'm usually trying to get a certain rhythm or a feel for each section. Like a lot of it is blog posts. So that kind of speaks to it.
Yeah, I think it's a great link. It's really cool, Ermine. Thank you for it.
Yeah, it is. It's a really cool link. But with that, going back to what we're talking about, the whole point and why I put that out there is how you say things creates the world.
Yeah, I think that's. I wouldn't disagree with that at all. I mean, obviously, if you kind of generally speaking are kind of arrogant and looking down your nose, a bit rude to people, then you're going to lose friends and people are going to avoid you. But yeah, I think that goes into a lot more finer detail into the different sort of speech traits that people have, speech patterns, and yeah, that's definitely an aspect of it. But how that then feeds back into the way you think about things. I mean, if you get into a habit, say, of being more conscientious in your speaking, does that then imply that your thinking becomes more conscientious? I think that necessarily it must, but I wouldn't really know how to support that,
Well, in order to speak, you have to think first to formulate your thoughts, right? So,
Well, you should.
I mean,
Well, yeah, that's a good.
well,
That's a good
actually,
tip.
I'm somebody that does actually speak while I'm thinking out loud a lot of times. But like for somebody like St. Tommy, I mean, he has so many qualifiers in everything he says. You may or may not experience nausea. You know, like there's so many qualifiers and so many ways he sets up his way of speech that yeah, I think it's very calculated ahead of time.
It's kind of like what Puppy was talking about with the NLP, the kind of modifying your behaviors to get a reaction or the reaction you want out of someone else.
Yeah.
I was just curious to know what you guys were looking at, because I'm a big fan of Myers-Briggs and all that, so I was curious to know what you guys were referring to.
Again? Here, let me see if...
Big Five, not Myers-Briggs. No.
Oh, I like Kiersey too. Oh.
Okay. But in I guess Shamos and obviously Mac and a number of others, it's all been relatively often that I'm almost incomprehensible, which is not where I want to be.
Well, I think it was Ermine that said rightly a couple days ago, you're just too damn smart, Nadia. You know, you're at a higher level. You know, your vocabulary is, you know, it takes us all, I think, a little bit of catching up. You know, you're brilliant.
If I was smart, I could figure out how to actually talk to you.
I think there's different kinds of intelligence. There's the kind that you test well on. There's the kind that's logical and mathematical. I think there's times where it's linguistic, interpersonal, intrapersonal, kinesthetic. I think that's actually a better way to look at intelligence than just how you test on your SATs.
Agreed. Yeah. I'm speaking for myself, because when I listen to Nadia, it literally takes me at least a minute to pause and go, I think I get it. I think I get it. You know?
Well, working on, maybe more than just this, but also some kind of grammar analyzer. I think some of them go about complaining regarding overly complex grammatical structures of sentences and possibly also obscure vocabulary words would be a useful kind of exercise to engage in order to communicate more effectively. Go ahead.
Mm.
Well, I think I remember, I don't know if it was Gus or I can't remember who said it, but I think, you know, basically the advice to you to try and dumb it down a little bit for everybody, it might be a good way to go. You know, just try it, you know. And you probably are trying it, but, you know, go ahead.
Is there an analyzer like the IBM tone thing that gives you advice about how to do that?
Right.
That I know of.
That would be an amazing app to have it translate things colloquially to people, or somehow appeal to the biggest common denominator. It's basically marketing. It's communication.
See, and that's what I do every single day. That's why, people accuse me here of trying to simplify something that's complex, but that's what I do every day, is take something that's super complex and simplify it so that everybody else can feel like smart. You know what I mean? Like, if you understand something that's complex, I made you understand it in 30 seconds or less, you feel smart. You feel empowered. You feel all these different things. And that's the challenge I have sometimes when it really starts to get complex. I'm like, all right, how can I take everything that person just said in the past 30 minutes and distill it down into 3 sentences?
Well, and I think there's a need for that sometimes, right? There's a saying, you know, like you can demystify certain ways of speaking to people that aren't accustomed to it. An example would be philosophy. Ozzy has demystified a couple things where I've been stuck on, like I don't get it, and he has changed the way he spoke for me so that I'd understand. You know, I
Right.
didn't have to know
Yeah.
the lingo and the everything, so I wasn't buried in jargon, right?
I
But
agree.
there are people that really love the jargon, and I don't think Nadia is one of them. But there are people that love the jargon because it makes them feel superior, so they use it knowing that other people are lost.
I think that a sign of understanding it is the ability to use concepts in a conversation which would use jargon, but be able to employ them in a conversation with somebody who's not familiar with the jargon in a way in which the conversation still flows.
I
Does that make sense?
agree.
Well said, Ocean. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, and on that metric, I actually come in almost dead last.
There it is. Yeah. Yeah. Do work on it. You know, work on it.
There's a goal.
You know, this might sound weird, but I think watching movies might help because you kind of pick up how it's not real communication, but it's a shorthand of. I don't know, I just think it might help.
Well, let's keep in mind that Jack watches a lot of movies, and he's not exactly the best communicator either.
Yeah, but he's not bad at explaining complex stuff.
No, he's not. That's true.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, you know, listening to Jack, I've learned a lot. So
I also watch a lot of movies, so
right.
I don't know.
Well, you're good at it too, Ocean. But yeah, I don't know. I think Jack just has a certain level of, I don't know. Maybe it's the movies he wants to be a little bit. I don't know if it's dramatic, but well, when Darwin's is in here, that certainly the drama comes out.
He's definitely theatrical when Darwin shows up.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. But no, I think Jack's a good communicator personally. Yeah.
Yeah, I do too.
Okay. Like readabilityscore.com, I have some grammatical fog indices or some such.
I don't think it's anything. Here's what's going to sound horrible. I actually think the worst thing you could do is analyze it.
Yeah, that's true. You gotta wing it. It's like driving a car, I guess.
Wing what?
The more you think about it, the worse you drive. It's like, especially true when you're starting out. It's just, you start thinking about everything, and all of a sudden, you know, looking at you like, are you going to turn on the car? Or?
Well, see, that's a great place. Something just came up in my head, Ocean, but I know a lot of people dislike Michael Fall. I know they hate his guts because he gets on a rant and it's like he just keeps going and going and going. But, you know, I actually, when he's talking, I freeze and I really listen. And there is so much packed in there. I think the reason people don't like it is because it's like he's flooding you with it's stream of consciousness, basically, right?
He has the opposite problem that Nadia does.
Exactly. Bingo. You got it.
Who is this?
Michael Fall. He usually has like a painting up on his webcam.
I don't know who that is.
And he's just whenever he talks,
It's very
oftentimes it's gibberish, but sometimes there's like a lot of really interesting ideas packed in there.
Yeah, he like strings together so many things that shouldn't be strung together, and it makes sense sometimes.
You see, when the atoms come together, they form an atom, and when the atom is there and you look at the atom represents the whole, and at the same time you're looking at the subsequent atoms that make up the whole, and you're thinking of a hologram in your brain. I'm trying. Yeah. That was for Ermine. She might remember.
That's kind of like him. It's like when you pull your emotions out of your mouth and you're trying to express ideas to people, you can sometimes get into a situation. It's just like you never know what the next word is going to be with him.
Yeah, he's like the Bill Walton of G+.
Bill Walton.
At times I appreciate it. At times I want to smack him.
Oh, I get you, Ocean. Yeah, it can be. and Nadia, I think it drives Nadia nuts, and I don't blame her. It can be tedious.
It's especially interesting when he does it when he's angry, because his insults are actually really interesting.
Wait, is this the painter guy?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah,
He's always got his painting up. He did a thing of Prince a little while ago. Looked really cool.
Yeah, it did. I know who you're talking about now. That I can get with him when he's sober, But when he drinks, I'm just like, this is for the birds.
Oh, that reminds me. I have a beer that I want to drink.
Oh, wow. The Fleisch Kincaid grade level of one of my blog posts is 29.2.
Okay, there you go.
Hmm.
Readability score?
We're learning, Nadia, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
29.2
29.2 is a PhD and then some.
Okay.
There you go.
I learned to write to people in 10th grade English.
File readability.
I'm going to need you to knock off an entire lifetime of 18 years off.
Right?
Out of what I try and do.
No, if the way I see it, if a word does not appear in the Bernstein Bears, it probably needs to be explained.
That's right. I mean, yeah. It's a massive fail if you use that. No, I'm kidding. Go ahead.
So the solution is to convince the writer of the Bernstein Bears to get more complex.
There you go.
Well, I have a number of other speech deficits besides mere grammatical structure and vocabulary choices and such, right? So, go ahead.
I don't think
29.2. How do you submit something for scoring?
Readabilityscore.com?
Yeah.
Yeah, as a thing you submit is you press a button that has a pen on it, has text right next to it as a label. Yeah.
I guess I have to log in.
Well, the shocking aspect was actually that the particular piece of writing was not, at least so I thought, very complex, and furthermore, was actually specifically written to be more accessible to the audiences. It was on my blog.
We'll see that. I think that comes back to what Ermine said a couple days ago. You know, you're on a different. You really are on a different level, Nadia. It's a compliment. You know, it really is.
No, it isn't. It means I am not actually managing to negotiate to whatever the level the people are at, or whatever it is.
That's right. I forgot. You can't take compliments. I'm sorry. Nadia, you're too brilliant. Fuck you. Die. And that's better.
Hang on. What? Wow. There's a small problem with running out of RAM or something on this. I may have to start my browser. You have a spare spot?
Oh, what's?
Yeah, we're good. No worries.
Oh, there we go. Now I got to see if I can find some writing of mine. Where'd it go? Here we go.
Take the picture of art that you made and copy paste those words in.
Let's see if that works. No, I'm gonna take a couple lines out of a script that I wrote a little while ago.
Oh, that's fun. Oh God, for what you do, oh my gosh, this could be so much fun.
What is this?
He wrote some lines in a script, and now he's gonna throw them in that analyzer and see what happens.
Oh, excellent.
See what happens when I put in the first page.
A brilliant script, I might add. Just
the script that I sent.
Okay. My recommendation is not necessarily the script. It is what it is. But to analyze the pitch that you either give to them verbally or that you send for them when they're going to read it. Like, what's the email that you put in there that's going to make them want to buy?
All right, so I got an ease score of 94.1 and a grade level of 4.4.
Oh, you didn't put it in the tone analyzer. Never mind.
In the tone analyzer?
Oh, you weren't here for the tone analyzer.
Oh, I just put a readability score.
Oh, put it into that link.
Let me see it. Tone analyzer. Okay, I gotcha.
Yeah, that might the rating on there might not so much matter for a script, but that just my assumption.
Yeah, it's not interesting. For I totally agree. What it's interesting for is the pitch. What'd you get?
It's disgust.
Wait, disgust isn't bad.
Really?
No. What are you trying? Well, let's see here. Hold on a sec. You got a lot of disgust. What about the language style and social summary?
They're very low on all of them.
Well, because
not very analytical, not very confident, not very tentative.
Okay.
It has a very low openness, high conscientiousness, high extroversion, high agreeableness, and a very low emotional range.
Right. That's because your disgust is so high. Can you just share what you wrote? Can you share your screen real quick?
Let's see. Yeah, I can do that. Hold on a second.
Because if you're trying to get someone to buy something, disgust isn't bad. But if it's part of a script, I wonder how that character or who's ever is the whole script?
I didn't put in the whole script. What I put in was a portion of the first page.
Okay, I'm wondering, just from what you told me, how, what's the word when the characters are not dynamic?
Flat.
Sure. How flat the characters may be.
Well, this is 6 paragraphs. So, and there's no dialogue in it.
Copy
pasting dialogue into this thing from a script is going to be a formatting mess.
Then that's fair. Then that's fair.
Yeah, this is simply description.
Okay.
Of actions, which need to be fairly fly on the wall for a script.
Yeah, and what I was saying is, like with a tone analyzer, I think in terms of like a screenplay type of deal, it's not going to give you much to
Let
look
me
at.
go to some dialogue and see what happens when I do that.
Yeah, I really appreciate that.
The whole thing about disgust, or the tone of disgust, kind of ties into what Puppy was saying about being in a position of authority or power, because that's only something, because if you're judging and you're kind of like, this is what I'm saying and this is how I feel about it, that's kind of like that's putting yourself above the person you're talking to a little bit, right?
Yeah, that's my blog.
All right, let's see Nadia's blog.
Emotional range is off the charts. Yowzers.
All right, I just put in a line that was said by a character, and it has even less emotional range. But the character is making a command. He's very technical. But it changed completely. The disgust went shooting down. Fear went shooting up. Anger is now on the medium side. And then analytical and tentative went shooting up. So, it's a completely different analysis.
Of course. But that's why I like to do paragraphs at a time, more so than blocks of text, so I can get a sense of what's going on.
I'm trying to see a point where somebody other than this character has a...
Does it tell you how it does its analysis anywhere? Because
Yeah.
I'm finding it's using the documentation. Go ahead.
Yeah, there is. If you click on quickly assess the ways you... it should say on document level, it should say documentation, and it tells you, it explains it.
This character's emotional range is off the charts. Oh. And then fear went shooting up.
Well, you want to be careful of that too, right? Like, ideally, you want characters, in my opinion. Well, I don't know enough about it.
Right.
I'm not even going to talk about that. I won't.
No, go ahead. Whatever you say is going to be useful.
I would think that you want characters that are 2 to 3 dimensional. Not
Right.
more, not less.
Well, what's wrong with the fear going up? It's right up at the medium mark. So I'm not sure like what these emotions necessarily mean in
So
relation
what
to
you
tone.
do is if you scroll up on the tone analyzer, right below analyze, you see document level, and there's a link for documentation, and it tells you what's up.
Okay.
Okay. I am having some trouble seeing very specific ways to go about, well, how it goes about assessing. So one might go about attempting to achieve some kind of particular assessment. Good.
Yeah, so this is all about how you're coming across to others. And that's why I love this tone analysis.
There's no tone analysis for sarcasm still, is there?
Great question.
Yeah, I wonder how this deals with sarcasm.
I very rarely use it, me personally.
Because that would be the future.
Somebody copy and paste something sarcastic in there and see what it does with it.
I did, and it was wrong.
What
okay.
Well, why would it qualify my as writing as unconscientious? That's curious.
I think some of this is a little bit wrong. So looking at how it's broken down.
Go ahead. What do you think is wrong about it? Because it keeps better. This is in beta right now, and it like every week I come back, it's better.
Okay, it took an insult and labeled it as openness.
Well, what was the insult?
I don't want to get into specifics. It's a script, so. But I'm unfortunately using a script that I'm currently working on. Let me pull something else out.
Well, wouldn't an insult be considered open? Because you just
that's why
actually that might. You're right.
Right?
Yeah, I think it would be considered open because you're being open to that person.
Yeah, like when you come to somebody and say "fuck you, bitch," that's pretty open. You know what I mean? You're telling people what you think about them. So.
I'm going to see what happens when I put in the majority of this script. Actually, this script doesn't have any dialogue, does it?
You can't put in that much. It will overload it.
Oh, well, okay. Well, this is 3 pages.
Oh, okay. You might be fine.
Okay. Let's see what happens. No dialogue in the script. Let's see what happens.
I typed in the phrase "nice hat but weird shoes," and that one kind of got right because it was in a joyful manner or whatever.
Yeah, this one's it's a horror, and fear has gone crazy. So
hold on a sec. I want you guys to realize what it's doing. It's not taking what you are interpreting to mean. What it's taking is how other people interpret what you're saying. That's a huge distinction that you have to get across with this tone.
Mm-hmm.
It's not a mind reader and can be like, this is what they meant. It is going to say, this is how people are interpreting what you're saying.
it's funny. I took the scary parts and highlighted them under fear.
But it does that. If it takes portions of it and highlights it and pulls, and I don't know why it takes why it chooses certain ones and not others.
Let's see if it uses openness.
I always love when I get to talk about my job with you guys. Although
It's a really interesting little tool.
It is. There's a bunch of them. It does, like, did I piss off Puppy, you think? Is that why she left?
What'd you say to Puppy?
I think she said she had to walk her dog.
Oh, okay.
And I don't think it's Star Wars GT story either, or Evolution Pulse's story.
I was about to say, did she have to go walk her dog in the Darwin Deity sense of going to walk the dog?
Yeah,
I was thinking the
think
same thing.
Well,
she
what'd
wasn't
you
really-
say to Puppy?
Well,
I mean, she's new. It'd be nice.
I wasn't saying anything to her particularly. I think she was saying a lot to me about how much she just does not appreciate my field.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I was just going to say, I don't think she likes the idea of marketing, to get people to buy shit, that's all it was, I think.
She's interesting.
Yeah.
It's kind of got just a little bit of made of glass bit going on with her. It seems pretty easy to offend.
She seems like a sweetheart, yeah, absolutely.
She seems nice, yeah. It's just she may not be tough enough.
Oh yeah, the internet's a tough place, man.
Right. You wind up, especially in this room, you wind up getting thick skin after a while.
Yeah. Yeah, I was going to
I've had
say...
some pretty nasty shit said to me, and I've said some pretty nasty shit to people.
I'll tell you, man. Yeah, it is. It's the lion's den, bro.
Right.
It is.
Tell me about it, Ocean. Another thing, I've learned to be more tolerant of people. When I first came here, I was pretty bad. I mean, I was awful the other night, but you get so frustrated with some of the views people hold that are really...
Right.
Anything that's bigoted or racist or really, like, ultra-right-wing, fuck, it upsets me.
I usually... Well, I'm in a high-stress job. And I've found that since I've started doing this, I've been able to handle high-stress situations at my job with much more ease.
Yeah.
That's hilarious.
That's really funny.
Deep breath.
Fucking cakewalk by comparison, I'll tell you what. Especially when I get into, because there's a lot of what I do involves being a diplomat and trying to get people to calm down and see reason and so on certain things. And it's been interesting because sometimes you gotta deal with people in a sort of bad cop kind of attitude, and sometimes you gotta kind of persuade people, and the interactions on here have been very useful for kind of testing out strategies and that kind of thing. So it's much easier to actually figure out, oh, okay, I need to speak this way to this person in this situation. So, anywho, you might say that I'm kind of cheating and using this to train.
No, I'll tell you, I've been trying my best to control my emotions, because that's when you hear me starting to screaming in the mic and get crazy. It's when my emotions take over,
Right.
and you know what I mean. And that's I think this room is starting to train me in that. When I get really pissed off, it's like, okay, mute, take a break. But just a couple nights ago, I was an asshole to Joe. And it's like,
Joe?
Yeah.
I have a problem with really not giving a shit about emotions, and this probably doesn't help that.
Right. Yeah.
It's like,
Yeah. It's just when you do that, right? When you just, it all comes out. I heard Terse on here last night. And it's like, that's emotion, man. Terse, the Scottish guy.
Oh yeah.
Oh man, that's emotion. But I don't know when emotion became a bad thing. When passion became a bad thing. I don't.
Well, it's not necessarily a bad thing. It's just too much of it can hurt somebody.
Yeah, that's true.
I wish I had more of it. It's been maybe more sad and lonely for me. It's, well, on the one hand, it's just lonely, and on the other, well, there were I suppose some goals to go on with, and building relationships was one, and that's, unfortunately, some have been built, but only so many, and not very many. And on the other hand, the kinds of personal development in terms of my speaking skills, particularly with maintaining my voice in a more feminine mode of speech, has not progressed in anywhere near the amount I've needed it to, or nor has it shown any
It
apparent
has
signs of
progressed,
progress in
though.
a number of years. Not really since
Not
the
as much as you
initial
wanted to.
kind of
I understand that.
burst of progress in, I'd say, latter half of, latter half 2012 and probably some residual momentum in 2013, early 2013. Go ahead.
And in the time that I've known you, it's progressed quite a bit. Your cadence has gotten better, your pitch has gotten better. It may not be as much as you want it to, but it has improved.
Well, what I've generally heard from, and not just you, but a substantial number of others, is in effect that the voice is not up to speed. Oh, and I'd also like to welcome Dawkins Solutions. Our good friend Puppy just had to leave to take her dog for a walk. I'd like to furthermore mention the topic is the Sapir-Whorf hypothesis and its influence upon culture, as it in particular pertains to, well, I guess people say possibly ethical kinds of drives to reform language uses and such, like political correctness. Now, the Sapir-Whorf hypothesis is that the language influences thought. It shapes the contours, dimensions, system of ideas in which things are phrased, and that sets up a number of maybe not so much specific conclusions, but perhaps tendencies toward some kind of bias or other. And ultimately, since culture is an aggregation of individuals, those under the influence of such biases may exhibit misogynistic, patriarchal, homophobic, transphobic, and possibly even racist effects. Go ahead.
Yeah, I lost my faith in humanity. Long time.
What's that whistle? Does anyone else hear that?
I heard one.
Faith is an odd thing. I attempt to.
Does anybody know Craig?
I don't offhand, actually. I may have met him before. Craig, were you one of the respondents to the original Google Plus event and such? Go ahead.
He's still hidden from broadcast. You want to reveal him?
Checking real quick. I think he might be. Yeah. I'll just try it anyway. Why not?
All right, got my
Craig.
finger on the trigger.
Oh, I know Craig is. Okay,
Yeah,
no worries.
I'm here. I'm here on the wrong account. Maybe I'll come back in, but yeah. It was
it's all right.
I thought it was too dark in here, but it was actually just dimmed because I wasn't broadcast. Anyway, how you doing? I haven't seen you for a while. Hope everything's okay.
Well, a number of work meeting areas are still lacking progress. However, I guess I'm quote unquote not dead yet.
The last I was talking to you, you were just trying to get a new place. It might have been like 3 or 4 months ago.
Well, I'm moved a number of times in the past 3 or 4 months, and at least twice. So maybe 3 times.
I noticed
so,
this is a story.
Sorry?
This kind of discrimination has become a story in the time period since then. I've heard it mentioned. I mean, because it's really an ignored thing, the level of discrimination. What's worse, really, than housing discrimination? It's really, or it's arguably worse than employment, which is, also a ridiculous thing. But anyway, I'm sorry to change the conversation, but yeah, it's me, Kiro.
Well, the kind of bias animus against those minority groups in a number of respects is embedded in the connotations of the vocabulary used to discuss those minority groups. Go ahead.
Nicely played, Nadia. Put us right back on track.
I figured it's think of a reverse segue.
This is a real problem. I mean, it does go on.
John?
John, you died.
Yeah, everybody hear me?
There
This
you are.
is a real problem. Go on. There is.
Oh, his internet sucks. He must be in.
Man, we're playing some technical difficulties.
Yeah, I was
Sorry.
going to say, John, you might want to kill your video. The bandwidth might not be able to handle it.
Yeah, John, if you look at the top of the screen, there's going to be next to the webcam thing, there'll be a adjust bandwidth usage between the gear and the camera. Just turn that all the way down. I'm going to do it myself, actually.
Is this where I feel like an idiot?
It's Google. It's so complex.
Google Hangouts is unnecessarily complex at times.
What am I doing? Am I doing something wrong?
I think you whatever you did, I think you did it right.
It seems to work well enough for me, but that's
Yeah, I can hear you clearly now.
Yeah, you sound fine. OG was in here earlier, and I think he got the same headset as Nadia, but his audio is fucking awful.
Some people can't do it.
They have trouble installing stuff, eh?
Yeah.
But you think it's just Bluetooth. You just plug the dongle in and it works, but... Oh,
Here's the
well.
new headphones, Ludic.
Oh, nice. Cool.
Come
Hey,
on,
you can
pretty
stick the wire on either side, I guess, eh? Looks like it has the port on both sides.
Yeah, it's got the port on both sides. So do the old ones, though, like these guys. Well, here we go. So this can come out, and
oh yeah,
you can put the cord on either side that you want, and it just goes in. It's a little plastic stopper.
V-Moda makes sick stuff.
They make the best headsets. I'm using a V-Moda microphone and headset right now, and this is a V-Moda as well. These are the little on-ears, and they make these custom little plates for the side, and I did the Mark of the Legion. So
that's sick, man. Nice.
I just got the Mark of the Legion for these as well. They're going to be in the mail soon. So I'll just be able to pop off these plates and put on new ones.
Yeah, they might not be like the most high fidelity, like the real critical, boutique hi-fi people. But what they are is they have good bass, good mid-range, and they're built like brick shit houses. You'll have those 10 years from now still working.
Yeah, that's true.
I can't go back from Sennheisers. I love Sennheiser headphones.
That's a good headphone too.
Oh my gosh.
There's nothing wrong with Sennheiser headphones.
They're different though because they're open ear, whereas other ones are closed, right?
It depends. Some of them are closed.
I think that's right. Some of the Sens are closed.
I had a pair of closed Sennheisers until a buddy of mine broke them. I was like, "Are you kidding me? You broke my Sens?
You swine!"
Yeah, great thing would be we could perhaps get the input from our new contestants or participants and panelists on the idea that while, of course, language is a product of culture, it may at least act as a proximal cause of cultural phenomena itself. Go ahead.
Yes, it's very true.
Yeah, I want to welcome Darwin's, Dawkins. Give us your opinion, if any, on the subject.
Oh, and John and Piero too, of course. Go ahead.
Well, my opinion is my mic working?
Yep,
it is
coming
indeed.
through.
Well, my opinion is, given skeptics' worldview, I don't know how they can make sense of anything.
Shots fired.
Boo.
It just went over the bounds. Whoa. Well,
I'm not sure what that has to do with the price of rice, but okay.
I was asked my opinion.
Well, sure. It was regarding a particular topic having to do with the Sapir-Whorf hypothesis, so go ahead.
Well, it really doesn't matter, the subject.
it all comes back to that for you, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Now, John, were you going to say something?
John's webcam is on again, so he's probably going to have a hard time talking.
Dang.
We tried.
Yeah, either he has a massive delay, or he should kill the video altogether. I'm not sure.
I'm gonna be that guy. I'm gonna kill his video for him. Oh no, he left. What the hell?
No, he probably crashed. It looked like he was frozen. Yeah.
I was like, I didn't kick you. What the fuck?
Somebody take away his...
Okay. So the one of the kinds of ideas is that well, in particular with respect to propagation, reinforcement, and I suppose inculcation with misogyny, linguistic constructs like well, for instance, the association of grammatical gender with negatively connotated words may, in fact, militate for the reformation of language in various respects. It gets so in ways that some people might deride as what you might call political correctness, right? Go ahead.
Okay, so do you want to eliminate pronouns, Nadia?
No, I don't think it's entirely a unilateral decision would make a lot of difference anyway. Go ahead.
What if we had, what if we weren't speaking English and we were speaking a Romance language where every noun was gendered? Would you want to get rid of that? Because I would.
Yeah, I would actually say that there's some difficulty involved with things like that, Spanish and German and all that. Go ahead. Oh, and welcome, Jim. Well, one of the aspects that you actually may like Dawkins' delusions is that it appears profane language is, well, riddled with patriarchal, sexist misogyny and homophobia and transphobia and all that. Go ahead. So of course people would maybe not be so wild about continuation of the kind of profane language and such. And also welcome Jim Rockwell and Realistic Nihilist. Very good to see you both on.
Yeah, like I
Am I
said
still-
earlier, you're here, Nadia. Like I said from earlier, I do believe that language influences culture a lot, and other than that, I have nothing to really contribute to the topic, so I'll just listen.
It
You know?
influences thought as
What does
well.
that mean, though? What do you mean by that, Rev?
What's the topic?
Language.
What do you mean language influences culture?
That's the whole Sapir-Whorf hypothesis.
Thank you, Ermine. Thank you. I'm trying to stay on topic here for the convo. You know. Thank you.
Words and stuff.
That not only.
Right.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Ermine. I'm sorry.
No, not only like it's a given that culture influences language, but the Sapir-Whorf turns it on its side and says, does language influence culture? And if so, how? And more importantly, what are the good aspects of that? And unfortunately, what can some of the negative ones be?
Would someone care to point out a negative about language and culture, or is that not relevant to the discussion? Or
Well, we were talking about the sinking in of a gender binary as a result of having gender pronouns and lack of a neutral pronoun.
oh, kind of like languages like German and whatnot.
Right.
Perhaps also I suppose, premature gender attribution being, in effect, grammatically committed to, right?
It's also in the English language the lack of the word you in a plural conjunctive, unless you're a southerner. And then you get the word y'all.
Y'all.
Well, you was the plural.
Yeah.
Well, no, as a reference. There's
Okay.
other languages where that kind of word pops up.
Y'all. I thought uses was a plural.
Oh, God.
Oh, no.
Don't forget you've also got all y'all. They're covering all sizes of groups. You got to admit that is a problem with the plural you. Is like, what size groups? We got 4 or 5 different echelons of groups.
Uses don't understand language.
I don't think there's a y'all, all y'all yet.
All y'all crazy.
No derailing. Just a real quick question. Piro, have you talked to Gary recently? Is he doing all right?
Oh, double D left.
Yeah, nope, I haven't talked to him. I don't know how he's doing.
Gotcha, man. All right.
I wish I had him on Skype or something.
DD?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I hear you.
every once in a while I want to be like, hey, come in. Every once in a while I want to be like, stop.
Yeah, well, I mean, it was gonna, he wanted to automatically take it to the God discussion, obviously, but,
Are you a theist?
I don't think anybody's in the mood for it right now.
No, that was a joke.
My cat just My cat just jumped up on the desk and looked at me like, what now?
Right.
Sat down. It's like, what? Little shit.
She put the nigga before that. Nigga what? No.
It's a black cat, so I guess.
I actually hate that word, so I shouldn't have even made that joke. But.
Like just in general?
I'm gonna...
Yeah. Alright. But reading from the link,
Here we go. Look
linguistic
at this little
reality
asshole.
page.
Just jumped right up on the desk like, fuck it.
Aww.
He gave me this look.
Beautiful cat, man.
What are you doing?
Huh? Okay. The test scored your text very confusing to read. So.
Did you guys notice that Josh left
As soon as he
immediately?
left?
Yeah.
Now, I have a question for you. What test scored your writing is very confusing to read?
Say what?
Nadia's
Fleisch reading ease score.
Oh.
Grammarly apparently is a pay service that only gives out like 1 or 2 trial uses. So this spell check 24 looks like it's free. So.
Cool. But just reading through that that article you sent on linguistic reality, yeah, that pretty much makes sense. Interesting. And whatnot. Do you see like languages like German obviously having gendered pronouns for things that are just not living? Do you think that's problematic or something?
Well, it gives a kind of odd, way of ascribing gender to things prematurely in various ways. So. Oh.
How can you prematurely subscribe a gender to a chair?
I would, in effect, have. It's never actually comes a time where that's worthwhile to actually do. So.
Chairs are women.
Always premature.
Chairs are women because they have big bottoms.
Oh dear.
And German, they're actually male.
Oh, I like that.
Hey, I ain't got a problem. My gadunk.
Who cares though? I think it's a little
people.
Oh, go ahead.
People obviously think differently. Here my mic fucked up. People obviously think differently between the genders. People that want to not be sexist still end up with a difference, and obviously a lot of people have a difference, and now we're dealing with a lot more genders, and people are even more confused about that. So if you have a language where like boats are always women, and you use a female version of the, and when you're learning the language as a child, this is drilled into you for the first few years of your life, obviously it has to affect how you think about ships if you think about them as women.
But is that really like a bad thing though?
There's also, I think in Japanese, there's certain words in which if the speaker is a woman, it's supposed to be said in a certain way, and if the speaker is a man, it's supposed to be said in a certain way.
It's even more so, yeah. Yeah,
well.
that's even a bit more obvious example that probably people would go like, okay, well that's too much. But I think it is a problem with the ships and stuff because it's not a huge problem. We've had many bigger problems in a sense, but it's slow acting like gravity. It does shape things just to have this kind of force because, yeah, it limits your thinking. And whether it's good or not in a particular case is sort of different. It just limits your thinking. It's ridiculous baggage to think of a chair and a ship or even a flower or any of these things as having a gender. It's just extra baggage. It's a waste of time to have to memorize it.
Yeah. But it's just done. I feel like it's done to just humanize it or something of the sort. But I think it does get ridiculous because chairs obviously don't have a fucking gender.
Okay. Judith Butler apparently gets a higher Fleisch reading ease index than my blog post.
All right, Nadia, I'm going to need you to focus.
Why? On what?
On the conversation.
And last I checked, it was regarding the structure of language and all that, and how it has cultural impact, and I suppose, how the analysis of that may then further impact our efforts to reform our own languages, or own usages of language and all that.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's on topic, Ermine. She's saying that I think she's saying that Judith Butler is communicating better than her, so she's got to get on that. I think that's what you're saying, right, Nadia?
Actually, she's harder to understand. according to this.
Oh, she's harder to understand. Okay, gotcha. All right.
What?
Oh god.
There it is. That's your catchphrase, man. I love it.
Can somebody update me in the past half hour, please? I'm kidding. Don't.
Yeah, I think it's more interesting to think about how language crossovers. For example, mota in Spanish is like slang for weed, but in Arabic it means ice cream.
Same thing.
Isn't that just coincidence, though?
Yeah, that.
Interesting.
I mean, it's not even coincidence.
Yeah, Nadia's wet pussy.
Oh
Sorry.
my goodness.
Moist, I think.
Oh.
Arabic is just a perverted language. I think we've come to that.
I love the word moist.
Yeah,
Are we still talking about language being sexist?
Yes.
I'm talking about your mom being sexist, if you know what I mean.
Oh.
Language being sexist, I'd say it applies to some languages.
In what ways would you, I guess, expect or suspect that the English language has embedded misogyny latent within it? Go ahead.
I don't even know how to answer that because I don't think it does.
Well, I don't think it does significantly, but I was going to say the word. I had no idea where this word came from. Apparently, it's German. German, meaning fool, but used to originally mean a man.
But we're talking about English.
Huh?
We're talking about English, right?
Yeah. Well, it's an English word now.
Oh.
Which in English is, of course, a Germanic language, for the most part. Maybe not even for the most part anymore, but.
Since the urban
The
invasion.
point is that it did originally a gender-specific word, and now is used, I would say, mainly as a gender-neutral word. And that's just one example I could think of. But
I mean, when you're done.
I mean, I think that's the opposite. That it was a word that specifically meant male, and now doesn't. And I guess I'm wondering, how does the English language, at least, embed some sort of misogyny or
whenever you guys
sexism?
All right, here's mine.
I don't know how.
All right, here's mine. And Rev, don't get too mad at me for this. But when you look back to the Old Testament and how it's been translated from Hebrew to English, for instance, oftentimes in English we will say the Father. But if you look at it in Hebrew, it's like Elohim, all these different words meaning the unspoken one, the Alpha, the Omega, all these things, but in it does not mean male. Like
That's true. Yeah.
Okay, so they're not going to give like the name of the but English, when it puts somebody at a head or at the forefront, for some reason it changed it into the father, and in so doing, it's not to say that it was against women. It just put the father and the male figure ahead of women.
I think it does say father in the New Testament.
But what I mean is,
that's not Hebrew.
Right.
No, it's Greek.
From Greek, right? Yeah, Greek.
Yeah, it's Greek.
Yep. So wouldn't the problem lie with the Greeks?
I don't know how anybody could argue. I don't know Christianity and even Judaism and Islam is male dominated and sexist.
No, wait. That was edited. No, it was, do you guys know about the Essenes? The Essenes, they say there was also an Our Mother who art in heaven prayer.
Oh no, I didn't know they had that. I know who the Essenes were, but I don't
Yeah,
know
no,
about that.
and when you think about ancient Christianity, before they chose some of these testaments, it was like everybody was writing these testaments and books and stuff, and so the Bible, you'd make your own library of it, and when they did formalize it, that's when they for sure made it misogynistic.
Well, here's the thing: is I mean, misogyny aside, it's certainly gender specific. I mean, going back forever, religion in anthropomorphizing, and I say anthropomorphizing to mean humanizing, has always been gender specific and sexist. I know there are exceptions. Athena was a warrior goddess, right?
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
there were very it's very sexist.
not all religions and pantheist religions aren't particularly sexist. I mean, unless
Okay,
it's witch
sure.
gods.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
You mean polytheistic?
That's sex.
Well, yeah, any of the the pantheons of gods in Greece, or the Polynesian gods in Hawaii. You've got Pele and
They
her.
were certainly sexist, though.
Well,
so Varishnu was sexist.
They were well defined. They were based on current gender roles. I mean, with
yes.
the exceptions
Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
of
I agree with what you're saying.
with
in
the
that sense, yeah.
exceptions of, say, Athena. I'm trying to think of a Norse equivalent.
Freyja. And Skadi.
Well,
did they take on typically masculine roles, or?
Skadi is a huntress and Freyja is a warrior.
Varishnu is a warrior. She carries like a mace.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, so there are exceptions, but whether or not you want to call them misogynistic, they certainly were gender specific. They certainly were sexist.
They
right?
definitely reflect gender roles of the time.
Right,
Like
and that's what I
Freyja
mean.
is definitely representative of shield maidens.
Right, but
and
also
Valkyries.
Athena does. But Athena does too, because it shows that the country girl in Greece might go hunt.
That's
and,
Artemis, but yeah.
Right.
Well,
yeah, Diana Artemis.
Well, Athena was also that kind of a character, though.
Athena was a warrior, a wise warrior. But yeah, I mean, certainly religion has perpetuated at least gender roles of the time, sexism of the time, and I think that carries it into the Judeo-Christian religions.
Yeah,
Abraham.
but you can see the different gender stereotypes because the Greeks were very sexist.
I mean,
whereas the Polynesian, I mean, I think it's pretty hard to see the sexism. They had a sexist society, and yet still, I don't really see it in Pele. She's a weird mythological character. She sort of defies a gender role.
Pele is who? Whom?
She's the goddess, the Hawaiian goddess that is in the volcano. So she destroys land. One of her things is she will come to you as an old woman hobbling through the jungle or whatever, and if you take pity on her,
there are lots of exceptions.
I think
there's a very similar goddess in Hinduism, Kali.
I think Nadia might be a little bit frustrated because she feels like we're getting off topic. So
Shiva.
Well, once I
Shiva
caught
was
a bit more of it, seems it's doing okay. Go ahead.
Well, it relates though. I mean,
yeah, it does.
Shiva, of course, was both man and woman, I believe, in different incarnations. There are lots of exceptions, certainly, but
the fact that there's no exceptions like that in Christianity.
Exactly. Why did Jesus come as a man instead of a woman? I would. Well, no
Why
offense.
Why is Jesus called
Ralph.
the exalted one or the unspoken one, Father?
Yeah.
Is there a gender to the Holy Spirit?
Well, I always thought this. Here's what I thought, that nobody agrees, and if you look in the dictionary, I'm wrong. Okay, so I'll just preface it that way. But I always thought theism was more like theo, the idea of the Father God, deification of the Father out of the strict father family, and that's what theo is, as opposed to I don't know, Celts or children of the forest, this kind of stuff. It's sort of, I mean, I know it means, theism because of the deities. That's just what the word has come to mean and everything. But to me, I always thought theism was sort of a word that had the gender bias in it somehow. And probably I'm just, being weird, but...
I'm not sure it does, but I hear what you're saying.
It doesn't etymologically or any other justifiable way, so I'm just putting it out there like... But I don't think all actual what we technically would call theistic systems are equally.
It might. Hold on a second. Let me
But I would also argue that this
I don't think
has
it does.
origins in the idea of the sky father and earth mother, though. I mean, these are just
now that's interesting
ageless,
because
ageless archetypes.
Yeah, or what about the moon being the feminine and the sun being masculine? Those are very dominant throughout ancient societies, as far as I know, but don't quote me.
Craig, I want to give you a point.
Yeah.
That Theo is masculine. Thea is feminine.
Right.
And so you would say Theos is God, Theos is goddesses.
Oh, yeah.
Well,
thanks.
So there's a little bit of legitimacy to what you said.
Right.
Kind of back to the prayer thing of Our Mother in Heaven. Was that referring to Mother Mary or?
No,
Mother
it's
in
an
Heaven?
ancient Christian thing. No, I don't think so. No, it's the fact that pre-Christianity is a lot more organic than that institutionalized thing that they created.
And of course, early Judaism, there's evidence that that Yahweh had a consort, that the God had a goddess.
Ashura.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, Ashura.
Yes, that's one name.
Interesting fact as well. The word Shekinah, from Shekinah glory.
Yes.
That's a feminine word as well.
And that's the other name for the God's consort.
Right. The consort. That's right, JJ. You know your shit, man.
I know some shit. I think I know some shit.
Well, JJ, the real question is, from your worldview, how do you just... I'm kidding.
Yeah, I was going to say.
How do you justify anything?
I don't
I'm
bother.
reading a book right now, and I don't even know how I'm reading the book because I can't justify that the book is even here.
How do you justify that you know what words
Ocean, that still pisses me off, that argument that, just because I'm a believer, I can't interpret the Bible.
No, you can't.
Right, Ocean? I can't.
Who said that? Wait, what?
That's an argument Jack presents.
No, you can interpret it.
And see, that's
I've had conversations with Jack.
No, Jack would not deny that you can interpret it.
No, he does.
How do you know?
Point blank deny that you can interpret it.
That's why I got so pissed off.
That is not the argument.
That's why I got so pissed off at Joe a couple nights ago, because that's
it was last night, even.
He was trying to.
Well, let's go through it real quick, JJ. What do you think the argument is?
Go ahead.
The point is that how do you know that you are interpreting God's intentions correctly?
Therefore, you can't.
It's not about what. No, you can interpret the Bible any way you want.
No. Okay. The
Yes.
argument goes. Hold on. The argument goes that you can't interpret the Bible unless you know the author's intent, and if you assume that the author is an unfalsifiable being, then you can't actually interpret.
Bingo.
That was his argument.
Bingo.
That's not accurately
That was
depicted
his argument.
But that is not.
I went through it with him for about 2 hours one day. That's his
goodness. I think you must have missed something.
That sounded just like what I've heard too.
But listen to what I'm saying. The point of the argument is that without being able, if you cannot interpret what God's intentions are, as in you can interpret what the Bible says, because you know what you can at least to some degree interpret what human authors' intentions are. But
Jack was not giving that.
But yes, he would. But if the authors are inspired by God and in essence dictating what God has told them, how do we know that they are interpreting God's intentions correctly when they write it down?
That's not his argument at all.
Therefore, it is actually.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
No, because he wasn't even giving that the authors could even be interpreted.
You missed the point of the argument then.
No, dude.
No, he didn't. No, he didn't,
Are you
JJ.
guys really having a third-hand argument?
Yeah.
I tried.
I know, really,
Like
'cause
I
I
can
have a
link you to
comment
the
on
argument.
it.
I'll try and find it. But
Have a meta conversation, and I sure as hell don't want to have a meta argument.
I'll just say I remember the conversation I had quite clearly.
Well, maybe we
this
could
does
go
not
back
reflect
to where you don't have to justify the experience you're having to, quote unquote, know you're having it.
That's true.
You only have to know things to justify your interpretation. So, like, if you see the sun coming up and you go, hey, I know I'm experiencing the sun coming up, that's true, except for the part where you're interpreting the sun is coming up. I mean, but you know you're having the experience that you're calling, you know, a name that is named after the interpretation you falsely made.
What?
What? Sorry.
Well, well, first, I think there's a reliance upon semantic and internalist kinds of analyses and such as other premises. In effect, that the meaning and such is reliant upon intent. Second, well, there's I don't necessarily recall the entirety of the argument that Joe was presenting, but what I do recall of it that I was around for, or that he was relating to me personally, was actually the usual form of arguments against inferences of intent of a divine agent of sufficiently alien nature, such as Abrahamic God, on grounds that it's the sorts of background information enable us to carry out emphasis of intent regarding agents of a humankind, or, well, perhaps other kinds of which we might have experience, are unavailable in fact for the Abrahamic God. Go ahead.
And the answer to that, from a Christian perspective, is the Holy Spirit interprets the text for us. But that's a bullshit answer, apparently.
No, that's a perfectly valid answer because it's on faith then, right? You have faith
Yes, you got
in
it.
your interpreting. You have faith and trust in the actual penning authors of the text.
Right, exactly.
Rev, can I ask you a question?
You have faith that those authors were interpreting the intentions of the deity correctly.
You got it, JJ.
And that's fine.
No,
but
you
faith
don't
is
really.
subjective.
That's
But
true.
faith
But really,
is subjective.
wait, isn't it different?
And that is the point.
When I've asked Christians this, I hear a different version of a similar story, which is they're not interpreting at all. It's more like channeling.
I understand.
Concept. Yeah.
They don't want to use the word interpret.
It's like God moved your finger. I mean, I'm
Well,
an atheist. I'm an atheist.
say-
It's like God moved your finger, and you accidentally wrote things better than you could have interpreted.
Well, the
and
sense in which I think the term interpretation is being used by, I suppose, those who are critiquing the idea of, trying to, infer the intentions of such an alien being, are it's something that's actually inevitable in the process of, I guess, receiving the communications and being able to understand their meaning and such. The coming to that understanding of the meaning of the communication is being called interpretation.
Well, Helena
it's-
actually, Nadia, yeah, I'm sorry. I just wanted to say really quick. Helena busted this argument as bullshit a while back, because she said all that a believer has to do is say the Holy Spirit interprets it. And in the side chat, I think it was either MK's room or it might have been yours. I'm not sure, Nadia. But she said that, and I was like, thank you, Helena. Yeah, that's it. End of argument.
Okay. But the point is that
sorry,
the point
go
is
ahead.
whether or not you're interpreting it correctly, and it comes down to you have faith that the Holy Spirit is aiding you in interpreting it correctly, right?
Rev,
well,
correct.
I
Okay.
can
Now
unpack.
it's end of story.
Well, wait a
I
second.
can't
Why do you keep
unpack the
saying
word
correct?
interpret every time. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I'm sorry. You go ahead,
No,
Nadia. Thanks.
I'm saying, Craig, I'm saying it's faith because it is faith. It is.
No, but it's not interpretation. It's more like if God made you got a tingle, and then suddenly it's like Tourette's, and you might not even know what you're writing. People, it's like speaking in tongues. It channels through you. So the question of interpretation doesn't have to be defended. You still have to have the faith that it's possible to channel, or channel's the New Age version, but we all know what it means.
Right. Yeah, I follow you, and I would agree with that. Yeah, I hear what you're saying.
What kind of Christian are you?
Right, and then to claim that they are channeling it correctly then, which is, again, an interpretation of the intentions of the channeling. That's what it comes down to, and it comes down to faith. And faith is subjective.
Well,
Fine.
it could be
End of story.
It could be objective if you believe in the scripture, because where I say
and then that becomes circular.
No.
If you believe in the scripture, then you believe in the faith.
Well, if the Holy Spirit, which is I'm not reading my interpretations from the Holy Spirit. The Holy Spirit isn't a book. Okay, what I see in the scripture testifies to what I feel in the Holy Spirit. So it's not circular. It could be because the Holy Spirit isn't written in the book. You feel what I'm saying, JJ?
It becomes circular that way.
We would disagree there.
What kind of Christian are you?
Because it's the same faith. Go ahead. We can talk about this later.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Brad, what kind of Christian are you? Like Baptist, Orthodox, Protestant?
Non-denominational.
The hell does that mean?
Not of a denomination.
You just believes in Christ?
Exactly.
Matt, go ahead and give like a spiel. Is your
back to language?
Yeah. Well, I would say that in my view, a possibly semantic difference in some respects it must be, because what I'm proposing as the notion under consideration here is something that's effectively inevitable. So I can unpack it at all points to say coming to an understanding of the meaning of the communication as instead of the word interpretation, and at that point, what maybe you might need to unravel it further, but I can keep doing that too. So,
Oh god.
Is it any clearer in that? Is it any clearer in that way, or is it need an additional a set of addenda or similar? Go ahead. Reverie or Ermine, are you there? Or?
I'm here. I study as a Western.
Oh, no worries.
What do you want me to say, Nadia?
Well, okay, if I unpack it to say, coming to an understanding about a communication from, I guess, a being so alien to us and so divorced from any contact with us as kind of God is posited to be, would be, well, in effect, possible to understand.
Well, JJ hit the nail on the head. It's faith. At the end of the day, it really is. That's it. I'm willing to admit it, but there's a lot of Christians around here that aren't willing to just say we take this on faith. So.
Yeah, Fideism's generally relatively respectable. Yeah.
Ugh, Jews.
I'm sorry?
Never mind.
Yeah, Jim said, Jews. And this is the same guy that comes in with our buddy Jason Zine and you know, he likes that type of shit. So
I've only met Jason once, so shut your mouth, Rabbit.
yeah, right.
I'd suggest.
You like Jews?
You not like
Sorry?
Jewish people?
No.
I love them.
No, I mean, like, no, as in, like, just indifferent. I'm like Zionists, for which the most part, most of them are. But this is a discussion about Zionism.
I don't know about most of them, though. But
Yeah, I think most of them living in Israel are.
Yeah.
I think there's more
I think
Jews
it's more.
in New York.
I think it's probably closer to 50% as far as Zionists in Israel. Maybe not. Maybe it is most. I don't know.
Well, by
I'm
their
not a big
standpoint,
fan
it makes
myself.
sense. Yeah.
Well,
I'm not a big fan.
I don't really ever.
Well,
I only really
you know,
ever talked to. Sorry. Go ahead.
I was just going to say it's really hard to say with people in Israel since they're all in Israel, arguably having taken advantage of Zionism's success, you know. But if you're talking about conservatives, you know, they have 50-50. They just keep ending up with conservatives over there because it's always, you know, they're under danger. So it's this crisis thing. So it depends what you mean by Zionist. I mean, you definitely have liberal Jews over there that are no longer, they're not Zionist. I mean, they got Israel. What's to be Zionist? They already have a country.
Well, I mean, I guess it depends on what you mean by Zionist, but there are
Exactly.
anti-Zionist Israelis. I mean, there are strict policies, Zionist policies. There's a strict platform and ideology to it, and there
Sort
are
of a
Israelis who are
nationalist.
against it.
Right. Yeah, there's a nationalist. That's what I'm saying. So the conservative Israelis or whatever, and then you have. I mean, I don't know. I'm old. I might be out of date, but you know, all growing up, at least there were more Jews in New York than in Israel. So.
What's Netanyahu sure is pretty nasty to Obama, eh? When he came and did his little speech thing and all that.
He's just a nasty dude.
Well,
yeah, I mean, there are anti-Zionist. There are anti-Zionist Jews all over the world too.
Well,
and again, if Zionism is a hard word, but if you're saying there's a lot of Jews that are critical of the policies of Israel, yeah, like all the liberal Jews in the United States, meaning like all of them. You know, I mean, like 80% of them. They have Israeli sympathies, though. I mean, I had a lot of Jewish friends. They admit it. Yeah, synagogues do indoctrinate you towards defending the national interest of Israel, but these are still liberal people, and they don't support the Israeli policies. So it's complicated emotionally, I guess.
Yeah, that's Craig. That's true. Like the most the most conservative Jews, actually, they're against Israel even being in the land because they believe that Mashiach has to return before they can even be back there. It's it's very
right. You mean so like not this is another weird dimension, right? So not conservative politically, but Orthodox.
Exactly. Yeah. Conservadox. Yeah. You'll find them in Borough Park, which I think Nadia knows all about.
Well, actually, I don't go to Borough Park very often, but I used to go like Crown Hill, other places a little bit south there, like Bay Ridge. Especially back in the 2011-2012 time frame, Bay Ridge was a pretty frequent place that I used to go out to. Go ahead.
Well, just in my personal experience, I've never really met an anti-Zionist Jew, but...
Oh, well, they exist. In fact, most Jews, Zionist Jews are a minority globally.
I find that kind of hard to believe, but... All right.
Really? I mean, I've known many. I'm liberal. All the Jewish people I've known are really just as critical of Israel's foreign policy or whatever you want to call it as anyone else. And the people voting against these policies are all in Israel are always 45, 48, 49%, sometimes more. And sometimes the liberal wins, but usually after that happens, some Arafat or something does some shitty thing, and then boom, no more liberals for 15 years or 16
There's
years.
probably more Zionist Christians than there are Zionist Jews.
Oh, no
That's
doubt.
probably true.
By a long
Well, and
shot. By a
Rastafarians.
huge one.
100% right.
Who
Yeah.
to forget about the
The
terrorist Rastafarians?
The membership of Kufi is larger than the population of Israel.
Jesus.
Well, see, this is the thing, and JJ brought up a great point. How are we defining Zionism here? Maybe we should put that on the table, you know?
Fine. Jews believing that the land known as Israel is rightfully theirs due to them having a desire just to be there because it was ingrained in their culture, and they long to return there.
Right, but Zionism in general is just wanting to return to your homeland. Right?
Or wanting to reconstitute your homeland, your cultural
Yeah.
homeland.
Right.
Right.
That's a pretty open-ended thing, right? That's pretty. I mean, if the Jamaicans go back to Ethiopia, they loved Haile Selassie. I don't think they were planning to take over and kick out the Ethiopians. So, and that's Zionism too. And the Palestinians are genetically Semites, right?
Jamaicans are not from Ethiopia.
Zionistic, Rastafarianism, Zionism believes in going back to the homeland of Ethiopia. I didn't invent that it's the right place, but that's Haile Selassie. It's the only kingdom in Africa that was never taken over by Europe.
Except that it was.
Yeah. Well,
Liar. No. Yeah,
However,
well, you know, not technically.
However briefly.
It was taken over by the Italians in the 30s.
However briefly.
Okay, until modern World War II. Yeah, you know what I mean. That's part of the mythology of that particular form of Zionism is all.
Well, it's Rastafarianism, which includes going back to Ethiopia. Yes.
Right, but my point was not taking over Ethiopia or anything, so I don't think Jewish Zionism necessarily involved kicking all the Palestinians out either. I think there's Jewish Zionism that was like, before Israel, they had settlements, and the Palestinians in the 30s, they were fine with it. They had settlements. So, you know, that there could have been a liberal version of this instead of basically a fascist one.
Okay, Zionism did not overtly include kicking everybody else out that wasn't a Jew, but that's what they did. So it's
Right.
and some insiders claim that was the goal. I mean, I don't know if they're being truthful or not, but
well, it was surely the goal of the people that actually started Israel and had power. That's what they did, like right away.
Yes.
So, and they did it of areas they didn't even populate. I mean, there's areas that today are countryside where they kicked out families, and you know, wealthy families with ranches and territory, and there's trees, and it's not desert, and they're still not settled. So yeah, somebody definitely had that in mind. Well, you know, there's a lot of jerks that had connections in the government, in the European, U.S., and all the governments that were involved in sort of populating the power structure of Israel.
I find it comparable to, like, if the Indians, you know, American Indians came back, it's like, okay, we want our land back now.
Well, why shouldn't the Lakota have the Black Hills back? The United States government in the late 1800s gave it to them and then stole it back from them. There's no legal way to justify that. They should have that land back.
Like the entirety of America, that's what I'm talking about.
Well, I don't think that there's tribes alive that claim the entirety of it.
Yeah, but basically, if they came back like, okay, this is this is where our culture comes from, leave now.
I think large sections should at least start with large sections.
Yeah.
Giving back to certain native groups, certainly. But they're individual groups. I mean, there's many groups.
Well, I think we need a homestead act of some sort where even the libertarians and all the Scientologists, whoever, the modern tribes or whatever, people should have a place to go and be sovereign and do their own little experiment. And if they're going to attack their neighbors, then deals off. And probably if they're going to allow murder or something just totally gross, human rights violation. But there's a lot of leeway where we should just let people re-homestead. And, you know, like I'm mixed. I'm a mutt, so but I still want to have the right to be a Zionist in the sense of the positive side of why couldn't you homestead and have a government that you approve of? There is a lot of empty land, actually. It's just that it's all claimed, like you can't go there, but in reality it's just unused land that people could do stuff on. And certainly with the Native Americans that are left, it wouldn't be a big deal. I mean, you could just give them the reservations, actual sovereignty on the reservations for that matter.
Don't forget about the people who then want 40 acres and a mule. You start doing that, everybody's going to be there with their hand out.
Well, if you do the math of how many acres are owned by the United States government, they could do that still in the United States.
But they're going to put them
Some of those acres would be a little hard to get to.
Just like the Navajo Nation.
Some of it's not the best land, but no, we're lied to. Like that, there's a crisis in everything, whatever it is, and you know they've proven they could sell us gas cheap if they wanted to. You don't think they could have done that the last 20 years? There's not a crisis of land. There's enough land in the United States for anybody that wants to build their own house to just be given some land that the government owns. I'm not saying we should do that. I'm just saying there's no real crisis. We should do something smart with it, not waste it. But there isn't like a crisis of, everybody will want something. Well, there's enough for everybody. The problem is the top 1% has 90% of the wealth. Or I mean the same wealth as the bottom 90. That's the problem.
Yeah, you know, Piero, you're another one. I love your commentary. Love you, man.
Why, thank you.
Rev, you say you believe in the Bible. Can I ask which one, just as a quick side? Just want to know.
What do you mean by which one?
Like, which denomination? Like the Protestant Bible or the Russian Orthodox Bible, Baptist? You know, there's different variations of the Bible and whatnot.
I personally like the King James Bible, but that's just me. Whatever, you know. What does this have to do with anything?
No, I was just asking because you say you're non-denominational and whatnot. I just want to see which Bible.
All right, cool. Yeah, fair enough.
But yeah, government should get better compensating Indians for their lost land.
Wow, I didn't expect to hear you say that.
Oh, we killed your people and threw you off your land. You can fish with nets.
Yeah, we still have conflict here.
Where's
Minnesota?
Here?
Minnesota. It's usually about fishing Mille Lacs Lake.
Is that just for Indians?
No, but there are sections of it, and there's back and forth as to who can fish how and where.
Yeah, I want to back up Jim. You know, the abuse that the Native Americans took. You know, I would support some reparations towards them, big time.
They do get reparations, though. I think it's up. You can get reparations if you're up to 1/16, I think.
There are certain reparations.
What reparations did we give them?
Just, I think, cash. Like, government sends them a check. As basically like, sorry, we took your land. Here's like $200.
Right, and also, guys, the best idea for you is just make a bunch of casinos, make some money that way. You know,
it's terrible.
It's crazy. I mean, isn't it?
Oh, I'm all for it, and we certainly have that here.
Yeah, in Washington, you can't go 50 feet without running into a casino.
Yeah. I mean, I like that it's somewhat regulated and that they're not all over the place. But we have large casino resorts that they run, and that's fine with me. You go to South Dakota though, and there are the reservations, and they have casinos, but also in South Dakota, you have what's called casinos, but they're all just video machines. They're all just video gambling, and they can be owned by anybody. It's also regulated, but they're all over the place. I mean, there's like 3 to a block in some areas, and I just think they're ugly, personally. I'm not much of a gambler, so I don't care.
Gambling's fun, but yeah, they should definitely get better. What would be good idea, like, you know, better reparations? Well, not reparation, but what should we give them to kind of, you know, because obviously fishing with nets is not enough to, you know, cover.
How about a free college education?
Well, that's a good suggestion, Ermine. But also, if we
that's
were
actually something that's granted.
if the American government were to act,
They get a scholarship, but it's ridiculous. It might be $2,500 a year. That's not going to pay college.
Yeah, I agree. It should be more. I think good land would be nice to give back.
Oh, but the Navajo Nation's such good land and scenic Arizona.
Right. Well.
What were we going to say, Rev?
yeah, I was just going to say quick. I mean, if the American government were to do what is truly just, they would say, okay, the reservations actually run the country, you know, because that's a fact. We tore the land from them unjustly, and it's disgusting. So.
Yeah, but what do you mean by that? They run the country like on all branches of the government, or
I'm saying all natives should be in control.
In the United States government. Okay. I kind of find that's kind of like if white people running South Africa. Like a vast minority running the majority.
Well, the only reason they're a minority is because we killed them all.
Yeah.
Bingo.
No, I do think that expanding Native American land would be a start, and decent land. I mean, a lot of them were displaced.
There's
hundreds of
also
years
a little
ago.
bit more to it than that, as population-wise, because their way of life did not lead to a extraordinary population growth.
Right, that's true too. But in a lot of them do not live. Their reservations now are nowhere near their ancestral lands.
That's true. Very true.
I think it's a complicated issue, but I think that I think it would be decent to do something. And I know, and things are being done. I mean, I have a friend who is a lawyer. She's Native American, and she has done. That's her sphere. That's her realm of work, is working with Native Americans with the Bureau. She did work for the Bureau of Indian Affairs for a while. Now she works for another firm, but I know that things are being done.
Do you think that making like the reservations semi-sovereign like nations or territories would be a good idea?
Well, that's what they've done.
They are. They are.
Yes.
Yeah, there was a strange incident in South Dakota again, where whatever reservation it is, completely legalized marijuana, and so they were immediately getting marijuana tourism within South Dakota, which is a very conservative, very strict state. And I think that the reservation eventually rescinded that. I haven't kept up on it, but it was pretty interesting because they also have a casino resort on a reservation that completely legalized marijuana. That's not only did you get the tourism for casinos, but also for marijuana.
Well, and further on top of that, you'll notice FBI, local law enforcement, anything like that, they have no jurisdiction on reservation lands.
Yes.
They have to go through the
Reservations-
res police.
Reservations have their own authority.
Well, on on the subject of like reparations and whatnot, when do you think we should stop? Because I've seen like African Americans claim that they should be getting reparations because their ancestors were brought over as slaves.
Probably should be
mean,
some kind of
yeah,
reparation.
I would agree with that. Yeah.
There's a big argument that affirmative action is a step in that direction.
Yeah, that's what they're constitutive of in some respects, but that kind of reparations to be not the sole constituent, but
right,
one of the very necessary steps. Yeah.
But when does it stop? Could the Irish indentured servants be included into that? Led here by a false promise and work to their deaths.
I think that they've been compensated.
They have
with political office. Yeah.
I wish I could be getting a check.
No, you just are white. You just get to be white.
I would settle for a few surgeries, and the rest of everything I can and do on my own.
Cool.
Basically, FFS, VFS, and what do we call it? SRS, I guess. Sorry.
Universal health care for the win.
Yeah.
Bingo.
Yeah. Would have been nice. Bit late for that.
Canada.
Oh, Canada.
Actually, no, not Canada. They're a terrible nation.
Now that my career is dead, I am pretty much trapped where I stand. So.
In the Brooklyn Zoo.
Not exactly. More like I'm not getting out of the U.S. to. I'm not going to be able to get out of the U.S. to anywhere where there's UK or whatever. I mean, it was already not really going well when I had, I guess, something you would quote unquote deem a chance. I mean, I was getting turned down by the grad schools and stonewalled by various jobs I was applying to back then. Go ahead.
Nadia, why don't you go to school now?
Well, you actually have to be admitted to the schools.
Yeah. What? Have you applied lately?
Well, not all that lately, but yeah, generally when they go to economy tanks, whatever.
What?
Generally when the economy tanks, it's pretty ugly because like a whole bunch of other people got the same idea of going back to school. Right?
Well, you're not going to get in if you don't apply.
That's true, and because now that I'm in the City University of New York, sorry, now that I'm in New York, City University of New York looks relatively plausible. So,
well, what's the degree? Because I just got back a couple of minutes ago. So, because you already have a bachelor's, right?
Well, yeah, I'd be applying to grad school, of course.
Right, but what? So I know I missed probably you already are talking about it. So, but what's the subject? Did you want to? I was thinking of going to data science. There's a lot of data science programs. I was thinking of doing.
I could try a few different things. Yeah, I could try a few different things. I mean, I could.
Computing, though, right? Or no?
Well, that could be one of them.
I see. Yeah, no. I get you. Yeah, no, I agree with you. It's why even limit yourself to what you've already done? But there's some neat advanced computing stuff to do. But well, are you? I mean, are you interested in I'm curious. What other the whole other fields are you thinking, or would you think, even if it's a fantasy?
I don't know what you mean. Other fields.
Well, what graduate subjects might you do is what I'm saying.
Yeah, the primary alternative contender would be mathematics, which was my other major.
Okay.
Other potential areas of study of maybe different sorts. Possibly also electrical engineering, and there also are odds. I guess going into language study for well, a number of potential languages. Spanish and German, I've already had at least minors in. Economics, I also have a minor in, so that could turn into something potentially too. So, I mean,
If you like math, would you consider these new data science things? Because if you like math, I mean, it's math and computer science, so it's applied math or discrete math, which isn't, I mean, it isn't real math.
Statistics.
But you'd probably be great at it. Anybody that loves math and computers is pretty much super genius level for it. And then if it's fun, there's also a lot of work, and there's going to be a lot of work for the next decades, probably.
Yeah, data science would be nice. Did they used to call that statistics?
Yeah, pretty much. It's statistics plus all this kind of clustering analysis algorithms that you get in computer science back in the day. But it's just blossomed. Like Berkeley has one. Actually, Berkeley has one. You can do a master's that you can do online. You just go to Berkeley for a couple weeks. I think they, MIT, all of them had and have actually created departments and degrees called this. And it's really, right now, aimed at people that have already been doing computer science, sort of more of the heavy lifting stuff. It's people that already, they've created a degree for something people were already doing. That's why it coalesced so fast, so they could help out and say, hey. And, it's like complexity. It's just computer science with the idea of data-centered. Data-centered. Anyway, you know what it is. But I've been thinking of that one. That's why I'm going on about it. But anyway, yeah, interesting.
Yeah. K-means, I don't know what you really need to do for K-means or whatever. I mean, it's like, I mean, it's kind of like not that far from straightforward. I mean, PCAs, literally just calling them, eigenvalue solver for positive, definite, symmetric, what is it, autocorrelation, whatever it is, matrix. Well, not covariance matrix.
Well, all this machine learning is nothing but tuning matrices iteratively with mathematical techniques and statistical analysis. I mean, that's it. I'm saying in general, which is simplifying things, but just the data science is nothing, like you said, statistics, but it's like iteratively improving your model. And what is your model? Your model is always a matrix of parameters to some model. And usually the way you turn that into a mathematics is you're doing, matrix operations on those parameters. And almost every,
is only applicable to.
I'm really more talking about the machine learning. Like machine learning is really just like you iteratively apply these techniques.
Machine learning. But machine learning is not necessarily reliant upon matrices.
No, not in principle, but yes, it does. Basically, you parameterize your space as one object. In general, that one object is always some sort of a matrix of data.
Yeah, that's just you're gonna pretty much mostly be using an actual linear operator, only in the case of things like linear quadratic regulators and possibly extensions of it, like
Well, what do you mean? Like every time you fit a curve, you're going to get a matrix of coefficients back.
If you're just talking about recursive least squares, it's not even Kalman filter. You don't have a control aspect to it.
I'm just saying every one of the actual libraries and stuff yields these matrices so that you can do matrix operations with them, and then you project your matrix back into whatever the domain is, and you get your answer in the domain's language. But all of the stuff is mathematics, as in matrix mathematics, you know, the discrete version. And I mean, this is what I've worked in. I've been the programmer working with scientists, but I know that if you have a mathematical leaning, that's what makes you good at it. That's what makes you good at it, is being able to think of being able to think in this mathematical. Well, like there's this general mathematical. Actually, let me ask you. Let's start over. Isn't there a general mathematical idea of you have the scalar, right? But you also have the non-scalar, which is a single variable.
Well, what do you mean matrices and discrete things? Are you talking like what is it? Linear algebra over finite fields? I think it's a Berlecamp's algorithm or something like that.
The reason I keep talking.
That's not machine. That's not machine learning, though.
No,
Berlecamp's
what I'm talking. Well, but that's not the answer to your question. The reason I keep mentioning this, the fact that it's discrete mathematics is because, of course, there's, you know, when you do math on a computer, it's different than real symbolic math with continuous, you know, a continuous number line and whatnot.
Right. It's being flooded.
But the mathematical part, I'm saying, is, to me, as a non-mathematician, it seems like the generalization of mathematics right now is that as your variables in an equation, you've got multidimensional matrices.
Multidimensional matrices? You mean tensors?
Tensors also, they show up all the time. And in computer science, they show up in the academic world on relational databases in this inherently two-dimensional structure, which the reason they've been able to do what they've done with it academically and prove these certain operations is because they deal with it like a matrix. And we know a lot about matrix. Basically, everything in math that we know in math has been applied to this multidimensional unit of a matrix, you know, a multidimensional vector, a multidimensional matrix. And since that's mathematics, and I'm just saying that runs through all of the data science. Nadi, all I'm saying is that runs through all the data science.
The tensor product is the you know, formation of a newly constructed space from the various kinds of you know, linear domain spaces of a multilinear operator, so that the multilinear operators the equivalent in the newly constructed space is a linear operator, right? So I mean, yeah, of course the tensor is going to, you know, in effect be in some sense equivalent to matrices. Go ahead.
Well, I probably didn't make my point because I was making all these philosophical statements that probably I can't really defend. But my point was basically, if your tendency was towards math and you ended up doing, you know, hardcore software stuff and computer stuff, you'd be great at the data science thing, because basically it's the union of those two things in stuff that, yeah, it's familiar, it's from years old, all the ideas, but they got them together and collected and like, hey, these are the things right now, and it's pretty good too. They're very powerful techniques.
I'm not an undergraduate dropout. I graduated 16 years ago.
I know, that's what I was saying. I don't know how I give you that. No, yeah.
Okay.
No, I'm saying, no, but you were thinking of doing math, you said, and you didn't do math. You did something else, I thought you said. Or are you saying you did do math? For some reason, I thought you had a computer engineering degree of some sort.
Oh, you were saying you were responding to somehow my consideration of mathematics as a field of graduate study?
Yeah, I thought you were saying, oh, you were thinking about doing it undergraduate, you went in another direction, so maybe you go back to a mathematics thing, but maybe I misunderstood that.
Well, yeah, it'd be nice. I like to wrap my head around ATAL cosmology and all that, but even so, I mean, retracing the footsteps of Grothendieck and Badley is not exactly what people are looking for in ambitions and all that.
I was trying to
The
acknowledge
application,
that, yeah, the data science is not pure math. It's very applied math and very, you know, computer and discrete mathematics. It's not at all the beautiful stuff that that all the mathematicians and really love, the pure math of, yeah. On the other hand, you just work in
really solid
academia. If you want to
results.
do that stuff, get a job at a university. The people do work on all of that, obviously. Stay in academia.
You think that's a unilateral decision?
No, I don't think that. I don't mean to imply that it is. I do believe you could do that, though. I mean, the future's open, man, because I don't know. I think a lot of stuff's changing, and you're smart. You could be on top of something like that. I think you could do whatever you want. I might be biased by my own thought. You know, I have a philosophy degree and I work in computers. So, you know, if I went back and got a master's, it would sort of retroactively legitimize what I've been doing anyway. Now, I don't need that, but or do I? I would benefit from it.
Welcome back, Tanya, by the way. Oh, darn, she's gone already. Yeah, the fun trick here, though, is once you've been burned, people don't just kind of say, well, hey, let's fix you up, get you back on the road again. They throw you away. And, you know, I'm buried in a horde. You know, millions, tens of millions. Probably tune of like 40, 50 million. Basically, also been thrown away. They don't really care to sift through all of us who have been thrown away to see if we actually have any abilities, whatever.
Yeah, you mean
if you have been thrown away, burned, whatever it is, there's something wrong with you. They don't even want to find out. It's going to be an expense to quote unquote fix it, right? Go ahead.
The industry you're talking about, yeah, the industry is cold that way.
Industry. Industry.
Yeah. Well, all, but ours is particularly bad, just in the sense that there's ageism, and you could just lose your job, not had a gap, not had any sort of and you're still were thrown away, even though it was 2 months ago or whatever. Yeah, but the thing is, it's blowing up so much. They need us so much. They're desperate again. It's like the fucking 90s in a way. There are a lot of desperate people that need our skills that don't have the skills. All they've got is money. So it doesn't make it easy. I'm not denying what you said. I think it's a disgusting thing, as a matter of fact.
If you think they're desperate for people to work on that, you think they're tremendously more desperate for people who can do operating systems. Because that's, you know, the system doesn't even freaking work. Right.
Well, your whole stack is deep Linux and stuff, and that is just, it keeps growing, man. It's the real engineering. It's taking over. I'm working for a place right now that has all this Java and Microsoft stuff, and I'm there because they know they need to get on an open source stack. They don't even barely know what it is. So the change is coming, and Unix is, the Borg of Unix is doing this move right now again, or for the first time, or it's just continuing, and yeah, and they don't understand it. I mean, like, I worked at Intel recently, and they were like, those guys, so many of the people there, and again, they hired me for Unix stack stuff. So many people there they just click. They just click in Windows all day. They don't understand. And then they buy a new firewall system, and they're all confused because there's new click places to click. And it's like, if you're doing real Unix, it's just a new firewall system. The new settings are trivially different. Like there's a few different words or whatever, but it's not like I'm lost. It's totally different. And these are engineers, and these people are failing because now with the Linux and open source stack, we can do everything they can do, not only better, which was always the case, but we can do it quicker too. We can do it quicker now. And the writing's on the wall. And since you're young, I'm young enough, there's a future for us to just take over.
Are you actually appraised of like the Microsoft operating system internals and such?
We've talked about it before.
Yeah.
What you worked on, and I'm no way that depth. But yeah, I mean, I was a C and C++ programmer. I understand the principles. Watched the whole thing. I've used Unix since like 1985.
Yeah.
So I'm familiar, But I'm a programmer. I started programming in C++ when that made me a wimp. You're gonna program in that high level language? Oh. On the other hand, when I was young, I typed numbers into the computer to do machine programming, so I do understand it all. But, I'm trying to make solutions. I'm a top-level person, but I've made drivers and know that stuff. But
yeah,
I'm more of a high-level person than you. You stay down there and make the actual operating system work like you were saying.
I've got the record for the fastest Fibonacci in the West. And the quote-unquote Haskell programming language, right? Which is pretty far out, high up. I mean, they literally base a lot of it on category 3. They're fundamental input-output primitive.
Yeah.
It's called a monad, which is something from mathematical category 3, right?
Yeah, and I love that stuff, and I use that idea, and I've never learned Haskell, but it's a worthy, it has a good reputation in my mind, but and I use this thing now actually, this input-output monad kind of idea, because that is the fundamental thing, and also what's great about Unix, like I'm teaching my cousin how to administer Unix, Linux. And you teach the pipe symbol and all of this stuff. And really this whole model that programs should be simple, have a standard input and a standard output, and then you chain them together. Well, when you start writing other programs, there's more than one output and stuff. But basically, that's the fundament of all computing. So yeah, I like the idea of Haskell. Is Haskell functional? Is it one of the functional ones?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I've had it recommended to me by some of the people I respected most, and I just never got around to playing with it. But yeah, well, I'm impressed with the trophy drop there.
Yeah. Well, the record still stands. And
I logged into a Cray.
It was like 2005.
I logged into a Cray. That's mine.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Seymour Cray was known for having said, memory is like an orgasm. It's better when you don't have to fake it.
That's good.
That was his opinion on virtual memory. And
Yeah,
also, sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say, of course, you never got to log into the Cray. You did batch jobs. You submitted them, but they had an XMP, and they were converting to a YMP, and it was also going from COS to Unicos. And so those of us converting software got to log in just because, it was faster. It helped the whole, for the refactoring or whatever. And I remember, and it was all text, and I remember thinking it was so fast. And the funny thing is, it was fast. It was like 15 years until I'd see that kind of speed on my computer. So
Oh yeah,
But now I've got
yeah,
it. Now it would be slow for what we're doing.
well, you know how the
Oh, so funny.
they say of the what is it like Gospel of John chapter 1:1 that the God like spoke the universe into existence and all that. Or the beginning of the word was God and all whatever. I mean, what do computer programmers do?
Yeah.
All these languages, speech.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, that's my sort of spiritual view about it. Not to aggrandize it, but yeah, it feels like that. Plus, I love that. I've always liked that, and I also a couple years ago noticed if you replace the word God with dog in the beginning of the Book of John, it makes a lot of sense. You know, praise dog. Think about it. Praise dog. Dogs appreciate praise. God gives a shit. He doesn't care praise or not. He's not paying attention. Dogs, on the other hand, if you praise them, you know, that's worthwhile. They really like it. If you just read that whole book with dog instead of God.
Oh, you get a kick out of this, Rev, and possibly Ermine if she's still awake, and possibly you too, Piero. Earlier today, I think I ran into Gus, and he was, I think, trying to cut an argument that the what is it? He was directly against speaking the world.
Is she breaking up for anybody
Done
else?
so. Am I coming through?
I'm not sure. I wasn't sure if you paused or if you were having a glitch. I guess you had a glitch. You paused for about 20 seconds, very dramatically.
Okay.
But
So,
you do that from time to time.
Well, I think it was Gus or somebody, but arguing against the God speaking the world into existence, and I was like, hey, wait a minute. You probably can't go after it on quite that basis or something. Because, well, there are alternative accounts and the mechanics of that could go. For instance, a performative speech act that, brings the characters of the story or to which the things in the world be analogous would thwart the argument and such. Oh, I think it was the morality of what is it? The potter shattering the pots made from the clay or something like that.
Wait a minute, Nadia. Wait a minute. Are you saying that Gus is a theist now, or a deist, or something? What?
No.
Okay.
He was arguing against Christianity, and I was basically saying that the argument he was presenting against Christianity was flawed. So, okay,
okay. Sorry.
Okay. Now I remember. Now it was critiquing the potter doing with the clay what he wills, and I came back with okay. It's not the relationship's not exactly potter and clay. The speaking the world into existence has forward of speech acts or whatever, and okay. Then the question, then the moral question as it relates to the way the God relates to all that is the that of a writer to the characters in their story.
I got you. Going back to the language thing, Nadia, on topic, have you ever read anything, about Kabbalah and that stuff? I think your husband might have been into that stuff, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was. Pretty bad.
Well, I mean, what do you think about it? The power of words.
Well, I don't think they're quote-unquote powerless, but I don't think they're the last word in what shapes the world. Go ahead.
Fair enough.
It always comes back to Jews.
Yeah, well, I mean, there's some pretty good guys. Friends of mine. Oh, well, yeah, in college. His name's Mark, which I guess is maybe not the most stereotypical Jewish name, but still. But Mark with a C. What else? Who else? Oh. Well, guy more recently here in New York, his name's John, which isn't a very stereotypical Jewish name either. Okay.
Are we talking about the same John the Atheist? Where has he been? Where's he been?
No.
Oh,
No.
okay.
Totally different guy.
Okay, all right. Where's he been? You know, John. Where's he been?
I haven't heard a peep from him. But at the same time, yeah, he was Jewish. I guess. Actually, there's a bunch of like secular Jews at the what is it? Christmas function or whatever it is. So basically, we all went out to. Oh, I used to remember the name of the restaurant. It was a Chinese restaurant. I think it was. Oh, it might have actually been Chinatown. But anyway, go ahead.
Yeah, well, Phil always sends you his best, Nadia. NYC native from Brooklyn, straight up.
Straight from the Brooklyn Zoo.
NYC transplant from Little Havana, Miami, Florida.
There it is.
You guys remind me of DOS Effects.
What? What's that?
It's just an old hip hop group, 90s. Brooklyn.
Yeah, and for
nobody knows who DOS Effects, not even one person.
No.
DOS Effects.
Sorry.
Oh my God. Oh.
Craig.
So sad, I'm old.
You know who?
Old school.
Who Wu-Tang Clan is?
Fuck yeah, of course. They're new though. That's
Hey.
modern to me. I'm old. But yeah. What about them? They sell their albums. They're sellouts. They sell their albums to pharmaceutical.
That's funny. I was thinking the exact same thing. I was thinking about that guy.
How sad. How sad. That's not what they were trying to do. But you know what? They should have known the sell it for a lot to one person thing would not work out. What did they think? Some rich person would do what with it?
You know,
they're great though. They're definitely kings of the genre. There, great band or group, whatever.
Yeah.
Oh, how long do we have before it starts? Oh, sorry, I'm asking somebody else. Go ahead.
Rev, what are your thoughts on the Orthodox Church?
I think they have a lot more. They get it a lot more than the Protestant Church.
What do you mean by get it? Like as in they're more criticized or they're right?
I like their doctrine. Makes sense to me.
Which Orthodox Christians you mean? You know what? Greek, Russian? What do you?
Russian.
Right. Have you seen that crazy anti-Semite guy that the Russian Orthodox Church is like? He's not one of ours. Bullshit. But he claims to be, and he's Nathaniel.
Brother, yeah.
Brother Nathaniel.
Brother Nathaniel.
I'm subscribed to that guy. I have no shame. You know, you got that. If you're a character like that, there is no ideological filter for me. It's like, boom, sub. But he's weird. Like, if you had too many of those guys with any followers or something, but you gotta. What do you think of him? Isn't he like the entertainment level? Like with Trump, it's like, oh, he's going to destroy the world, but you know, at least we're going to have fun in the bucket on the way to hell. You know.
I don't even think he's Russian. I think he's Polish.
He's the Jewish. He's anti-Jewish. He was Jewish. I forget where he's from ethnically or anything, but he's just New Yorker or something. He's totally an American Jew.
He has the face of a Polak.
Piro, he's a self-hating Jew, bro.
Yeah, totally. I mean, it's like, well, he would say not self-hating, but he definitely hates Jews.
He's like the Uncle Ruckus of Jews.
See, that's racist to call it self-hating because he's like, I'm not a Jew anymore. It's not self-hate. I hate you fuckers.
Yeah, the guy is just out there.
You know, if you dig into a person like that, he hates his mother and father. Yeah. And you know what? Probably for a good reason. And then he's like, I'm going to come up with this theory as to why.
I really wonder who helped the guy out, right? Because, you know, he went from this guy standing on the side of the road with signs, kind of a nut job, to like having these videos that are fairly well produced, right?
Oh, I never saw him in any other state. I've seen him in the fancy coat in the beautiful Colorado or wherever it is background. I've never seen it.
He gets 80,000 or 60,000 hits of video, right? So.
Yeah,
anyway,
so he's monetized. Yeah, no, I never saw him before that. I mean, I've been watching him a couple years, but not like any.
You know that guy Jeff Rentz? There's him and a group of other people that have kind of helped the guy out and made him all his money. Yeah, they're the one. There's people behind that guy.
God, this guy's crazy. He puts a shame to the Russian Orthodox name. But whatever.
But wait,
I totally agree with you on that.
Jeff Rentz is a conspiracy theorist guy, right?
He's created that's right. He's got some kind of non-profit thing set up.
I didn't know he was an anti-Semite. I guess obviously so. I mean, I don't follow him. I just know the name because I do follow the kook and conspiracy world. At least, you know, I hear people's names, but he's not one I.
Oh yeah, I follow it.
He's a big anti-Semite on his own as well, or?
Oh, yeah. Piro, I'm sure you're aware of the name Tex Mars. I'm sure you've heard of him before, right?
That sounds familiar, but it's another one I don't really.
Yeah.
I wouldn't want to say. What about him?
He claims to be a Baptist born again.
Yeah. I recognize his face pretty good. I just typed it into Google.
He's a sick fuck.
How so? That's a question. How is he a sick fuck?
But he's focusing on the anti-Catholic version of anti-Semitism. Because as we know, Catholics and Jews are basically similar.
Who, the guy or Brother Nathaniel?
I don't know. The Tex Mars, like I just typed it in. It said, and he was. It just says here, you know, like Wikipedia level of research here. Anti-Catholic is a big thing.
Yeah, Catholics and Jews. Yeah. But
he says Timothy McVeigh is framed years ago. I remember him ranting about that, and Timothy McVeigh admitted it. And he thinks that Newt Gingrich is like a Marxist, and that exactly.
But don't you think Timothy McVeigh was set up in the sense that he was a patsy?
No.
Yeah,
there
I think there's
other people involved. That other guy that was his friend at this farm. There were other people that didn't.
Yeah, that's how those things work.
But
the American form of a suicide bomber is really similar to the suicide bomber form, where you get some idiot that will kill themselves, and you know, you manipulate them into doing it.
Fucking A, you got it, buddy. You got it.
Rev, what do you think? How do you think like Christianity would have changed if the Great Schism didn't break up?
How the fuck do I know?
I'm just asking your opinion. Chill the fuck out, dude. You think it'd be better off or worse?
You mean with the Catholic Church?
Yeah.
I'll answer it, wouldn't be as big because basically it was so fucking corrupt that if somebody hadn't said, we're going to be Christians but not corrupt, even though they were corrupt too, it would have petered out. That gave it new legs, right?
Yeah.
The other thing is, though, that the Catholic Church is like super geniuses on managing the crises. Like, they have this Nazi pope in there, and then they're getting nailed for priests that have sex with children, and then so they just go, hey, dude, we got millions of us, right? Yeah, find a liberal one. Find a liberal one. They'll like that. They put that guy in there, and the next guy will be another fascist or whatever. They know how to play the people to last thousands of years. Maybe they would have managed to last without Protestantism, but I actually think that it helped them.
Hashtag fuck the Vatican.
Yeah, no shit. Hashtag get fucked by the Vatican.
Oh, that's not how I feel with Pope Francis. I'm like, I mean, I think they're about to allow atheists into the Catholic Church, and I'm thinking about it. I'm thinking about it. Good works, yeah, activism.
Wouldn't it be crazy if like the new pope was like a crazy anti-Semite or something?
Well,
we kind of already had
Pope.
that with Ratzinger, right? We
And-
kind of already had that.
And to be honest, every other pope, except for some faked it better. I mean, arguably John Paul and all these.
Yeah, that's
well,
true.
you know, because you know the popes back in the Nazis' times were like, yeah, Hitler can't be so bad, he's killing Jews. I mean, it's
Right,
almost that
right.
bad.
It's Piro. There it is,
It
man.
was almost that bad, so yeah. But Francis is a good guy, but you can't think that it makes the Catholic Church a good organization, and yet the popes get to hang around for a while, so until someone kills him any day, it helps them be a more positive organization. But it's also a little bit of mind control, right? They're just playing us. It's like, we better get in one of the sweethearted priests. We got a few like of those, so we better put one of them up top because they were getting nailed. But, you know, that's the traditional thing, right? That's what the Republican Party in the U.S. doesn't do anymore. It's like when you're getting beat, you're supposed to concede a little, and people will go, okay, great. You know, a different kind of Republican, they'll give you another chance. You're not really supposed to double and triple and quadruple down on every difference until you get your way. You're supposed to admit defeat or danger or that you're worried. The Catholic Church is kind of obsequious and like that, you know, right? Like they will do that. They have reforms. When people get really mad right before the revolution, where people would stop being Catholic, they try to do a reform. This one's taken longer than ever. They've lost so many Catholics in the last 50 years. Surprising it took them this long to put in
Sorry, I was just checking in with some anti-feminists and such.
Ooh, what about?
What's the news? Oh, well, I was basically saying I could be some kind of like bait or something for them to try to draw more people in, because I am like, you know, obviously.
You say too many big words for them to comprehend.
Such a preposterously extreme whatever I am, and all these things, and I simultaneously, you know, propose like the abolition of, you know, property, currency, nation states, family, and gender. And how much more extreme do they want me to get?
Is this like just a contest to see how extreme you can get?
No, but
alright.
Anyway,
patriarchy.
No, yeah, patriarchy's not a good thing.
Welcome, Tanya, you hottie.
Oh.
Ooh, Jonathan Davis.
Yeah, good to see you on again, Tanya. Yeah.
Hello, all you hot motherfuckers.
Yeah. How are you?
I can speak like that now.
Don't be conservative.
I can cuss. I got right.
Well, I'm sure everybody can. Yeah.
Everybody can cuss. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, everybody can cuss.
Tanya's fucking right.
Well,
I'm done worrying about the whole cussing thing. Like seriously, they can kiss my fucking ass.
Yeah, if
I don't think
we're
it works.
if we're going towards like an anti-censorship thing, we get Jason in here.
I think cussing is wrong.
Well,
Cussing's wrong. I prefer cursing.
I think, well, number one, deontological, or strictly deontological, kinds of legal foundations are perhaps not really the best way to go. And furthermore, that as far as the kind of nature of the issue, I'd say it's likely more aesthetic than moral.
What are you talking about, cussing?
Yeah. I mean, so what we would ultimately want to carry out is a propagation of the aesthetic value, or vice, whatever it is that they're actually seen to contradict. So, obviously,
Do you
the
guys
not
think
aesthetic won't proliferate, right? Go ahead.
so? Do you guys think that some words are just inherently bad and should never be said?
Maybe not inherently bad, but
Well,
inherent we actually. Well, I'd say that's pretty much getting into the realm of
faggot, shit like that.
those things are going to be like racist and misogynistic and homophobic. Yeah. I'd say it's better something like ugliness. Yeah. It's not something that you would necessarily prohibit, but I mean, the same way you would just kind of not want to put up something or someone who's so repulsive as your poster child. You probably don't want to be. The person making the decision themselves as to what their creative decisions, what they're going to be publishing, and so on. What at that point, they take any kind of pride in their work, or let's say that the city kind of demonstration of their skill or anything. I think they'd largely want to refrain from putting out that kind of ugly thing. Go ahead.
Well, from what I can understand from your spiel, I agree, I think.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the whole, yeah. Oh, the entire kind of, present architecture of, this codigo justice system, I don't think is...
What do you mean by that?
Being done right anyway, so... Oh, like the... I guess, actually, deontology isn't necessarily bad, but a rule-based system would be.
Rule or rule?
Rule.
Okay.
Yeah, because at that point you have a couple of different issues. One of playing to the rule, another of the rules not really being all that exhaustive. And worse yet, I think the way legal systems as now architected are largely in the form of prohibitions, where in a number of respects you would really care to find that there are obligations that the failure of the upholding of various obligations is something that should be to be redressed or assisted or whatever, right? So.
Yeah, moving on. It's kind of interesting to see how conversations go over periods of time, because it went from conversation about language to Jews, and then Indians, and then shit like that. You know what I mean?
Well, okay, that's let me post something in the side chat there. A little bit interesting. Non-authoritarian, self-correcting systems that reach some kind of equilibrium is fantasy, and says ludic fallacy. Well, strictly speaking, a ludic fallacy would be an invalid inference carried out in the course of an argument, and not a thing held to exist somewhere within the world. Secondarily, what else is this? Non-authoritarian self-correcting system reaching some kind of equilibrium and such is not really much saying a great deal more than that I'll say iteration of various social structures or approach to some kind of convergence, right? And as far as social well, structures and cooperative strategies and such are subject to any kind of evolutionary pressure themselves, like group selective processes. You have, well, a pretty easy one. They're going to, in effect, iterate to convergence, barring changes in the surrounding environment that would compel them to a different sort of strategy, right? Go ahead. The black swan referred to. Yeah, I hear you.
Okay, I just wasn't sure how my mute was working. Go ahead, Nadia. I have something to say.
Yeah, the black swan refers to the notion that, well, prior to European attempts to explore and colonize Australia, swans were generally believed to be white, and it was phrased as some kind of notion of impossibility or ridiculousness or implausibility that well, that a swan could be black. Well, sure enough, somebody gets to Australia and they find a black swan. Okay, that's not a really representative of chaotic system and such, and the idea of the chaotic system being unpredictable as such is not necessarily an accurate representation of what a chaotic system really means, and that's that long-term future trajectories, say like, well, I'm not sure really how to quantify how many years out, or that time is even the dimension to really discuss in this, but it is not that it's unpredictable in some kind of near term per se, but that the sensitivity to the initial conditions is great enough that relatively small variations in the initial conditions will have large kinds of effects on the much later outcomes. In some respects, the thing that it's to be contrasted with is something like an exponential damped oscillation or something, where e to the minus some positive number t times whatever kind of a sine bt plus c cosine bt and all that. That's given the exponential damping factor as its limitation on the magnitude. I guess with the usual kind of square root of sum of squares for a lot of Pythagoras, you are pretty much going to see a convergence to zero. Or I have the book. Well, how do I give you the link to the book? So the more important thing is, oh wow. How did I not get Seem Taleb? Black Swan? Black hole astrophysics sense. Neuro swans. What the heck? Oh, I've got it at least on disk. But anyway, yeah, the idea of what a chaotic system is probably got a little bit of trouble. I think lots of Altera systems are actually instances of chaotic systems, but I don't think you're gonna get quite what you expect out of that. I mean, in the near term, they're all pretty reliably predictable. It's just the what is it, sort of ultimate washing out of those initial kinds of errors or discrepancy in the measurements of the initial conditions and such don't wash out in the end, right? That's all that being chaotic really means. It's not some kind of being a complete and utter mystery and all that. And there are Lyapunov exponents and all this for ODEs to figure it out. Go ahead.
Yeah, Nadia, really quick, a suggestion on these panel discussions. When the topic moves away, you should probably kill the hangout and just do an open hangout. You know what I mean?
Yeah, probably should. I might just go off air while a friend of mine is broadcasting. Maybe direct people over there or something. Yeah. Or just take a break or something. Fuck it, I probably need it.
Hey, who was it that mentioned the whole thing of how fascinating it is, how the the actual train of topics? Somebody a while ago. Are they still here? No. I find that fascinating. Well, it's like they were saying, they just said something about, we were talking about Native Americans and then Jews, but they had the order right there. But, we talked about all these things, and I think the transitions, it's like in a song when you have a change, and the tempo suddenly changes and there's a transition. I really find that fascinating. I really wish we had data on it, but I think eventually we will because, computers will be able to parse these conversations and actually, turn what the topic was into data. But
I wish they could do automated transcription, yeah.
Yeah, wouldn't that be good with the natural language parsing they have now? If the transcription was a little bit better and they offered it to us, maybe.
I just want to be able to,
yeah, even
somebody
the current
refers
transcription might be good enough to do a lot more than nothing.
Oh, okay. Am I back?
Yeah.
Okay.
Excuse me.
Yeah, the idea I was having was that the nice thing would be is if when somebody refers me to a freaking YouTube video, that I could actually get the content out of it without having to interrupt the sound, me being in a hangout already, right? So, they do have it on YouTube. I don't see very much of it being utilized. And
yeah, no, we're
anyway.
at the tip of it. We're at the tip of that, but I mean, it's coming. So it is kind of cool that the fact that Google will probably be archiving these hangouts, even the private ones for the NSA, but for a long time, we'll retroactively get to, extract that kind of data from this someday, probably before we're dead, unless we're hit by a bus.
Yeah, so, well, the kinds of thought I was having about chaotic systems is, in some respects, that they're actually probably what you would call a typical case. I mean, for the most part, the quote-unquote hope, the kind of like small variation in, I guess, some kind of early stage of development or whatever it is, the starting point of, from which the system proceeds, will somehow not wash out and converge to not making any kind of difference at all in the end. That's in some respects a relatively rare thing. But in a lot of ways, we actually expect the opposite. We expect our influences we exert upon things to actually create some kind of difference in the outcome, and not to just be totally ineffectual and get washed out. Go ahead.
Yeah, that should be a truism, right? Because if there's a system and it's affecting you, then its systematic biases will systematically influence you, QED, right?
Sure.
It's a special case when you can say, no, it didn't affect, because in that case it did affect you, but the effects balanced out, and as you said, that's actually the rare case in general.
Well, yeah, I mean, we pretty much are following Newton, right? For every action, we expect something on the order of an equal and opposite reaction, right? But on the other hand, the kind of thing that a system that's other than chaotic would represent is that, there was an action and there was no reaction at all, right? So, yeah. Yeah, chaotic systems are...
Wait, well, not yet. Thermodynamically, there always is that reaction, and any chaotic situation that leads to like like no change in the end, always has to be two changes that balance, right? So it's sort of an illusion, and there actually is always the reaction you were arguing for in the first place.
Yeah, in kind of quote-unquote genuine ontological respect, but on the other hand, I think that the idea that we end up floating here is maybe more akin to, I don't know, well, on the macroscopic scale, the quantum things may not actually continue to hold. Like, what is it? The idea that in fact, there cannot be a test particle, which is a particle that exerts no influence on the system into which it's introduced, but is influenced by that system still. Quantum mechanics says the idea of a test particle is incoherent. That the fundamental lower limit on the masses or size, I guess, spatial size or whatever it is, are to the extent that they. Now, once they're approached, you are pretty much seeing a some kind of disturbance, no matter what. You know how that works, right? Okay, did I lose everyone? You can always check in with anti-feminist, whatever.
I'm here.
Okay. Yeah. So, yeah, the computer programming bit with speaking the world into existence and such is, in some respects, well, for starters, something bordering on performativity as concept. And secondly, computer programming, as I mentioned before. Now, you can, I don't know, apply this to little machines sitting around and such, or you can apply it to human beings, right?
Yeah, I think so. But the thing is, it's like I wouldn't vouch for the validity of any of this kind of idea about programming. But I started programming and whatnot when I was 13, and I can absolutely just be honest about that's what fascinated me about it. It felt like you breathe life into worlds by programming, or for that matter, setting up a computer system with a program. That's what it feels like. That's the thing, which is why I also have this love for like simulated environments, virtual environments with multi-person, multiplayer, but it doesn't have to be a game. I just love that because it is about, or like old games like Populous, where you're the god and here's your village of people. And that's what goes wrong with like IT system admins, right? They get a god complex. It's very much about creating worlds. That's what it feels like, and I know it's just psychological that it feels that way, and yet I still believe there's some truth to it, or whatever. I don't know. That's what it feels like, and that's how I experience it, the joy of it, But I know it's just a computer, but it isn't really to me. It's you create a world. You breathe with logic. You create new worlds.
Well, we are in various respects computers too, or I think Kraftwerk at 77, right? We are the robots.
Yeah, well,
anyway.
Yeah, well, the thing there is, it's like we're more than computers, I think. But the fact of the matter is, we created computers by thinking about ourselves and go, well, how do we think? And the parts of the thinking that we could figure out how it works, we were able to put into a computer eventually. So some portion of our thinking is in the computer, and so that's the similarity. And but like, where we really are just like computers is in network graphs. Network connections. People are like servers making socket connections through their language and speech and art with other people that are like servers. That really holds, I think. I apply that. I think of people that way. I think of society that way.
Well, I would be careful about the transport layer of those packets getting sent, and the kind of sideband information could go along.
Well,
I think it's a lot.
Wait, what do you mean? Because the internet protocol doesn't distort the data? Imagine it is a Microsoft transport layer that actually converts the data, distorts and or transforms it while it's in transmission. That's what humans are like. Yeah, they're not TCP/IP. There's no guaranteed packet delivery of any sort. But in the regular general network, the human network is not up to the standards of Tim Berners-Lee, but in terms of fidelity of transmission. But
well, I mean, consider that words as they are written in, let's say, just letters using the English alphabet are, well, not necessarily all the message that gets conveyed. For instance, on many occasions, the difference between something being a statement and a question is just the tone of voice when you say it, or otherwise
Yeah, but I just
where you
include
raise your
that.
tone.
But that's part of the information packet. Body language is, 70, 80% of communication. You can communicate with animals, other mammals through body language quite effectively. But I would just say that doesn't affect what I was saying in the sense that counts. All your gestures and all those indications, those are part of the packet. It's not just the words that could be written down on a piece of paper. It's the full thing. I mean, it's even things more than a video could get, like, because theoretically, it's your pheromones and what's, stress.
Oh, sure.
What smells you're putting out, is a whole packet. But you could say it's finite, though. It's finite, and you could encode it into just a, one data package. Boom, you got a network metaphor working.
Is there I guess a potential for sexist body language? I wonder.
That's an interesting point. There must be. There must be. As a matter of fact, there must be like body language terms that men would use that they would be mimicking their idea of women, that there would be a gender bias in a body language term that both sexes actually use. I haven't thought about that, but I'm gonna, because there must be. But I can't think of one off just like instantly from you mentioning that. But there's got to be. Think about the way our minds work. Well, okay, for example, what about all of the women, the women or the female oriented, like, okay, on MSNBC recently they were watching Trump's wife come out, and caught on a hot mic, the guy was like, "Oh, look, she still walks like a runway model. I could watch that all day long," or something to that effect. What's that? Men, when they walk that way, it was a big old deal, and it still is for some people, but until we made a whole cultural event out of the drag queen or whatever, because that's like a gender biased body language that doesn't really belong to a gender that we gender assign.
That's the thing. I mean, it can be expressive of gender in quite a number of ways, but conveying sexism is another thing entirely.
Yeah, you're right, because in a way the body language of gender is more innocent. It isn't necessarily sexist. Yeah. Like, we still make the association of it being a feminine thing, or masculine, doing your muscles like Charles Atlas, masculine. But it's not, if a woman does it, it's not, yeah, that's an interesting point. Yeah, well, I haven't really thought about this. I think that's a fascinating area, really, the sexism or potential sexism, or maybe some immunity from what we think of as like hateful sexism. At least there's some innocence to body language sexism.
Yeah, I'm at a little bit of a loss in general, though, as to how one conveys a kind of opinion or evaluation of someone by body language, as opposed to some kind of statement or expression or whatever it is about oneself, right? Go ahead.
Well, in my case, I would just say I'm kind of biased. I admit this doesn't necessarily amount to a convincing argument or anything, but I don't know if you've had many pets, but when you have dogs and cats, they communicate with body language, and some of the things they communicate are really clear. And one of the areas that is really clear is when they do or don't like someone. So, I guess I could just say for humans, it's like, well, there's this affectionate body language. There's opening up, they would call it sometimes. That's sort of an indication of that, but I don't know. It is hard. You can't write it in a dictionary, right? When people write about body language or body language experts on the cable news that analyze a speech, they always sound like they're full of shit. So it's like, but I don't think the whole idea is full of shit. But I think most people that are trying to apply it are, they're just,
Amy
they're
Cuddy? Well, I think, what is it? Yeah, there's a second issue with this, isn't it? I think you just highlighted it, even if not directly so, which is even once you get to the point where you can't express some kind of negative evaluation of someone, you are still stuck with the problem of, in order to be sexist or racist or whatever it is, you would have to be able to attribute it to, well, that feature of the other person, right? Go ahead. I hate speech therapy. Bad. And a friggin' voice surgery, too. Huh. I gotta figure
Fuck
out how
that
to...
shit, Nadia. Fuck that shit. You sound great.
Well, I'll still need speech therapy, voice surgery. No matter how many people say that. Anyway, and face surgery. But anyway, the
You sound great. You look great. Oh shit! I'm complimenting you again. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Okay, well, I think there's cross purposes, but still, the main thought is at the what is it? The nuances of linguistic expression are substantially beyond body language. I mean, the kinds of things deemed to be well constitutive of these languages is some form of grammatical structure that doesn't necessarily have, say, the topical, thematic, and stylistic, I suppose, continuity that the various forms express, and nor are they potential to, I guess, reflect the stances or relations and such to the parties who are subject to the various forms of bias and all that. So,
Nadia, would you say that mathematics is a language?
well, not really just a language, but it's like, I guess a group of them, or it'd be like some formal, symbolic languages, whatever it is.
Perhaps the language, right?
Well, not just one. Yeah, there isn't like a single mathematical formal language, whatever. There's a lot of them, especially as they start branching out across different subfields. Like, abstract algebra will differ substantially from real analysis, which will in turn differ substantially from topology and everything else. Go ahead. Oh, and welcome back, Tanya.
Howdy, howdy.
I think we were just contemplating the nuances of language that make it a bit more than just what's in the dictionary and grammar books, right? And of course, there are potentials for, well, random breaks from the main topic of the panel or whatever it is, right? Good. Well, are you?
I like words.
Yeah, excellent, excellent. You getting your fill of well, all the good stuff like booze and cigarettes tonight. I wish I could be joining you on that
Yes,
one.
yes, I am, Nadia. Thank you for asking. Yes, yes, I'm doing
Yeah.
pretty well myself.
Well, at one point, hopefully, I will be in a place where I can join you for that on a regular basis. Go
Well, I
ahead.
hope so, because that would be fun. We always have a good time.
Mm-hmm. Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Have to take us to the bars out here. It's too awesome. You'll love Lada.
I can't wait to come to New York.
Yeah.
I will let you know.
I better slim down so I don't like get all embarrassed because I look so freaking terrible and all that. Oh, it's also pretty uncomfortable just physically. But,
Nadia,
yeah.
do you enjoy berating yourself, telling yourself that you look like shit and all this stuff?
Well, duh.
Yeah, I guess that's a duh, right?
Yes, I would say it's safe to say yes.
So, because wait, you're talking to Nadia.
Yes.
Yeah, because I find that, what is the deal? Nadia seems, you seem like a rock star to me.
She's fucking depressed, man. I mean,
Yeah,
you know.
well, because Nadia, you're a rock star, and often it gets to the point of like, you know, you're a rock star. I mean, the world's fucked up. It doesn't matter what the world has fed you back. You can figure out you're a rock star.
Psychological sadomasochism, perhaps, Nadia?
No, when you're
That
depressed,
sounds extreme. No, that sounds extreme. Nadia is solid.
when you're depressed, you're not right.
I would say maybe not egotistical enough, but I wouldn't say, I mean, Nadia's always self-confident.
So, is there any way I could ever actually describe being, I suppose, having myself disfigured by a medical complication and so on, without this kind of, I guess, thing means.
You mean refigured?
May discount it.
You mean refactored?
Being bloated to double my size is not a mere refactoring; it's disfigurement.
What killed your thyroid?
But I disagree. I mean, it's just a condition. I mean, it's no. Your figure
Hashimoto's
is
untreated for. Hashimoto's untreated for a substantial period of time. Interruption to healthcare coverage after.
Castration had nothing to do with that?
Okay.
Well, you know what?
The castration itself has triggering of an autoimmune response is a potential complication. The difficulty was not that the autoimmune response itself occurred, that there was no actual regular healthcare, etc., there to treat it when that actually happened, right? So it didn't get stopped; it ran away.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Look,
universal health care for the win.
So look, this is overall an injustice, but it's also a complex injustice. There's more than one step to it, and it's like, so the fact that it was avoidable justifies calling it disfigurement, but on the other hand, whatever happens to an individual human is what they're going through, and it's the figure that they have. It's kind of like my theory of dysfunctional families, right? Like there really isn't a difference.
If you're gonna ride off that fast, I'm gonna just jump off the freaking Verrazano Narrows Bridge right now.
No, I'm not. I don't mean to do that, Nadi. Let me finish. So it's like with dysfunctional families. I mean, that's where I'm from. But on the other hand, what's functional? I mean, dysfunctional, functional. They're both functions. Nothing's perfect. Nothing doesn't have noise in it, and some might be less noisy than others, and so on. But functional, dysfunctional, figured, disfigured. I mean, figured is this. You're disfigured or some way. Now, I know this guy on YouTube is an example, the atheist, and he died of an avoidable, mild kind of cancer because of lack of American health care. So that's fucked the motherfucker up. But when it comes to figurement,
at least you had the mercy of death.
I see. Yeah. See, I do respect why you get to consider it, and I would consider it from your point of view. I agree. Disfigurement. On the other hand, I don't want you to feel bad because age disfigures you. I mean, it's like it's just your new figure. It could have been avoidable, but fuck the situation that caused the avoidableness to not be avoidable, and you are still, a full on. You have
full on what? With a man's face, a man's voice, a man singing my crotch, and now I got a.
You're an awesome person.
Fat man's big fat beer gut.
None of those bother me, and I don't even agree with about at least a half to a third of those as being even having a seed of truth. But you have your own opinion. I respect that. But I mean, obviously, that's not what like and I've got to go from my own opinion. You're awesome. You're awesome.
Yeah, she doesn't give a shit what we think, Piro. She doesn't give a shit.
I see. It's elitism.
I can
you're
walk
fucking elitist.
into a subway station and see how the crowd clears as I go walking through.
Well, yeah, that.
Why the fuck would you care what the crowd thinks, Nadia?
Or why would it? But you have the best litmus test. Look, it's like you can find out assholes right away. You can walk into a room and find out who the assholes are without even trying. That takes me hours and hours, sometimes months. I might marry the asshole before I figure it out. You never know. You find this out right away.
Yeah, I'm not sure what you're trying to sell here, but
you need to love yourself, Nadia. You need to.
You know what? That last thing I think is the most legit point. It's very concrete. What I'm saying is, when people are fucking bigoted to you in the worst way, the one silver lining, which is for real, is that you know who the assholes are right away. None of those people that react that way you don't need to spend your time on them. On the other hand, some of them, they're decent people, but they're just fucked up. Who knows where they grew up? They just can't handle it, and you don't need to spend your time on them. That's their loss, and they should work harder. And guess what? Some of them do work harder. Some people that aren't assholes work the extra mile and realize I don't have to act like an asshole either. And those people go, hey, what's your ideas? And if you have stupid ideas, they go, well, I don't like it anyway. And then if or whatever, they make an individual judgment, and you theoretically can find those people quicker than me because people are fake as hell to me.
No, it doesn't make. They're not any less fake. They just a lot smaller pool of.
No, come on, that's not fair. They try to be fake, but you can tell when they're being fake easier than I can. I think, to me. right? When you're talking about a room clears, whoever didn't clear might still be fake. They might be like, I wanted to clear, but I didn't want to look like a bad person. But if you talk to the 3 people left, you're going to find out who's who, like in a 1,000th of the time, as people don't clear. Now, I'm not saying it's not a shitty experience to have to deal with that, and I don't want to deal with that, and I have dealt with that in a lesser degree, and it's shitty. And I'm not saying you should appreciate that experience. Fuck those people and fuck that experience. I'm just saying that silver lining wise, it is a real thing that when people, like when I used to have my hair long and people were bigoted against me right away, it sucked. But like, for example, when I was going out of college and I had my hair long and I was planning to cut it and wear a suit and go try to get a programming job, and my aunts and uncles on the conservative side of the family were like, oh, you fucking hippie, you'll never get a job that way. And I was like, oh, really? Well, fuck you. And I realized I don't want to work for somebody that's not going to hire me because of my long hair. And so I went and looked at all these jobs. I got a job in the game industry with long hair. And I think that was a good decision because the people that wouldn't have hired me with my long hair, fuck them. I didn't even have to do any thinking. You know what I mean? It's a very efficient algorithm, Nadia, that you don't have to do any thinking and they decide not to deal with you. Now, in a world where that means you can't get a fucking apartment in a reasonably easy way, yeah, that's our just world. We're slaves.
Or a
That's
job.
fucked up.
Or a job. Okay, so, yeah, there are so many missing pieces here. Where do I even start? Well, one is that the harm eventually hits me directly and bodily and all that. It's not just being oh so worked up about what other people think. I mean, until about maybe the hard line is like 2014. There was the lead up to it, I guess, a little bit before. Definitely no earlier than 2012. I had no inclination to even try to explain myself. I'm not going to watch videos in the middle of the hangout. And I'm always in the middle of the hangout.
Look at yourself in the mirror.
Yeah.
And love it. Love it. Love it.
Yeah, you're like telling an acid attack victim to love her face after it's been broke off.
Well, yeah. Well, that's not how we see it. Let's put it that way, because I don't want to invalidate your view. I think your view supersedes your view about yourself. I just have to respect that, but I don't like hearing it because I disagree with that view, and I'm a cynical bastard that is plenty negative on people when it's called for. So, but I see where you're coming from. But I just think that the problem is the injustice in the world, right? It's like the problem is the fucked up people right here, right now. And to the degree that there's people that don't think that way, that will judge you as an individual, like, I like you, or rather what you have to offer and whatnot, as an individual, right? I wouldn't as an individual as well. You know what I mean? So that's a totally based on your. So that's my personality. But on the other hand, society is so fucked up, and the attitudes that you have to deal with every day, whether you're going to the supermarket, renting an apartment, blah blah blah, anything. That no, it's like you say. I'm not gonna say it's not like you say. But what you're talking about is not real, though. You know, you are not an acid burn victim, and
Oh, okay.
you're
Then
awesome.
well, okay. Then why can't I
And
say
you
it?
look fine from my point of view, and I
Okay.
think
Then
the
why
weight
can't
that
I
you
say
have makes you look soft
Why
and cuddly.
can't Why can't I say it to an acid burn victim then?
Wait, what do you mean? Why can't you say what?
Well, if you're not willing to, maybe,
Oh, I see what you mean.
we'll make it invalid if I said it.
Like I'm judging,
You
like
might,
I
you
could
might
be
have some
saying.
subjective inclination.
Well, like, what if
That you.
Malala got shot in the face, right? And she has a little bit of a face paralysis, and I think she's beautiful just as much as ever before. And if she said no, I look in the mirror and I see a gunshot to the face victim, and what would I say? I would say, well, I still think you're beautiful, but okay, because you know what I mean? It's very much like that. It's like if you want to see it that way, I acknowledge that, but I get to say that's not how I see it.
So you're saying there's no fact of the matter?
No, I believe. No, I'm not
what,
saying that. No, Nadia, I'm saying that you. No, my version of individualism is that you are an authority on yourself. And if you're talking about your experience and how it is, that counts as the fact of the matter, the most important fact of the matter. But since it's about a person, I can still have my own opinion. But if it comes time to acknowledge the fact of the matter, I will accept your version of your experience. Because in this case, I think you're an honest person, right? I mean, a dishonest person, I'd be like, I know, I don't think that's really what you think.
Nadia, why do you abhor encouragement so much? Why?
What encouragement? Well, or rather, okay, I know what you're trying to float as encouragement or something, but doesn't actually seem to be encouragement, but rather kind of invalidation of or denial of harm has been done to me. So,
right, that's what I want to avoid, Nadia. I mean, that's the part I'm acknowledging, is that my positive take on it is bullshit compared to whatever you've experienced. And if you say, yeah, it is bullshit, then it's like, I'm like, okay, sorry, I'm just being honest with the fact that I think you look great. You know what I mean? So it's sort of a complex feedback, but just to be clear, I understand what you're saying, how it's an invalidation. If someone says, if I've been in a situation where I'm saying, I've been really hurt, and people go, oh, no, it's okay, blah, 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 and what they're really meaning as well is, fuck you for thinking it's a problem. And I don't think that. I think it is a problem, and I can understand why it would make someone sad or upset.
Exactly, Piero. I totally get it. But when she has so many guys coming in here telling you, you look great, you sound great, it's like, why not take that encouragement and put it in your heart and, try and bring yourself up, Nadia, you know?
Yeah, except for, come on, I mean, because on the other hand, Nadia, you're pretty confident. I don't see a super... I mean, if somebody as confident as you wants to think, yeah, but officially, like, okay, I won't go into the details, but I have a thing that people that follow my channel know and stuff. But I mean, it's super tragedy in my life. People want to say, oh, don't feel responsible, you know. Well, I do feel responsible. You can't take that from me. Right? So if you want to feel a certain way and you know that's how you need to feel about it, then other people should just accept that.
Nadia, honestly, do you think you look better in that video than you do now?
Yeah, substantially more feminine. Yeah.
No.
Oh.
No.
No.
You
I don't know
look
what video you're talking about, but I do know when you were a lot skinnier, photos, and I don't think you understand just how cloud-like and fluffy and soft the feminine vibe is. Are you sure about this? Like
Yeah.
you're not at all. Well, I don't even want to get into it because again, it's your right to have your own opinion. I don't really have one, but yeah, you shouldn't. Well, you should feel however you want. I'm sorry. I was about to say you shouldn't feel blah blah blah. You should feel however you want.
Yeah, Piro. I should shut the fuck up too.
No, it's kind of an interesting idea of like feeling however you want. It's like actually, well, it's a bad feeling. People don't really want to feel like that. Kind of like not wanting to feel like that makes it bad, right?
Mm-hmm.
So yeah. I really have a rather dedicated thumbs down mafia. Anyway, yeah.
I think that's growing, right? The thumbs down mafia is growing in general. Like for example, if you monetize your channel, it used to be a little bit of a thing, but right now you could be a freaking saint monetizing a channel where all you do is feed starving babies found in the street, and you'll get, yeah, you sell it. No, it's like it's going to get worse and worse because it's a tradition, it's a hobby. I mean, the thumbs down mafia, it's a great way to put it. They're on the rise. No getting rid of them that I see. Everybody's getting them, but yeah, not everybody equally, of course.
Yeah, I thought I had some particular dedicated group of detractors or whatever, but it's still, yeah, that's not really much of what I get very worked up about. Yeah, I pretty much got it. Well, pretty directly hitting bodily sense, and that it's getting to me anymore. Which is kind of, I guess, maybe. Back to the time I was getting attacked pretty heavily and all that. I guess now it's maybe not as much of quote-unquote conscious agency or some such, but still.
Ermine, would you have any words to encourage Nadia, because I constantly fail?
Yeah, guess I could always say somehow know the surgeries are actually going to go through, but anyway. Probably wouldn't mean much without a good reason.
Universal health care for the win.
I am not entirely sure what's being discussed in the external chat, but I think we've got maybe like 45 minutes before the clock runs out. I'm probably just going to take a break for the morning or something. Yeah, trying to raise something different where I don't I don't know,
I just
blend
feel
of
like
open discussion, whatever. Go ahead.
I feel like we've touched on this very subtle thing, which is how do we as individuals feel, and also if we're giving advice to other people or telling our feelings. You know, I think the world has been this slave oppression thing where there's a lot of people that have been victimized, and in a way, all of us, like even the alpha white male that's promoted to the top. Well, a lot of those are sensitive and don't want to be alpha bastard assholes, and some of them learn to do it anyway because they learn it'll help them succeed. Everybody is forced into this round hole and their square pegs and stuff. And so how do you acknowledge that, you know, people are fucked over that way in various subtle and some not so subtle ways, and also just, you know, feel good about yourself and, you know, assert your own self and not rely on other people's views. And, you know, it's a pretty harsh dichotomy, especially since we're all growing up human children where our buttons are installed as children. So what makes us feel weak and quivery is like we seem to have no fucking control of it. It's installed by the parents or the genes or who fuck knows, because by the time we're 10, we're just dealing with that shit and have no control over it. And this is like the main emotional quandary of that I can figure out of the human condition.
Right, Nadia. Before this goes off air.
45 minutes anyway. Go ahead.
Well, I'm just saying. Do you want to close up? You know, the subject of the panel discussion from your view.
I'm not sure entirely went anywhere. We pretty much covered just maybe talking through things that were already out there, which were in effect there's some kind of influence, but it's maybe not the strongest one, and it's got some things that contradict it being a one beyond some kind of maybe lesser level of significance, which, well, in a world of 7 billion people, you know, lesser significance is 100 million people affected, right? So, anyway, the I guess the aspects of it after that are that the structure of language is more complex, is typically characterized by the formal descriptions thereof. So, like, kinds of, say, grammatical and I don't know, vocabulary and so on kinds of features. So, vocabulary perhaps insufficiently described in terms of connotation, and the you know, grammatical affairs, you know, as you know, washed out in a larger scale structure of, I guess, thematic and stylistic development of, you know, either the speech or the text. So when those go on, I mean, even though even though those influences may be from those utterances, what's attributable to the language itself is whittled far down, and what's left in something at the end, I think, is well, perhaps an ethical or aesthetic kind of question where the it's not so much that these things might have some kind of particular effect, but rather that the just how those things are felt about is why you might why you might not want to have them put out there that way. And the aesthetic analogy is probably very appropriate. And also, welcome back, David. And in the aesthetic analogy, you have the idea that, well, there's no real law saying you can't produce something that's ugly, but a lot of times you won't want to do it, and the people you would present it to aren't going to want to see it. So, getting that kind of aesthetic norm propagated can deal with a lot of the issue there. So.
And with that said, trying my best to be a good mod, I would say kill the hangout right now and open a new hangout for just open discussion.
Okay. See if I can. Yeah, my analytics are tanking, but what I really care. What's that? Well, I'm trying to cut a new event thing, whatever. I'll probably make it at the half-hour mark, so I do whatever I want to do from there. But even so, I was kind of hoping to, maybe get a chance for, what is it? I guess Fresh Whole Milk and what's his name, Professor Platypus and such. But anyway, they were they were telling me this latest news, not only from Jenny McDermott, who I actually don't mind so much them going against, because she's very obviously sidling up to some number of turfs, but also apparently I got some kind of I don't know what exactly the nature of it, but it was some kind of negative statement from Anita Sarkeesian herself. I was like, oh wow, given the kind of flack, publicity, celebrity, whatever she's getting, how on earth did they manage to get a response from her?
Nadia, a suggestion for you for a panel discussion. Why feminism is true.
Okay, yeah, sure. Yep, I'll get that in the yeah, pretty wild, whatever it is. Yeah, they probably say I was nutty or something if I guess didn't speak in such a calm voice. Yeah. Have you talked to who is it out there? Yeah, I should maybe start up debates too. That should sound like pretty cool though. I'm probably not very good with visual presentations. I can maybe do something kind of like slides, but not so much pretty pictures. So, all right. And I don't know why nobody's joining, but still. Oh, what the heck.
No, I would just say, Nadia, when the conversation veers off into other shit, you know, if you're going to have a panel discussion about a certain topic, you should probably cut it off at that point and, you know, just open a, you know, open discussion. You know what I mean?
You're right. I managed to get that going with my first one that I did, but after that I just kind of dropped off or something. Okay, let's see if I can get a incognito window in here. I'll be switching over shortly. Or arranging to switch over shortly. Yeah, I should probably do some standalone commentary videos. So. I don't think I've done one in over a week, so I should probably get around to it. Actually, why am I not getting a...
Want to welcome David. Seeing you in MK's Hangouts, you know, you're great, man. Welcome.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, yeah, I've seen you too, and thank you. I'm quite new, I guess, compared to a lot of you. But yeah, I talked to Baltasar yesterday about the difference between, you know, people being here for years and yeah. But
very cool.
I'm of course MK and Nadia's Hangouts. Yeah, I'm already addicted, so to speak.
There you go. Yeah. Welcome. Welcome. Yeah, it's an addiction. It is.
Yes.
Welcome.
Yeah, thank you. So, but I don't know. Maybe MK now is is busy with his music.
Music, you say? That's interesting.
He's finishing some some of his new music, like rap songs, I guess. So Nadia, did you discuss this for the whole night? I mean, it's been night here. I've been sleeping, so.
I've been trying to steer people back into talking about it now and then as they new people have come in and all that, but there's been a lot of digressions too. Go ahead.
Okay, I see.
And I'm trying to get the next one started up. It'll be there.
Well, Nadia, explain the topic to David, and you know, perhaps he can give his opinion on it. Go for it.
Oh, he already knows. Yeah.
Yeah, but you know, Rev. Can I call you Rev?
Call me Jason. That's my name.
Okay,
Jason.
that's even more personal, so I appreciate that. No, but Jason, I'll try to remember that. But yeah, but you know, I was in here yesterday when this started, so I think it's interesting. I have not that much to contribute at this moment. But yeah, we talked a little bit about the position of Chomsky's universal grammar and the linguistic Daniel Everett, who, I don't know if you heard about this, but who found this people, sort of isolated Amazon people who had language that kind of contradicts universal grammar. That was my contribution. So I don't know how to put that. We discussed it. It wasn't my contribution. We discussed it yesterday. But actually, I don't think none of us are that up to date with that debate, because I don't know what they say about that people's language now, because they have analyzed it again and again and tried to find recursion as which is the fundamental aspect of, according to Chomsky's theory. So I don't know.
Well, I think an interesting aspect here is how, well, there are a few participants who would have been helpful to have with us in particular. One, I guess, is someone who's been not exactly sure what kind of study program they've been doing in terms of linguistics, but Jack Angstreich has studied a fair amount of it. Joe Sonseed, I guess, has a substantial background in anthropology, which I don't think, well, he says at least that he didn't necessarily cover the topics that would have been most relevant to this discussion. On the other hand, he does say that he's, I guess, aware of some of the reasons for why it's not regarded as a, I guess, serious kind of force to account for within anthropology. So, yeah, I better start the other one. And it's running slow. Sorry. My system is running slow. That is.
Yeah.
Okay, so.
Yeah, I gotta go just because of the time and whatnot. It's only 2:30, but still. So thanks. It's nice to see you again, Nadia.
Absolutely. It's good having you on, and you can.
I've been really busy. Got a new job, which is good, but also pain in the ass, like it is. But I appreciate having it, but I've been busy. So yeah, hopefully I'll see you soon.
Piero,
Everybody else, same
Piero,
thing.
you're the man, bro.
All right, you two, take it easy. All right, Rev,
Yeah,
take it easy. Bye.
Have a good night, Piero. And there's a link in the sidebar to the next Open Hangout and all that. So. I guess I'll go to where this is and let people know this is where it's moved to and all that. So. My system is running insanely slow. Oh wow. Yeah, iron does say things that are notably inflammatory. YouTube live chat. Yeah. Yep. Hop over, Ludic. Hopefully, I mean to. Fingers crossed. The people in the YouTube live chat actually noticed the move too. Oh dear. No. Why? He didn't seem to be getting the channel trouble or otherwise putting me at risk. So. Hmm. I don't know why. You should be able to go about joining wherever anyway. Especially with only like the 2 or 3 of us here. Whoever's got the stealth block or whatever is not going to have arrived quite yet. So. Oh, and you 27 people out in the other one. Come watch number 71. Yep, change over. Watch number 71. We are already live. It is 2:30 a.m. Yeah. Those are 8 cars transmission from planes. So okay. Well, I generally characterize these things as timeless, immaterial, disembodied minds. Often need to be omnipotent, omnibenevolent, omniscient, omnipresent, to the grounding of morality itself, and to have created the universe. And, okay. A lot of those things have issues, like creating the universe, of course, raises kinds of usual problems with well, trying to ascribe causation across the boundary limit of time, which no, in most respects, can't make sense. The theistic metaethics and such is troubles with I guess getting a categorical imperative, so to speak. But oh, the value realist kinds of affairs are not quite. They can actually be demonstrated in some ways, are not quite enough to support it. And then, of course, the arguments against it being more than that are, in effect, the arguments against it. Right? So, sorry, go ahead. Okay, there's a fair amount to go over because he covers a lot of different sorts of ideas of causality and such. To quote unquote dumb it down to just David Hume's aspect of what is it? Nomological relation, spatiotemporal contiguity, and temporal precedence as the, I guess, defining characteristics of causality and all that. You have at the beginning of time a okay. First off, a there's no time before that to have a standpoint from which to exert causal force on, well, anything in the universe. And then, okay, that's not very much fun. So the next step is basically that there's the universe itself is probably not proper to even discuss as an object of causation. And the kind of things that causality would relate are events. One event basically causes another. Okay, that's not really going to make the universe a kind of one grand event. And even if it were, it wouldn't be any event outside of it to have any stand in any kind of relation with it. So, and events themselves are also not snapshots in time, or not at single points or slices of time. Events are already themselves, befores and afters, through it, during which time passes and all that. Holy fuck. Why isn't this cooperating? I'm trying to post a link on YouTube. And this is like the 5th time. So, anyway, as I was mentioning, an event is a change in the distribution patterns, whatever, arrangements of mass energy that are, at some kind of what are you talking about, Ludic? It can't be a question of empirical proof. Ludic, I already have it. It's right here, Ludic. Yeah, and it's backed up. And I did do a major, well, change of some kind. So, and who is spamming me with what? And I don't have the time for this. So it's really badly bogged down. Okay. Ludic, do you even understand what I just said? Okay. No. It's the same kind of question as asking if there is empirical proof that the angles of a triangle add up to 180 degrees. So, I mean, can there be empirical proof of that? The answer is no. Well, the question is not unanswered. Right. Yeah. For instance, in the case of the triangle, you just draw straight lines parallel to the sides of the triangle that go through the, I guess, corner of the triangle, opposite side. Right. And for all three sides, you get a bunch of different things you can see are copies of your triangle that have the corners turned so that the three different corners end up, well, all next to each other in a, I guess, place where the total arc of the three is a straight line, 180 degrees. And that's how you can see relatively easily that sides of a triangle are 180 degrees. That's a logical argumentation, not empirical or evidential. Mm. No, it's out there. It's everywhere. I mean, I used it for a number of things. Mm. Yeah. Oh, there's some pretty cool stuff out there. Yeah. Okay. Stop script. Okay. I have no idea if anybody's told me, but okay. Oh, shoot. Yeah, I should have it. Let me see. Hmm. Okay, why isn't controller opening up for me? I am pretty sure it's actually RAM, lack thereof. Uh, mm. Oh, welcome, Gretchen. Oh, it's well, it's a long wait for the end. Oh wow, I think Fresh Hill Milk and everybody else went off here already before I ever even got back to them. Yeah, that's not good. I kind of sat in their hangout the whole time without. Right before they went off or went on air, I got dragged back into my hangout, and then the entire time they were on air, I was checked out. Mm, mm. And it's actually been a little while since, if there was a gap, she has to have been back because I remember seeing her like at least a couple weeks before. Go ahead. Mhm. Mm. Yeah, I need to build my subscriber base. Mm. Oh. This is a free-form follow-up to, I guess, an earlier panel discussion regarding the Sapir-Whorf hypothesis. Go ahead. Mm. 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 Mm-hmm. Well, sadly, I am not a surgeon, etc. yet. Even if I were, I don't think I'd successfully be able to operate on myself. So. Mm. I don't remember the exact saying. Or something like somebody saying like physician heal thyself or something.